and actual performance of the Israeli economy stems from the fact that the regular economic models don't account for the unique DNA of the Israeli society. That unique DNA is also the secret behind the success of the high-tech sector, the engine of the Israeli economy. The Israeli startup nation is a source of pride for all of us. It is powered by innovative ideas. It became a global model thanks to the boldness of Israelis entrepreneurs. Those who are willing to take risks and establish companies that turn vision into reality. And it will continue to serve as our differentiator. Israeli innovation is one of the prominent factors that allows the Israeli economy to maintain its resilience in times of crisis. It was proved. In this context, we are seeing more and more entrepreneurs returning from the battlefields with a hunger to create and execute innovative and cutting-edge ideas. Another factor that underlies our national resilience is the financial system. The Israeli banking sector, headed by Bank of Israel and the governor of Bank of Israel, who honored us today and is here, is a symbol of stability and strength. It is efficient, technology-driven, and always support the economy, even during times of crisis. More so, banks are deeply embedded in the Israeli society. As part of this commitment, they have given their customers unprecedented support throughout the war. Bank Leumi alone invested in the Israeli community from the beginning of the war over $500 million shekels, huge amount. This is unprecedented sum which contributes greatly to our social resilience. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I started my words today with a message of unity, and I think it's only fitting to end with the same message. The unity of the Israeli society and the unique ties between diaspora Jewish and the State of Israel is the guarantee for overcoming the challenges that are yet to come. We have a unique DNA, and our economy demonstrated and will continue to demonstrate resilience, thanks to this DNA. I cannot conclude without a prayer from the bottom of my heart for the swift return of our 58 brothers and sisters who are still being held captive by the evil Hamas terrorists in Gaza. We are all waiting for you at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are privileged to hear from a pillar of Israel's economic policy and resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Amir Yaron, Governor of the Bank of Israel. I don't talk without slides. So first of all, thank you for having me. This is obviously a day full of events, but it was important to be here, and I thank you for allowing us to present Israel's economy. I guess I have several messages. Israel's economy is very, very resilient, has demonstrated a lot of resiliency throughout this, and there's a lot of good things that are up Israel's alley in terms of its opportunities, but there are also challenges, and I'll try to go through these. So first thing, basically, how did we enter the 7th of October? So what you see here, we were one of the countries who contracted the least in COVID, and then we grew like maniacs, over 9%, and over 6% in 21 and 22. We're about to grow just under 4% in 23. On the top right, you see very, very tight labor market, very low unemployment, At the bottom left, Israel has demonstrated, you see now a lot in the news, the issue of government debt. Israel has brought down its debt from over 100% to 60% prior to COVID. In COVID, we used the space. We went up to about 72, and 2 years later, we were down to 60. And then in inflation, we're about to enter our inflation target, which is between 1% and 3% in Q1 24. In other words, when I would talk to Jay Powell or Christine Lagarde, we were poster child. We were on a super softish landing approach. And then came this horrible day of the 7th of October. And what I've got here for you is one slide that shows the historical resiliency of Israel's economy. In red, there are many, many different military events. And you could see that we tend to grow very well after them. But you could see at the very end that the swords of iron war, the swords of iron war is just dramatically very large. We contracted minus 21% in the last quarter of 23. But then again, you see Israel's resiliency. We jumped up by 16%. And afterwards, obviously, smaller growth rate. And today, we just at 3. So you're getting a very fresh slide, a very updated slide. We just came out with a new number for the first quarter of 2025. And we have come up by 3.5%, which is a non-trivial growth rate. So 2 things about Israel's resiliency. On the left, you see credit cards. You see how much it dropped at the beginning of the war. And then very fast, we were positively surprised how fast people came back to movies, to theaters. And you could see we are up there on the trend. In the middle, you see unemployment. And you see that big spike in October 23. There are 4 colors. The gray is unemployment. The dotted gray is the way we've dealt with COVID. Basically, firms lay people off temporarily and the government pay furloughs. The solid teal is the reserve people in the military. And the dotted teal at the top, that's when there are still missiles flying around and people just didn't go to work. And you could see how it declined, and then it kind of went a little bit up when the intensity in Lebanon went up. This is in September, October, and since then it went down. So where are we? Instead of growing around 4%, we grew 2% in 2023. We grew 1% in 2024, but we estimate that we're going to grow about 3.5% and 4% in 25 and 26, and this is taking into account already some of the tariffs and everything like that. It puts us, as you could see in the green line there, we still have a gap relative to where we were before. I'm going to skip this. I'll just say what you're seeing in the bottom left here, okay? For example, the blue line, consumption is already higher than pre-war. Exports are coming back. GDP is climbing back up, and so is investment, but they haven't reached their pre-war level. This is the catch-up that we need to do. But the good news, we are on a climbing trajectory. What's going on here in Israel is that we have finite amount of workers. There's no Palestinians. You could see in the orange, there were about 175. That's close to 0. You could see all the reservists. And then on the far right, you see vacancies. So part of the reasons we're not growing as fast as perhaps we could have is because we have labor shortages. One very vivid example is the construction industry in Israel. So you could see we were around 365 before the war, and then it immediately dropped and slowly recovered. Most Israelis went to work. What I want to show you is the first rule of economics, self-fulfilling prophecy. When we raised the interest rate on the far right there, you could see house prices went down in Israel. But then once people realize there's less construction, everybody says prices are going to go up. If enough people say that's what's going to happen and they start purchasing, you see prices at the very end there start climbing back up. What about financial markets? The Israeli stock market on the right-hand side underperformed for a while this S&P. But since the beepers and the ceasefire in Lebanon, you could see the Israeli stock market has caught up with S&P. Here, this is something called the CDS. That's the insurance on Israeli bond. Amazingly, before the war, we were the same level as the US. You could see the blue line and the red line are touching each other. And then it went up and down. And then after the ceasefire, it kind of went down very, very far. But we are still above where we were prior to the war. And risk premia is one weight on the economy. Everything costs more, etc. What about the shekel? So what you see here is an interesting graph. You could see the blue is the shekel dollar, and the orange is kind of is what would the shekel be if it was based on NASDAQ. And you could see that they were on top of each other. Why are they on top of each other? Because when NASDAQ does well, there's more money coming to Israel. When S&P and NASDAQ do well, more institutional investors that are invested in the US rebalance the money back to Israel. But then something broke. It has to do with the uncertainty regarding the judicial changes. And then you could see once the war started, it went up all the way from 386 to 408 and kind of went down. And since then has been going on between 355 and 38. On the right-hand side, you could see these correlations were very high with the US stock market. They dropped, and more recently, they came back up. I want to say a few things about what we did at the beginning of the war, because A, they were very important, and B, as the head of the central bank, I'm quite proud of what we did. So you have to understand, the 7th of October is happening. We still don't know what's going on at nighttime. In the morning, on the 8th, in Israel, it's a Sunday. It's a working day. I have to decide whether the stock market is open and whether the banks are open, whether it's a business day. We decided to open, and that was the right decision for continuity. Monday, the FX market opens. And you saw in the previous slide, it went quite a bit, the currency weakened. We knew the currency was going to weaken, and we did the first, something we've never done. We have over $200 billion of reserves. So we manage them over many, many assets. But we decided to announce, pre-trading, that we are going to sell up to $30 billion and provide up to $15 billion of swaps. Now, for those of you who are not in this business, we didn't say we're going to defend the currency at, let's say, 4 shekels per dollar. This is in the lingo of governors, is what I did was QEFX. We wanted that the markets function, the trade works appropriately. And that's what happened. Doing this step was extremely important because it made sure the markets function. I want to explain the philosophy. You go back to Milton Friedman. You go back to Ben Bernanke. If there is one lesson that we know from financial markets, you do not want an economic crisis to become a financial crisis. That's when things spiral down. And that's why we did this step. And it worked. It provided a lot of, basically calmed both the stock market and the bond market. The middle part, so that was October 9th. October 13th, I had all the CEOs of the banks in my office. Hanan is here. And the question is, what do you do with a bunch of people who left Otef Gaza with their pajamas? They're in a state of shock. And what do you do with a whole bunch of reservists who took their military kit bag and ran to the front line? What do you do with their mortgages? What do you do with their consumer loans, with their SME loans? What we had is, and the banks in Israel are very, very well capitalized. We used that fact, and we came with a unified plan that they defer payments, mortgages for 3 months, no commission, no interest, to start to be paid maybe 12 months later. That was a very, very important targeted relief. Okay, since then, we've added the North evacuees as well. We've extended it 3 more times, and I'm glad to say 98% of those who've done that step have come back to pay in good standing. So this was very, very important. Now, I want to say one more thing that happened. So that's October 13th. October 20-something, we had the first interest rate decision, and the whole country became Keynesian on me. Every media said the governor should lower interest rate. And I said, no, we are not lowering interest rate. We are about stability. Stability, if we are selling dollars, we are not going to lower interest rate. And that was the primary function. Let me just, it's not moving. Can you? So let me say a few words about the Israeli high-tech, since this is the locomotive train of Israel, the locomotive economic train of Israel. So in one slide, you could see how important the high-tech is for Israel. Over 1/3 of taxes, over 50% of exports, large share of GDP. Israel funding for high-tech is much larger than the US. Over here, you could see it's over 6% of GDP. In the US, it's only about 1.5%. And after NASDAQ dropped, you could see it dropped in the US and it dropped in Israel. You could see on the right-hand side, the good news, after capital raised for VC money has dropped at the beginning of the war, it is slowly coming back. It is not at the level of 21 and 22, but this is true everywhere in the world. I remember you have to understand, 21 and 22 were just abnormal years in terms of VC money. I remember Ruth Porat was in my office, and now she's the CEO of Google. And I told her, look, every little two kids are coming in with a PowerPoint presentation and are getting frothy money. And she says, Governor, you're absolutely right, but it's not PowerPoint, it's Google Docs. So I think this is the new normal in this area, and we're doing okay. One word about Israeli high-tech. Why is it now much stronger than it was in 2001 when the dot-com went? I want to explain the resiliency of this of it. You could see in the middle, this is a very, very well-diversified category. Everybody understands how strong we are in terms of cyber, but we're very strong in terms of medtech. That orange part that says other includes security tech, and you can be assured that there's tons of orders now to our security tech. We just can't provide all of it in one shot. And a lot of these companies have products, something they didn't have in 2001 because it was mostly at telecommunication dream companies. Just a few words. We got an unfortunate number last Thursday in terms of the inflation. So inflation went up to 3.6, but about 0.7 out of the 1.1 number was flights. So you can imagine how important the numbers for flights have become. They are influencing Israeli inflation. And now this is the path for inflation. We're still seeing inflation going into our target in the second part of the year, but we have to be a lot more cautious now as the inflation level is now higher due to that increased level that was in the last CPI. I want to say one thing about the elephant in the room, which is the budget for the war. So what is Israel's challenge? Israel's challenge is threefold. On the one hand, we need to continue to demonstrate that we are acting responsible in terms of our fiscal budget. That means that debt to GDP does not diverge over time. That's number one, pillar number one. Pillar number two, you could see over there, we have the highest, on the right-hand side, we have the highest defense expenditures in the OECD. We have to pay for defense expenditures. And on the bottom right, you could see we have we're relatively short on civilian expenditures, and yet we have a lot of needs for infrastructure, for education. Those are the long-term challenges for Israel. So how do you manage, on the one hand, for a country with a lot of geopolitical risks, not to have debt rise too much, pay for the defense expenditure, and at the same time put the seeds for growth in terms of education and for infrastructure. So here's the picture of the war. The war cost about $250 billion shekels. That's as of now. It's about 13% of GDP. And one has to give the government credit in terms of the fiscal steps that it took in terms of the budget. It did 1% fiscal consolidation in 2024, another 1.5% of fiscal consolidation in 2025, and the outcome of this is that Israel's debt to GDP is somewhere between the orange and the yellow line. It kind of depends what will be the military expenditures that will come out at the end. So the bottom line is, as opposed to many European countries right now in which debt is rising, at least in the case of Israel, it's going to rise in 2025, but then in 2026 it's going to subside and it's not going to grow. And if we want it to come down and be on the green line, we'll have to take some more steps. But this is a very, very important message to the rating agencies and to the market, and it was very important that the budget was passed in that sense. That's the good news about the budget. I must say, what is the not so good news about the budget? There should have been more money directed to engines of growth, that is education, infrastructure, maybe taking away some disincentives for going to work for certain populations in Israel. Those are the key things for long-term growth, and the composition in the budget we could have done better, but at least we do not, as according to the Bank of Israel, we do not have debt to GDP challenging. Maybe I'll just leave you with 2 more slides and I'm done. There are long-term challenges. So the main message is we entered the war very well. The economy is showing a lot of resiliency. The high-tech is showing a lot of resiliency and a lot of promise. But we do have some long-term challenges. You could see on the left, we have a low infrastructure relative to other countries. We have high poverty rates. In the middle, GDP per labor hour means productivity is not very high overall. And in the very right is amazingly international skill levels, international tests, we don't show very well. So that's what I mean when we need to invest in education. Now, one more demographic thing that is challenging for Israel for the long run, you could see here, in orange is the Arab population. It's pretty stable in the low 20s. In gray, you could see that's the ultra-Orthodox, and that's going to go up to mid-20s. But the ultra-Orthodox have very little presence in the job market, so is female Arabs. We need those two groups to enter into the job market and help Israeli economy, and we want them to do well. That means they need to have the skills, especially in a modern society. So I just summarized, we entered well. Inflation is kind of on the above the upper limit, and we will have to make sure it comes down. Risk premia has gone down since the ceasefire in Lebanon. It's still above where we were before. We expect nice growth of 3.5% and 4% in the next 2 years. And the challenges are things that need to be dealt with. And the sooner we deal with them, the better off we will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's going to be an exam on all these numbers and statistics after the conference, so I hope you all listen carefully. Okay, this is the 4th annual Jerusalem conference taking place here in New York. And it is with heartfelt gratitude and admiration that I now welcome a true friend of Israel and a steadfast supporter of this event. It is my honor to invite to the podium Eric Adams, Mayor of New York City.
Thank you so much, Yoni. It's good to see you, and to all of you who are here. My good friend, Mayor Leon. Mayors, we know the life of a mayor. There's a special place for us, and it was really inspirational to march today to celebrate the 77th year of Israel. This march has taken place since 1965. And as long as I can remember, I take great pride in participating. And what is significant about it, as the banking industry recovers, sometimes we don't really appreciate what goes on behind the scene. I thought your presentation was amazing. It shows the resiliency, it showed the patience, and it showed the ability to make the right calls. Because oftentimes people don't really appreciate what it takes to stabilize after a crisis. That stabilization is really a determining factor of how well you build your infrastructure and how well you build your foundation. And Israel's resiliency is unmatched, living under the fear of so many threats, but still able to produce not only the technology that many of us use here. America is one of the top trading partners in technology, but also some of the intelligence equipment to allow us to go after dangerous people. If it's Hamas or dangerous gangs that we are fighting here, we use much of the technology that comes from Israel. And that is what we did today and last year. Many people called on us to cancel the parade last year and called on us to cancel the parade this year. And my voice was very clear. We do not run from fear. We do not run from hate. And we will never give in to those who want us to do so. And I want to conclude with this one thought. As we look after October 7th and think about what took place in the months after, those who took to the streets and celebrated the hate and violence, and many people attempted to be theoretical, and they attempted to come away with some type of rationalization for what happened. They wrote so many theses and papers and were so philosophical. I did not do it on October 8th, and I'm not going to do it now. My message is clear, and clarity is in need right now as we fight anti-Semitism and hate. Hamas must be destroyed, and every hostage must come home. That is the only statement we should be making. Anything else is tinkering around the edges, and you can't tinker around the edges when you saw that level of violence and hate in Israel. And we need to all have that one statement. Hamas must be destroyed, and every hostage must come home. Thank you, and happy 77th anniversary.
Just a second, if you could just wait here on the stage for the Jerusalem Prize to the Mayor of New York, Eric Adams. Of course, here joining us on the stage, Mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon. If you could all stand here, actually, for the picture will be better here. Cameraman, here. Thank you very much. So this gathering is more than a meeting of cities, Jerusalem and New York. It's a union of spirits, of ideals. From the eternal capital of the Jewish people, I now have the distinct honor to invite Moshe Leon, Mayor of Jerusalem.
I want to begin with a very sad note, as we have lost a dear friend, a hero of Jerusalem and a champion of the people of Jerusalem, Eyal Chaimovsky, was head of the Jerusalem Development Authority for 10 years. In 10 years which Jerusalem saw great steps forward. His legacy will carry on, and may his memory be blessing. My good friend, Mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, a good friend of Israel and of Jerusalem. Dear friends, many of you know I like to sing. And when I walk the streets of Jerusalem, I always hear in my ears the words of Tehillim, the wonderful tunes of Tefillah. But when I walk the streets of New York, I hear different tunes. Maybe Simon and Garfunkel, maybe even Billy Joel. But either way, this city, just like Jerusalem, is a proud Jewish voice, a proud Jewish songs. Today, our tunes, our songs are, however, still songs of sadness. They are songs that long for peace, that long for our hostages home, every last one of them. We pray for this together. We call out for this together. לא ינום ולא יישן. We will not rest and we will not sleep until they all come home. This is a prayer and the hope I bring with me from Jerusalem, the capital of Israel. We have no other mission. And as I stand here today, as a proud mayor of Jerusalem, we are a city of a mission with a goal. We are a city with a soul. Jerusalem is not just history. Jerusalem is a future. Jerusalem is Israel's next big thing. We are building, we are growing. In 2023, we issued over 7,800 building permits, 3.5 times more than the past, as we want people to build and build even more. Not only housing, but we are creating new centers for high-tech. More and more international innovation companies want to come to Jerusalem. Over 2 million square meters are now ready for jobs. So, young couples, young families, now is the time to come. You have a home here. New school classrooms, new centers for arts and education, dance, music, sport. This is just the beginning. Investing in Jerusalem is an investment in the future of the Jewish people. Jerusalem is not just an economic project. It is the heart of our nation. Jerusalem is a city of education, a city of culture, a city of jobs, a city of tourism, a city of academia, a city of coexistence, of shared lives. Jews, Muslims, Christians, living side by side together. In this war, Jerusalem stood strong. Our people opened their homes to people displaced from their homes in the north and south. We embrace the families of soldiers. We stand together with the families of the hostages. We walk beside those who have lost loved ones, and we will keep walking with them because we only have one Jerusalem and one heart. We don't let our differences divide us. We let our love unite us. And we are not only ones who love Jerusalem. There are people who love Jerusalem all over the world. We thank them all for their support. And one such person deserves our special thanks. I want to thank President Donald J. Trump. Your love for Jerusalem is clear. Mr. President, you moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and we have issued all the permits building the permanent embassy. All we need is go forward for you to leave your lasting legacy in Jerusalem. Your commitment to Israel's security has never wavered. We are grateful, and I send a message to President Trump. We are not done. We are just getting started. Jerusalem is a miracle, a promise, and Jerusalem will always shine. I want to thank everyone at Besheva Group. Dudu, you here? Thank you. And to you, Dudu Saada, for bringing us here today, and for so many all over the world. Connect with Jerusalem, learn about life in Jerusalem, and of course, love Jerusalem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Moshe Lon, and thank you very much, Mayor Eric Adams, for being with us on this important day. He arrived here directly from the parade. A voice of leadership and transformation, a champion of innovation and regional cooperation. We now invite Nir Barkat, Minister of Economy and Industry, in a special conversation led by ILTV's Executive Editor, Mayan Hoffman.
Minister Barkat, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for hosting me.
Of
and I want to
course.
thank Besheva. You guys are great. You do it every year in a professional way. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Minister Barkat, I'm going to start with a question economic because you are currently the Minister of Economy. And your team was just in the States. You're about to travel there yourself to meet with the White House and talk about the tariffs that Trump has put into place, which of course could impact Israeli exports. This isn't about influencing policy, it's about real consequences for Israelis in their pocketbooks. How will this affect Israeli workers and industries, and what can or should we be doing to push back?
Well, I think it's not an Israeli challenge, it's a global challenge. The United States and the president wants to change the attitude towards tariffs around the world. They want to align geopolitics with economy. In other words, a country like Israel, which is best friends, and we're having very intimate discussions with the American team on how do we align interest and hopefully get it to zero. The discussions are really good. Hopefully we'll be able to converge on something acceptable on both sides. And so I'm very optimistic. The Americans see us as a great friend of America, and we're well aligned on geopolitics. There are other countries that are not aligned on geopolitics that are going to have a bigger challenge than us.
So jumping over to geopolitics, President Trump was just in the region visiting all of the Gulf states, and he encouraged Syria and Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords. Of course, he buddied up with Qatar as well. Israel felt very sidelined. He did not make a move to come to Israel. Now, I know Trump denied just this weekend that there is any daylight between him and Netanyahu. But Minister Barkat, tell me, are we losing strategic ground with Trump or even in the region?
No, I don't think so. This trip that President Trump took to the Middle East is an economic one. And I think that he put some goals for himself, and you should ask him. I think he's successful at accomplishing his goals. But if you actually look at a bigger picture, there is the evil axis, starting with Iran, including Qatar, and a lot of Muslim Brotherhood cells around the region, and the proxy strategy that Iran developed against Israel to include Hezbollah, Hamas, and other proxies around in the region. The more we fight with them, the more we make sure they pay a heavy price. Dismantling Hezbollah. We're in the process. We're still not done. Getting all the goals of the war. Getting our 58 hostages back, of course. And making sure Hamas does not survive this war. But as much as we continue with that process against evil, there's the other axis, which is the peace axis, which is expanding Abraham Accords. The Saudis are waiting. Indonesia is waiting. Azerbaijan. And don't be surprised that you have a number of sheikhs in Judea and Samaria that will want to join the Abraham Accord. It will not stop there. I believe that you're going to see that axis, that peace axis, expand, and people are going to be surprised how more and more countries will join. The more we were aggressive against Iran and the evil axis, the more we'll make progress on the peace process.
Well, and it's interesting to speak about that today as the IDF continues its work in Gaza, expanding actually its operation. And in fact, the Hostage Families Forum put out a white paper where they argued that us in continuing to fight after 19 months and now even harder will put the very few remaining hostage lives at risk and even risk us getting the bodies back of our dead hostages. How do you justify this excursion? Do you believe something is different today than in the past 19 months?
The cabinet decided together, unanimously, to put more pressure, more army into Gaza with the understanding that pressure will bring an opportunity to deal closer. It's exactly the opposite. Hamas is not going to volunteer to give us our hostages back. Once we put pressure on Hamas, I believe it increases the chances of doing a deal. And mind you that the two major deals that we've done in the past were while we were fighting, not while we were waiting. And I believe eventually that putting more and more pressure will increase the chances of getting our hostages back.
Now, I want to jump back. I want to jump back to Iran. Trump has been negotiating directly with Iran, not him himself, but his team, of course, in order to achieve an Iranian nuclear goal. Trump has said over the weekend that we are closer than ever to that goal, while Israel knows that Iran is closer than ever to a nuclear weapon. Do you believe that it is safe for a deal to be signed between the United States and Iran, or do you believe that if that deal is signed, Israel will still need to attack the rogue regime?
We have one goal. Actually, make them two. The first, make sure they do not ever have a bomb. We believe them when they talk in Farsit, in their own language. Basically, they're saying they want a bomb in order to use it. As Jewish people going through one Holocaust, we'll make sure it never happens again. And the second thing is that we have an open bill with them. Mind you, that they admitted to push the button on October 7. They wanted to derail the process, the peace process with the Saudis, and their fingerprints are all over October 7. And so they funded, they invested, they trained the proxies, they shot hundreds of ballistic missiles directly at Israel, and they, together with Qatar, are pushing aggressively to fund terror in our region and go after Jews all over the world. They're very anti-Semite in the way and they use their money. They have their weapon. Qatar has a weapon of money, and Iran has huge influence. And that checkbook, that open bill, is not yet closed. And I said before this war that this war will be the first Iran war, and recommended, and it's not too late, recommended that a missile coming from the Houthis or coming from Lebanon should be answered with a missile to Tehran. That is the strategy of President Kennedy at the time. If we don't sleep good at night, Tehran must not sleep good at night. And that equation we must bring up to the table. I believe, if anything, it's going to shorten the time of war.
So we're running out of time, but I do need to ask one more question. Just today, the Ministerial Committee on Legislation passed your bill that would label Qatar as a terror-supporting state. While U.S. President Donald Trump is getting closer to Qatar, we are about to label it as a terror-supporting entity. Won't that bring daylight between our two countries? And why do that now and not before October 7th, when maybe we should have known?
Well, it's never too late. I think after on October 7, we've learned that there's no gray anymore. People must be either on our side or they're on the side of the enemy. No more gray. And Qatar is a classic example that played two sides. They're wolf in sheep's clothes. We will not agree for them to continue playing this game. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed because of their blood money, the money that they fund terror around the world, Americans, Israelis, and it's in Israel's best interest to make sure Qatar is defined as a terror-supporting state. They must be, again, they must not sleep good at night, knowing that what they're doing is against the state of Israel and against Jews all over the world. And I'm happy this is the first time we've approved something like this in the government, and now it will go to legislation to the parliament. Hopefully, with the friends of opposition that are sitting here, we'll be able to close this as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much, Minister Barkat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now, bringing us a voice of strength, security, and national unity, please welcome former Minister of Defense, former Chief of Staff, Chairman of the National Unity Party, Knesset member Benny Gantz.
Shalom, Chaverim. And before I deliver my speech, I want to say something. Shalom לכולם. חברים בשבע, הקונסול, השר ברקת, וכל החברים שבאו, באמת, this day in New York is very impressive. And I want to thank Mayor Adams, not just for his ongoing leadership all over the years, but especially on those very difficult times. So I think it is very much appreciated by all of us, and the fact that Israel is marching all over this place is very meaningful. So thank you, Mayor Adams, and thank you to the people of New York. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by addressing the single most important matter at hand. Today marks 590 days. 590 days since the most murderous day in Jewish history after the Holocaust, when 58 of our brothers and sisters are still held captive in the hands of the murderers, the monsters of Hamas. Just a week ago, our hearts filled with joy at the release of Idan Alexander. His freedom made possible only through the efforts of President Trump and his special envoy, Steve Witkoff. But we cannot and must not stop there. The State of Israel, the mediators, and the international community must do everything to bring the remaining hostages home. Netanyahu, let me tell you that I know you are in a crossroad. I want to say again, you have the full support of the opposition to bring our hostages home. Bring them home now. I want to tell you, for me, in over 40 years of service, this is the 6th campaign against Hamas. So I speak with certainty when I say our fight with Hamas is far from being over. It will endure for years, and we will not rest until Hamas is dismantled and the threat it posed to the citizens of Israel is eliminated. Hamas will be removed from power, whether it takes a year, 5 years, or even a decade. This is a long campaign requiring determination and time. Time that the hostages simply do not have. The ongoing expansion of military effort in Gaza is important, but it must unwaveringly serve the war's objectives, and first and foremost among them bringing the hostages back home. I also want to speak today about seizing opportunities. October 7 marked a tragedy we will not forget, but it also triggered a regional transformation we cannot miss. On the diplomatic front, we hold the opportunity to catalyze a strategic flip in the Middle East. President Trump's visit to the Middle East could very well be the opening chapter of major regional initiative. The expansion of Abraham Accord has the potential to become regional game changer, especially against the fundamentalist Iran regime and its axis. Groundbreaking opportunities lie ahead not only in defense cooperation, but also in economic, scientific, and technological partnerships. But these opportunities demand leadership and courage. They demand of Israel to proactively seize them. Even in Gaza, there is a unique opportunity to advance President Trump's voluntary migration plan. The State of Israel and the nations willing to receive Gazan civilians must act to promote this plan and shape Gaza's infrastructure and political future. No more hesitation. The time for action is pretty much now. October 7 also highlighted another opportunity, the chance to strengthen Israel's relations with the Jewish diaspora. In the wake of tragedy, millions of Jews worldwide united in support of Israel. Some posed their lives to join the IDF. Some donated millions to support the war effort and rehabilitation. And some launched campaigns to tell Israel's story and defend the truth. I stand here today to say clearly, Israel must designate strengthening the bonds with the diaspora as a national objective. To my Jewish brothers and sisters, I will say simply, Israel will remain continued to strengthen the ties between our people and our land. I know these aren't easy times for you. On colleges, campuses, anti-Semitism is in record height. But let me assure you, it's not only the bravery of our children on the battlefield that inspires us, but also the unwavering resolve of our brothers and sisters abroad in your support of Zion, the birthplace of our people, the one and only Jewish state, and more than ever, you have a vital role in strengthening Israel. And I would like to lay out 4 points today in how to do so. Firstly, by volunteering at our embassies and special programs, leveraging your unique skill sets. Secondly, by deepening our engagement with your chapters on colleges, campuses, equipping you with the right tools to defend Israel and combat anti-Semitism. Thirdly, by promoting high-level strategic dialogue between diaspora's representatives and the State of Israel, addressing in your needs and concerns. And fourthly, by spreading coordinated legal efforts to tackle the discrimination and targeting the Jewish businesses and institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the diaspora today has more important role than ever in shaping Israel's future. And likewise, Israel has a responsibility to support the resilience and prosperity of the Jewish communities across the diaspora. These are historic times. We face challenges and opportunities of immense magnitude. To overcome them, we must stand together, not in uniformity, but in unity, both in Israel and throughout the diaspora, for the Jewish generation and for the ones next to it. Thank you very much.
Notice that Knesset member Gantz set a new standard. I want to see a leap. Every speaker needs to leap. We're now privileged to welcome a respected diplomat, a dedicated servant of the Israeli people, Ophir Akunis, Israeli Consul General in New York.
Thank you, Yoni. Shalom לכולם. Good afternoon. חבר הכנסת בני גנץ, חברי הכנסת, ראשי הערים. Thank you, Dudu Saada, and your team for your well-organized event year after year. And my friend, this is a joint session to Besheva and to the Israeli consulate in New York for the very first time. Congratulations. Our dear family members of those who are still being held in captivity in Gaza, thank you for being here and for sharing the story of your loved ones. Thank you to brave soldiers who are here with us, as well as the families whose soldiers gave up their lives for the Jewish nation. We admire them and we salute them. My friends, we come together today with heavy hearts, but also with unwavering determination. We gather while our soldiers, our heroes, are still on the battlefield in Gaza. The brave men and women of the IDF who stand in the line of fire every day to defend our people, our land, and our values. They are there for the hostages. They are there for all of us. We are telling Hamas and Qatar that the hostages, every single one of them, must be released. Qatar and Hamas, this is your responsibility. Qatar, my friends, you should know, Qatar built the tunnels with their money, and the Hamas animals are hold them against all international laws. Every moment they remain in captivity is an open wound on the soul of our nation. We are doing everything possible to let them free, and we will not stop. We will not stop until last hostage is returned to their family. I'm saying to our enemies in Gaza, in Iran, in Qatar, and to those who are already forgot horrors of October 7th, let them go. In a few minutes, we will hear the brave Ayelet Samerano, a dear friend. Ayelet, where is she? Shalom, Ayelet. Ayelet's son, Jonathan. Kobe po? Shalom, Kobe. Yeah, Ayelet will talk on behalf of the family. And Jonathan Samerano, my friends, was taken hostage and kidnapped to the Gaza Strip. You know by whom? by UNRWA employees. 2 UNRWA employees invaded to the state of Israel. The United Nations, they pay their salary. They invaded to the state of Israel and kidnapped Jonathan Samerano. We have not forgotten them, and we have not forgotten the October 7th horrific pictures. So I'm telling various leaders from around the world, my friends, don't pressure us and don't lecture us. We fight that battle in Gaza. We are fighting another war here in the United States, on the streets and campuses. Jewish and Israeli students, young people who just trying to learn. All of them, or most of them, are being harassed, threatened, even assaulted. Universities are supposed to be a place of learning, and not a place that's been overrun by mobs who openly glorify Hamas. Do you know them? Intifada, right here, in front of the Grand Central Station, in Union Square, in Washington Square, of course, in Columbia campus, of course. Well, those mobs deny the October 7th massacre and burn, my friends, not the Israeli flag, the American flag. And I'm saying to my American friends, these protests are filled with wild people who are supported by, let's see if you know, Qatar. Yeah, by Qatar. They don't only want our head, that's for sure. They want yours as well. My friends, we are saying to Hamas, we are saying to the mobs and to the Ayatollahs, you will not destroy us. We are winning and you are losing. And we say to those on the campuses trying to intimidate the next generation, you will not silence us. You will not apologize. We will not apologize for defending our homeland. And my friends, we must hold academic institutes accountable. Freedom of speech is not freedom of hate. And thank you. And university leaders must decide, will they stand with the truth or with the terror? Will they side with those that murdered 2 young boys with the bare hands, Hamas, or with the people that can't even condemn the murder of a pregnant woman? By the way, the first time was in Hebron in 1929, then in Jerusalem in 1948, and last week in Samaria, Tze'ela Gez, a young pregnant woman, Hashem Yikom Dama. And I'm saying from here, from New York, with leaders like Abu Mazen, who has not condemned the attack. Where are you, Abu Mazen? It's 72 hours after the barbaric attack. Of course. Well, my friends, we have seen this before in history. We know where it leads. When a fascist and racist regimes says they will kill you, you better believe them. The war with Hamas is not about territory, it's about our existence. It's a battle of the Western world versus the axis of evil. And on every front. On the battlefield, in the media, on the campuses. We must be strong, but not only strong. I will tell you another word. Strong and united. We don't celebrate murder, but we will never apologize for defending our people. We did not choose this war. They attacked us on October 7th. And ever since that dark day, we have stood united in a way we haven't seen in decades. Jews of all backgrounds and practice coming together with one message. And the message is, it's a very simple one. We are one nation, Am Echad. But we must continue to stay united. We can argue and disagree, but it must be done in a respectful manner. My friends, we will continue to pray for the release of all remaining 58 hostages. To the brave soldiers of the IDF, we thank them, we admire them, we salute them, and may we always remember to say, Am Israel Chai, the Jewish people live and will always live. Toda Rabba Lachem.
So as we all pray together for the return of our brothers and sisters of the 58 hostages, I now invite to the stage Ayelet, mother of Yonatan Samerano.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ayelet, and I'm the mother of Yonatan Mordechai Samerano, who was shot at the entrance of Kibbutz Be'eri and was abducted by a social worker from UNRWA. Before everything, I want to tell you what my life looks like. I enter Yonatan Mordechai's room every morning. His helmet is laying next to his bed, and it still has the scent of my auntie's perfume. I smell it, close my eyes, and imagine that my auntie is here. And I say to him, "Good morning, my beautiful boy, the light of the whole world." I sit on the sofa, close my eyes, and scream to God. And then I turn to my auntie and ask, "Yonatan Mordechai, will you come back? When will you come back? In what condition or status will you return?" Today, we marched here in New York, and you came to see, to march, and to strengthen together with us the state of Israel. I choose today to see you, to hear you, all of you. And I want to strengthen you and tell you, the people of Israel live. The people of Israel always live. Now, the people of Israel live and will always live. עם ישראל חי, עם ישראל לעולם יהיה חי. The people of Israel are beautiful, are strong. They are sorry, I'm without my glasses. Sacrifice life. And all Jews are brothers, and they do not let their brothers fall. We came here representatives of all the hostages' family. And you are all our brothers and sisters, and I get to see every time anew how everyone is with us in pain and in prayer for everyone. My auntie needs to come home. Everyone needs to come back home. 58 hostages must return home. We march today in New York, in a city where there are representatives from all over the world, in a city where ambassadors and people who have taken upon themselves a mission of peace and not of war. But the United Nations kidnapped my son. The United Nations ignores everything related to the rights of the people of Israel, and the United Nations does not do what it was established for. I hope those people who have taken upon themselves the most important mission will wake up in time and understand that there is no place for terrorists in the world. You can't justify terror with any excuse. You can't give in to terror. October 7 is only terrorism. October 7 was a terror attack. And whoever chooses to see the events of October 7 as if it were part of a regional conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is deliberately turning a blind eye. And I am here to tell and to warning them, don't be surprised if it will knock your door one day. Stop it today. Call on the whole world to stand by Israel. Demand the return of the hostages because they are not bringing cheap to straight a terrorist organization. The hostages are people. They are our children. They are our parents. They are our brothers. They have a whole world. They had happy experiences and funny stories. They had achievements and dreams for a lifetime. And they need to return to their families. And there is no difference at all whether they are still breathing or no longer alive. They are a whole world, each one of them. And I'm gonna tell you all the names, please. Aviv Atzili, Avinatan Or, Eviatar David, Uriel Baruch, Ilan Weiss, Itai Chen, Eitan Avraham Mor, Eitan Horn, Eitan Levi, Alon Oel, Eliyahu Margalit, Elkana Bochbut, Asaf Hamami, Ariel Kunis, Aryeh Zalmanovich, Bar Kupstein, Judy Weinstein, Chagai Weinstein, Guy Iluz, Guy Gilboa Dalal, Gali Berman, David Cunio, Daniel Shimon Peretz, Dror Or, Hadar Goldin, Ziv Berman. Sorry. Tal Chaimi, Yair Horn, Yair Yaakov, Yonatan Mordechai Samerano, Yossi Sharabi, Yosef Chaim Ochana, Lior Rodaif, Muhammad Alatrash, Meni Godard, Maxim Herkin, Matan Angrest, Matan Tsengauker, Nimrod Cohen, Shachar Baruch, Oz Daniel, Omer Nautra, Amiram Cooper, Omri Miran, Inbar Haiman, Idan Shtivi, Ofra Kedar, Ron Barslevsky, Ronen Angel, Rani Gvili, Segev Khalfon, Shai Levinson, Tamir Adar, וTamir Nimrodi. We are waiting for you at home. just a little more. We will not rest and will not be stopped until everyone returns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hear that we all join your prayers, all our prayers. I'd like to call upon the team of the Jerusalem Conference for a special award to Consul General New York, Ophir Akunis. That will join us again to the stage. Part of the diplomatic efforts for the State of Israel. Thank you very much. Of course, this is the moment to remind everyone that this event is a special partnership with the Israeli Consulate. Thank you very much, Ophir Akunis, for all your activity 24/7 for the State of Israel.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. From the heart of international diplomacy in the halls of the United Nations, we now welcome Dani Danon, Israeli ambassador to the UN, for a conversation with ILTV's Emily Schrader.
All right, everybody awake? Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining us today. I'd like to get right to what's going on this week when it comes to the humanitarian aid. As you know, we've watched the UN repeatedly accuse Israel of obstructing aid, even when hundreds of trucks of aid were going into Gaza on a daily basis. Now that Israel has a plan to work with non-UN partners, the UN's obstructing this plan. Why is the UN seemingly incapable of holding Hamas accountable for their theft of aid, knowing full well that this aid often doesn't even get into the hands of the Gazans who need it?
Well, Emily, first of all, I'm very happy to be here this afternoon with many friends. You know, for me, it's inspiring to march on Fifth Avenue, to see so many friends of Israel, you know, coming from the UN. Usually I'm by myself carrying the flag, but, you know, seeing so many friends, it gives us a lot of courage. And we just, heard the mother of Jonathan, Ayelet, and we know we have a long way to go until we bring all of them back home. I have no expectation from the UN. So we have to understand that today what's happening, that the United States and Israel are taking a different course without the UN. And they're upset about it. They don't understand how can we even discuss humanitarian issues without the UN. But the UN failed. They failed before October 7th. They failed after October 7th. The fact until today, almost 19 months after October 7th, the Secretary General of the United Nations, he haven't visited Israel yet. That's outrageous. And also we know everything about UNRWA. I think what's happening today, we see the leadership of the US coming with new ideas, also with the humanitarian issues. And the UN, they are trying to boycott it, but it will not help them. They can choose maybe to join it, but they cannot stop it.
Now, changing gears a little bit, we have seen a renewed push for Palestinian statehood, particularly in the UN, even after the atrocities of October 7th. Can you explain a bit about why this is so dangerous and what you are doing within the UN to fight back against this?
You know, for us, and I'm not talking about my friends from Yehuda Shomron, Dudu, and many other friends, you know, to speak about the Palestinian state, it's science fiction today. Let's admit it. But some people at the United Nations are actually considering this idea. And on June 17th, there will be a conference in the United Nations that France and Saudi Arabia will lead this conference. And the title of the conference will be a Palestinian state. and they are encouraging head of states to come and to attend. So for sure, we will not take part of this fiasco. It's detached from reality. Together with the United States, we are telling our allies that they should look at what happened on October 7th. They should see what's happening today in Judea and Samaria, that, the PA, they are very weak. Today we're taking a lot of actions in Judea and Samaria because the PA is not capable of doing much. So I think for us, we will continue to work together with the US and make sure that those ideas would stay in the mind of those people.
It's interesting you brought up that the PA is too weak to carry out the necessary duties, because we've also seen Israel picking up the slack for Syria, for Lebanon, for Yemen, for seemingly many, many Arab countries in the Middle East pushing back against the Iranian proxies, terror groups. But I want to ask you, you mentioned the U.S. partnership. How is that relationship going inside of the UN today, given that we see repeated resolutions calling for ceasefire without the release of our hostages and other anti-Israel resolutions on a regular basis? Is Israel getting the support that we need from key allies?
Absolutely. And I want to thank the United States. We have read too many headlines, not in Besheva, don't worry, but in other outlets, speaking about a crisis between Israel and the US. That's a lie. The US is standing with us. This last week, I was at the Security Council of the United Nations 3 times, and I heard the words of the US ambassador. We know that they are standing with us, and even today, when you speak with the officials, I met Ambassador Witkoff last week, and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke with President Trump last week. They're standing with us, achieving all the goals of the war, which are bringing all the hostages back and defeating Hamas. So for us, we are not worried about it.
Now, a final question. I know we don't have much longer, but I want to ask you, I know Israel has made quite a few diplomatic strides, even within the UN, the theater of the absurd, and a lot of that is to credit to you for the work that you have done. What are some of your accomplishments within the UN that you have worked on, even during this extremely difficult time?
So, Emily, I never thought I'll come back to this position. By the way, I'm the first, probably the only Israeli to serve twice at the United Nations. After 5 years, it's more than enough. So when I finished my first term, I thought that's it. I wrote a book, I got re-elected to the Knesset, and I moved on. But October 7th changed all of our lives. And when Prime Minister asked me to come back, I told him that I will do it with honor. And we are doing a lot. I just came back 2 weeks ago. I took a delegation of UN ambassadors to Auschwitz and to Israel. And I was surprised to see that 30 UN ambassadors registered and joined me. And it speaks volumes. When during a wartime, you have so many ambassadors coming to stand with us, to march with us in Auschwitz, and then going to see what happened on October 7th. We still have friends. Not everybody is against us, but we have to be strong. We have to decide what we want to achieve, how we want to achieve it, and the rest will follow us.
All right, well, hopefully we'll continue to see more developments on the diplomatic front, thanks to leaders like you. Ambassador Danon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No, I spoke about the Secretary General.
Right, you suspended their visas, so why don't you give the right picture for everyone? You cannot ask somebody to come, but also suspend their visa.
I will answer your question. First of all, Secretary Guterres doesn't need a visa. He should have been in Israel on October 8th. That's the role of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Regarding UN officials who are spreading lies against Israel, we will not allow them to come to Israel and continue with that. If they want to do humanitarian work, they are welcome. If they want to do advocacy against Israel, they should do it here at the UN, but not inside Israel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now continue, and thank you for the participation of the crowd. In the spirit, truly, it's good. In the spirit of our faith, in the spirit of communal leadership in the Jewish world, here in Israel and around the world, we are honored to invite to the stage Rabbi Moshe Hauer, Executive Vice President of the Orthodox Union. Bevakasha.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be able to be here and to participate. We thank Dudu and the whole team for it. And I want to note, last year, the year before, we were in the New York Hilton. So people think, they're trying to save a few bucks. They're making a statement. Dudu made a statement, and it's a critical statement. And the statement is that Israel is with the Jewish community. Here we are. Anachnu babayit. Anachnu babayit. And the connection, the essential connection of Israel to the Jewish community. We saw it on the street today. It's magnificent to see Jews of all kinds, supporters of Israel of all kinds, coming out, coming together. The strength, it reminds us of the gift that God has given us in our time of Medinat Yisrael as an anchor of identity for the Jewish world. Jews who perhaps don't visit a synagogue like this or a synagogue at all. Jews who perhaps are not dedicated to Jewish education or sending their kids to Jewish schools to study. But Israel provides an identity. It's the connection with the diaspora community that has been spoken about before that has to be underscored. And even for members of the community who are coming to pray in Batei Knesset, who are sending their children to schools, we know that for us the gift of Israel is that it provides the energy and the passion of our Jewish life. For Jews across the spectrum, we send our children for summers, we send them for gap years. We want to be recharged in our connection to our people and to Judaism. What do? We try to book a flight to Israel. B'hatzlacha. We should be able to do so. I think now it's cheaper to rent the New York Hilton. But it's a tremendous, tremendous recognition that has to lie for us at the core. And that's what we saw on the street that reminds us, and bringing this conference home into a shul, into a historic and strong shul in the Jewish community, expresses and underscores that as well. The gift of Israel can perhaps lead us sometimes to a bit of hubris, to say this is the statement that never again. And Rahman al-Itzlan, we should never need to be reminded again that we remain and will always remain in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in the hands of God, whose protection we should always merit. But one aspect that without any question the state of Israel has given us, if it hasn't given us invincibility, which we know that it has not. It has given us the ability, the framework, the tools for Jews to be there for each other. Rav Yisrael Salanter famously taught that when it comes to your own fate, you're supposed to believe in God, and when it comes to looking out for another Jew, you're supposed to act as if there is no God, as if it is completely in your hands to assume full responsibility. And that's part of that gift of community for us as we have the model of Israel. The presentation, the appearance here on behalf of the hostage families, how the Jewish people, all of us, pray, stand up for each other, make efforts. It's the model, it's the work that we have to do. It's the value that we have to hold strongest. And we here in the American Jewish community, we look to Israel and its army, to Israel and its people and its leadership. And we look at them with admiration. I speak on behalf of us, on behalf of our community, we will never moralize to Israel about what they have to think about and what they have to do better. We believe, please, Ki mitzion teitzei Torah udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. Zion is not just our home. It's the source and the basis from which our morality shall emanate, from which our belief system comes, from where the strength. We stand with absolute pride in the values that motivate the soldiers of Tzahal. We here in America don't know better how they should be caring for themselves, how they should be caring for others. If we have a question, if we have a concern, we have plenty of ears in whom we can whisper it, and we can ask, and we can perhaps share a thought or a perspective, but never will we stand as if we are the ones to lecture and to tell what to do. We are proud of the privilege of being associated with, of being connected to, of centering our lives, the lives of our nation, the lives of our faith, around a country that is building itself to be a true light for the nations, showing how a battle is fought, the morality of defending oneself. We are not moral. We are not more moral in America. We're safer. So we think we can afford to make these calls and make these distinctions. We stand, Be'ezrat Hashem, with this zechut. We are in the days counting down to the two destinations of our people when we left Egypt. We went to Sinai and we went to Eretz Avotenu, Eretz Zavat Chalav Udvash. Those are the 2 points of where we direct ourselves towards. May we stand together as a nation, as a community, recognizing the bond, the eyes that the Jewish people have and hold towards Israel for its light, for its guidance, for its strength. May it bring us together. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Rabbi Hauer. Now, a conversation at the crossroads of innovation, global partnerships, and Israel's economic vision. Please welcome Nili Shalev, CEO of the Israel Export Institute, in dialogue with journalist Tal Heinrich.
Israel, a land of creativity, resilience, and innovation. A small country with a global impact, contributing 4 times more to the global economy than its demographic weight. Israel is a global leader in innovation, ranked number 1 in startups per capita, number 1 in R&D expenditure as a percentage of the GDP, number 2 in venture capital funding per capita, over $10 billion annually, home to 520 global R&D centers, and over 50% of Israel's exports come from high tech. IEI Connect, bringing you the best of Israeli innovation. Working with 5,000 Israeli companies, hosting 576 global activities, including delegations, exhibitions, seminars, training sessions, scouting, roadshows, and investors' connections. Discover innovation, create connections, build your global competitive edge. Join Israel's global trade journey today. Your next breakthrough awaits. The Israel Export Institute, in partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Economy and the Foreign Trade Administration.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure. It's a privilege to be here, I think, for the 3rd year for me personally, which is amazing. As I was making my way here, it was kind of challenging. It was very warm, and I was thinking to myself, why am I wearing this thick sweater? And then I just reminded myself that the first and last time I was wearing this outfit, it was for the Prime Minister's speech at the United Nations, and you all remember what happened right after. So just saying, after that speech. Hello, Nili. It was the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, if you... Okay.
Oh, okay.
Nili, so Israel has been through a lot over the past 5 years, and I'm not just talking about the war, but also we've had, 4 rounds of elections and social unrest and whatnot. And despite everything, I think we can say that economically, the country has managed to weather the storm. How would you explain that?
So definitely, I think we had basically 5 lost years of growth, but the economy stayed strong. the economy, as you said, weathered these 5 years. And I think that the main reason, or there are a few reasons. First of all, we entered this 5 years, COVID, political unrest, and then the horrible October 7th, which was a shock to all the country. So we entered them economically very strong. Israel economy had a very low debt, high rate of employment, so almost non-unemployment. We had low inflation. We had high foreign currency reserves, and we had booming high-tech industry. So we entered these 5 years very strong. I think it helped us weather these times. And I think that also, of course, the Israeli spirit and the Israeli, especially the high-tech sector, where we say we deliver no matter what, and business continues no matter what. Although many of the people were in reserve, and the situation was challenging, and the world was there was unrest. I think that these two factors, the strength of the Israeli economy, how we entered the conflict, and the second is the strength of the high tech and the economy itself.
So zooming in on the high-tech sector, how big of a role does it play in Israel's exports?
So today, Israel's high-tech is definitely the locomotive of the Israeli economy. It pulls all the economy up. Today, the high-tech sector is about 50% of the Israel's exports. About 20% of the GDP is high-tech, and about 16% of the workforce, which doesn't sound much. It's, I think, probably the highest number in the world. So this has a dramatic effect on the Israeli economy, and we need to do everything we can to keep it going, because this is the essence of our growth. It's
the engine. In your view, what sets Israel apart as a leader in the fields of innovation and science?
I think, Israel, as you all know, is a small country, and not all the time being small is something positive, but I think from this perspective, being small gives us some
it's about quality,
value.
not quantity.
Exactly. So being small enables us to create an ecosystem which is unique. And this unique ecosystem where you have strong academic research, you have a huge investment in R&D, the highest in the world, the highest percentage in the world. You have a lot of multinational companies in the ecosystem, a lot of investors in the ecosystem. Everything is small. You know everyone. It helps us develop a very strong Israeli high-tech ecosystem. Just on the flight this morning, you saw all the people talking about their investment, their companies. Top investors came on the flight. This is an ecosystem that can happen only in such a small, unique country. So
it's amazing the way you described the flight and the fact that you got here just now.
Yeah, that's also amazing. Crossing Fifth Avenue was a challenge.
Where do you think when we talk about Israel's experts level, where do we currently stand, and what are your expectations, let's say, for the next few years?
So to be honest, first of all, Israel's exports is not currently growing, but it's not declining. So I think that's fair enough for the tough 5 years we just had. I think it's fair enough, but I'm very optimistic about Israel's exports and Israel industry as well as high tech. I think that the essence of Israel is innovation. And I think that we've shown throughout the years that from the resilience of the country, the resilience of the industry and the high tech will show us the way to grow, and definitely we'll see growth in the future. Also now, when we look at Israel, Israel is growing more than other developed countries, which is quite amazing, taking into account what...
One last sentence about the ties between American Jewry and Israel. How do you see the role of Jews in the diaspora as when it comes to supporting Israeli experts?
So I think all of you have a role in the Israeli economy. I think that the Jewish community, especially here in New York, throughout the years, supported the Israeli high-tech ecosystem and enabled companies to be listed on NASDAQ, on the New York Stock Exchange, pushed companies to find collaboration and to enter in collaboration with big multinationals. And I think the Jewish community in New York is important, has a crucial role, especially in times like this. So I think that anyone that is for Israel needs to see how he gets active also from an economic perspective and
Amen.
supports the high-tech ecosystem in Israel.
So keep it up. Thank you. Thank you
you
so
very
much.
Indeed,
Nili
keep it up. Thank you very much. And now, a symbol of business excellence and philanthropic commitment. Please welcome Hagit Levayev-Sofeyev, President and CEO of Levayev Group USA, for a conversation with Emily Schrader.
Hello again, everyone. So, Yoni, thank you for that introduction, but there are a few things I want to add about Hagit that I think are important to note beyond just her being the CEO of the Levayev Group. She is also the president of the Bukharian Jewish Congress in the United States, the first woman to ever hold that position, also a candidate for the World Zionist Congress elections, and a newly appointed member of the Board of Governors at the Jewish Agency. So it's an honor to be here with you today and to speak a little bit about your work and what you're doing. Just to start, I want to ask you, you've recently taken on several new high-profile roles, the president of the Bukharian Jewish Congress, running for the World Zionist Congress, and joining the Board of Governors. What inspired you to take this to a new level of involvement in the Jewish community?
Thank you. So first of all, it's an honor to be here today. Thank you so much to Besheva Group and Dudu for this wonderful conference and very important one, and the team. I think that, we can sometimes get very comfortable and think like we're doing enough, but at some point, it's not enough. We see what's going on around us. We see the rise in anti-Semitism. We see a divided leadership. We see the loss of Jewish identity. And as much as I was involved in many philanthropic initiatives focusing on Jewish education, focusing on Israel, a lot more needed to be done. And it was really special to join on such a national level, also with the Bukharian Jewish Congress, as you said. Yes, the first woman in that title, which is a big honor and a very good advancement for our community. And I felt like it was very important to really give a structure, to give a voice, and to represent my community proudly. We are almost 100,000 US community members here, and we need our voices heard. And this is also the reason why I wanted to run for the World Zionist Congress. I'm running with the ZOA. Hopefully we're going to hear the results very soon. And also joining the Board of Governors of the Jewish Agency, because these are really the most significant Jewish organizations in the world. They are making the most major decisions for Jews and decide on the future of Jewish people. And it's very important to have people that are smart and understand what's going on that can bring their voice to the table.
Absolutely. I want to ask you, with everything going on from your perspective today, what is the biggest challenge facing American Jewry?
In my opinion, it starts and ends with Jewish education. People think the major problems that American Jews are facing today is maybe anti-Semitism, assimilation, and other problems, but in my opinion, it all starts. These are all symptoms. It all starts with the lack of Jewish education. A lot of people don't prioritize Jewish education, and even worse, people cannot afford Jewish education. And I think the fact that people cannot afford it here in America is really the biggest crisis. I recently spoke with a mother who sends her kids to public school, and I was asking her, how does your son get along in that school since October 7? It's so dangerous. There's, a rise in anti-Semitism. How does he get along? And she was giving me all the excuses in the world that her son is doing great and everything is perfect and he loves the school. And as we're talking, her son walks in the room, and I direct the question to him, and he tells me, don't worry, nobody even knows I'm Jewish in my school. And to hear such an answer, it really broke my heart, because we're trying to raise a proud generation of proud Jewish kids, and we're placing them in environments where people feel like they have to hide their identity, which is really terrible. And this has been our focus for the past 30 years. My father, who started the Levayev Foundation, Mr. Lev Levayev, has been focusing on Jewish education, opening hundreds of schools, and trying to make Jewish education accessible to more people.
All right, I know we don't have very much time, so we'll try to keep it brief, but I want to ask you, you're a CEO, you're a mother, a public servant, a philanthropist. I don't know if you have enough titles. Most people would be comfortable just running a successful business, which you clearly are, but you're taking on more with every single day, it seems. How are you making it all work?
As I said, I really feel like we need to do more. And sometimes when running a successful business and doing things for yourself, it's great, but it doesn't give you fulfillment and it doesn't give you the purpose. If you have a voice, you want to make your voice heard, you want to help out. And I also grew up in a household where my parents are incredible role models to a life of giving, and seeing what they do for the entire Jewish community is inspiring and incredible. And I just grew into this, and I wanted to continue. And everything that I do with all the titles that I have, especially as a mother of 5, I do for the next generation, and with my children in mind and the entire Jewish nation in mind. My children are here today. I schlepped them along after the parade. And I'm doing this because I want them to have a role model, and I want them to see leadership, what it's like from firsthand, and hopefully we can help the entire Jewish nation.
Well, thank you, Hagid Levayev, for stepping up and for being a leader. We need more of those, and we appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your activity. And now, with gratitude for his contributions to national enrichment and education, we welcome Benny Dreyfus, CEO of מפעל הפיס.
אין על הצפון שלנו. האוויר, הנחלים, כל הירוק הזה מסביב. האמת התגעגענו. עכשיו סוף סוף אפשר לבקר בו. הקהילה בצפון, בעלי עסקים בצפון. הם צריכים שנבקר בו.
מפעל הפיס והשלטון המקומי והאזורי מודים לכ-130,000 האנשים שהשתתפו בפרויקט הצפון פתוח וביקרו באתרים ובאטרקציות בצפון כדי לעזור ולפתוח אותו מחדש. מפעל הפיס, הכל חוזר לקהילה.
Hi, good evening. The ministers, it's a great honor to be here and representing מפעל הפיס, Lottery Authority, a body that has become an integral part of Israeli society. A few words about us. מפעל הפיס is not just about lottery drawing. It is an enterprise of hope, opportunity, and giving back to the community. Since its beginning, מפעל הפיס has been accompanying the state of Israel on various steps along the way by supporting education, welfare, culture, health, and community development. In recent years, we have developed greatly in the periphery, encouraged groundbreaking social programs, and supporting NGO and organizations that facilitate true charge from the field. Our mission was, and still, is to make Israel a better place for us all. I want to add a few words about Avigdor Yitzhaki, the legendary chairman of Mifal HaPais, and who was an inspiration for me, passed away last month. He will always be remembered for his words as guiding his activities. I don't want to build building. I want to touch the soul of our people. Avigdor was an exemplary figure, a leader who touched the hearts of many, not only through projects and structures, but through listening, empathy, and his deep commitment to the public. He believed that public achievement is measured not only in milestones, but in people too, those who are giving a chance, giving hope, giving trust. His vision to strengthen Israeli society through values of responsibility, equality, and mutual guarantee will continue become from Mifal HaPais in the future as well, always remaining an integral part of our effort. The events of October 7 and the war have introduced unprecedented challenge, evidence mainly in their impact on individual families and sometimes even entire community. It is this difficult time that the value of mutual guarantee assumes even greater importance, not only as moral value, but as foundation for action. One of the consequences of October 7 and the war is a concerning rise in addiction in various forms, substance, gambling, alcohol, and medicines, mainly targeting populations that were directly harmed by the war. Mifal HaPais doesn't just stand by and watch. We have recently posted RFP for financing projects relating to mental health and treating and preventing addiction. And we have invested approximately 5 million shekel in various initiated intended to fortify the population directly harmed by the war. As part of the national emergency effort, Mifal HaPais has allocated over 82 million shekel to the public in Israel, placing an emphasis on supporting and helping population most in need. Over the past 18 months, we have invested over 1 billion shekel in education, welfare, scholarship, public building, and periphery access to culture. Our scholarship division has also joined the national effort since the war began. We have been granted scholarship to sustain voluntary in settlement in the Gaza border area, helping farmers and supporting families of reservists. This is how we ensure that the future generation will not only continue to study, but will also volunteer and contribute to society out of sense of calling a responsibility. Each of these initiatives is intended not only as support for the harmed individual, but also restore their confidence in themselves and in the resilience of our society. Another program we started in the week of the war, that we see the movie before, is to help rehabilitate the North. Recently, as a resident of the North returned to their homes and as part of Mifal HaPais' commitment to the local authority and their residents, our board of directors has approved a 10 million shekel allocation to help the economic revived and to encourage tourism to the North and Gaza border area by providing free admission to various family attractions in these areas. The initiative called The North is Open is not only economic support for tourism. It sends a clear message to the residents of this area that they are not alone and that the people of Israel will not abandon our beautiful and strong regions. מפעל הפיס will continue to stand by the local authority and support the community as they return their lives. For us at מפעל הפיס, mutual guarantee is not just a slogan, it is not an empty saying. It is our daily mode of operation which leads all of our project, even in tough time like this. Our goal is not just to battle trauma, but also to rehabilitate, build, and restore hope, and that a daily and long task that comes without no shortcomings. Dear friends, I believe that despite all of hardships, we will be able to strengthen, build, lift our head up high and move forward. In closing, we cannot stand by without standing a heartfelt praying and deep hope for the rapid and safe return of all our hostages. Our hearts are with the families, the soldiers at the front, and anyone bearing the pain and concern on daily basis. In remembering the fallen, we share the pain and hug the families. We all look forward to and hope for days of peace and the return of our loved ones. Thank you.
Representing vision and dedication to Israel's diverse regions, I now call upon Yitzhak Wasserlof, Minister for the Development of the Periphery, the Negev, and the Galilee. Okay. This is going to be a translated interview. We're going to talk in Hebrew, and we're going to test your Hebrew. שלום.
היי.
מה שלומך?
אני קצת צרוד.
קצת צרוד, ואתה קצת צרוד גם בגלל ההשתתפות במצעד?
אולי גם בגלל שאמרתי תפילה לשלום המדינה בבית הכנסת.
זה ספוילר. אז אתה היית במצעד. You were in the march. Tell us really about your feelings, ספר לנו על התחושות שלך, התובנות שלך, your insights after taking part in this parade.
קודם כל אתה רואה את כולם צועדים ומרעיפים אהבה. כל כך הרבה אהבה למדינת ישראל, לעם ישראל. זה פעם ראשונה אגב שאני משתתף במצעד, וזה מילא אותי ממש בגאווה של העם שלנו.
Minister Wasserlof says that this is the first time that he participated in this parade. And first of all, he felt the love of so many people marching throughout the streets, dancing, singing with the flags, and it gave him a feeling of pride, of Jewish pride, of Israeli pride.
אני אגיד לך מה התובנה שלי. אני רוצה שאת האהבה הזאת יחוו חבר'ה שמיניסטים אחרי י"ב. אני רוצה שיגיעו מהנגב והגליל לשנת שירות, כאן ובעוד מקומות בעולם, ויחוו את האהבה הזאת. לכן פניתי לסוכנות שנעשה מיזם משותף ביחד, המשרד שלי, יחד עם הסוכנות, להביא לפה לשנת שירות צעירים שיקבלו את האהבה הזאת ויחזירו אותה למדינת ישראל.
Wow, so really one of the insights that Minister Wasserlof had from participating in the parade was the fact that he wanted others, especially young boys and girls age 18 from the 12th grade to understand what he felt. And to do so, he called upon the Jewish Agency and other authorities to create a national service, a Shirut Leumi period, for young boys and girls to understand this embracement from Jewish diaspora, as we all felt during this parade, that the young boys and girls in Israel, before they're drafted to the IDF, will feel this as well. עכשיו אני רוצה לשאול אותך, בענייני היום, אנחנו שומעים את הכותרות בנוגע לסיוע ההומניטרי שכן ייכנס לרצועת עזה. איך אתה מתייחס לדבר הזה? אני רק אתרגם את השאלה. I'm asking about the humanitarian aid. We're hearing reports from Israel that there is a sort of part of humanitarian aid that is going to be entering Gaza, and we hear families of hostages who are coming out against this. How can the humanitarian aid go in and fuel Hamas during these days?
אוקיי, אז בקבינט הקודם שהשתתפתי בו, היה דיון מאוד גדול על הסיוע המוניטרי. זה הטריד את חברי הקבינט. אותנו זה לא כל כך הטריד, אבל חברי קבינט שישבו שם חששו מהסיוע כשיהיה לחץ וידרשו להכניס. וידענו כולנו שאם אנחנו לא נייצר איזשהו מסלול, שמסלול חלוקה שונה, אז ההומניטרי הזה יגיע לידיים של החמאס.
So first of all, Minister Wasserloff is saying he's not surprised that even in a cabinet meeting some time ago, it was obvious, and the answer were for those who were worried about what's going to happen is that, yes, there needs to be some sort of alternative mechanism to transfer some sort of aid to the citizens to prevent the humanitarian crisis. And if there wouldn't be that alternative system, then the pressure will begin.
אני אמרתי, למה אנחנו צריכים להכניס להם בכלל סיוע מוניטרי, שיביאו לנו את החטופים, ואז אנחנו מוכנים להכניס להם סיוע מוניטרי. אבל התקבלה החלטה אחרת, אבל אני שומע היום, וזה מטריד אותי.
I just want to mention that. So what Minister Wasserloff is saying is that he said that no humanitarian aid should enter Gaza until the hostages are out. But what happened?
טוב, אולי יש עיתונות שאני גם לא מבין אנגלית. אני אגיד לכם ככה, הסיוע ההומניטרי הזה, אם הוא מגיע לידיים של החמאס, ואתה מכניס לוחמים שילחמו בחמאס, זה קצת סותר, כי מצד אחד אתה רוצה להילחם, מצד שני, ביד השנייה, אתה מנשים את החמאס. ולכן, עוצמה יהודית, תחשוב טוב מה הצעדים הבאים שלנו בנושא הזה. אבל זה מנוף לחץ, אנחנו מבינים שזה מנוף לחץ מאוד משמעותי על החמאס, לשחרור חטופים, ולכן צריך להשתמש במנוף הזה.
Okay. So Minister Wasserloff is saying that as a party, they will think what they need to do because there is a serious problem that you're allowing the humanitarian aid to enter Gaza while our soldiers are fighting there.
אני שומע את הזעקה של חלק מהאנשים כאן, אמנם באמת, אני אומר ככה, I don't speak English, but I understand Jewish. אני מבין את מה שאתם מרגישים, שאף אחד פה בחדר לא יחשוב או לא ישלט עצמו וגם לא יאמין לחלק ממה שאומרים. החטופים חשובים לכולנו. אני לא חושב שיש מישהו בחדר שחושב שצריכים להשאיר חטוף אחד בעזה. האחריות שלנו להחזיר את כולם, ולשם כך אנחנו שולחים את החברים שלנו, את האחים שלנו, את הילדים שלנו כדי ללחם, על מנת להחזיר אותם הביתה כמה שיותר מהר.
Minister Wasserloff is answering also the claims here in the audience and also claims against the government, saying that this government does not care about the hostages, and he is saying clearly he cares about the hostages. He wants all the hostages home. We send our children and our friends to fight in Gaza to bring back the hostages, to create the pressure on Hamas, and the hostages are important very much to everyone. ונסיים בהתעסקות, נחזור להתעסקות של המשרד שלך. איך אתה חושב שאפשר לרתום את מה שאנחנו רואים כאן, שראינו בחוץ, למען הנגב והגליל? How could you use this connection, this love, to help what you're trying to, the leverage in Israel to strengthen the areas of the periphery?
יש לנו כל כך הרבה פרויקטים מדהימים שאנחנו רוצים לקדם. הרבה פעמים החסמים הם חסמים תקציביים, ואנחנו רוצים להשקיע משאבים ולצמצם פערים חברתיים ולייצר מנועי צמיחה בנגב ובגליל. והנה מי ששומע אותי מכאן, אני שותף, אני פרטנר. המשרד שלי הוא מחפש שותפים, כמה שיותר שותפים, כדי לפתח את הנגב והגליל. יש כל כך הרבה דברים מדהימים שאנחנו יכולים לעשות. ולכן אני מושיט את ידי לכל מי שמעוניין, גם להציע רעיונות וגם להציע פתרונות ותקציב נוסף.
Minister Wasserloff is saying that we must explain to Jewish diaspora how much we need help and assistance and support to really strengthen the periphery. There's so much to do there, especially after what happened during the war, also in the north, also in the south. And he offers everyone here in the hall, everyone watching us online, to be part of strengthening these important areas who really have suffered so much throughout the war, and to strengthen them and then bring them up and really let them flourish together. Minister Wasserloff, toda rabba.
תודה רבה.
And now, thank you very much, Minister Wasserloff. Uplifting the spirit of volunteering and national integration, we will now hear from Yaron Lutz, CEO of the Israeli Volunteer Association.
על העיקר הזה אנו עומדים וממנו לא נזוז. שכל מי שיתמסר במשך 2 שנים לשירות החברה החדשה, הרי הוא רשאי להיות חבר בה, בלי הבדל לאום או דת. רק אז תהיה ציון לציון.
כל בוקר מחדש.
אני זוכה לראות, לשמוע,
לגעת,
לתת. ביטחון המדינה זה כבר לא מושג שקוראים עליו בעיתון, או שומעים עליו ברדיו או בטלוויזיה. זה היום-יום שלנו.
להיות במרכז העשייה, לעמוד בחזית הדיפלומטית, למצב את מעמדה של ישראל, ובכך לשמר את החוסן הלאומי שלה.
גם בארץ וגם בעולם, אנחנו עם אחד. להיות שם בקהילות, בבתי הספר, ואפילו בעת לחימה. אחרי הכל, אנחנו אחים.
עברתי הרבה דברים בחיים. לא פעם ולא פעמיים, כמעט הגעתי לקצה. מצאתי את הריפוי שלי בטבע, בחיבור לאדמה, להיות כתובת לנוער בסיכון כמוני, זו זכות אדירה.
השירות בגן הפך אותי לעצמאית. אני חלק מהצוות, מעריכים אותי. סוף סוף אני מרגישה משמעותית. אני כל כך אוהבת את הילדים, והם מחזירים לי אהבה.
אין זכות גדולה יותר מלהציל חיים, וזה לא משנה מאיזו עדה, דת או מגזר. כשאני צועדת בבית החולים עם האחריות הזאת על הכתפיים, אני פשוט מרגישה גם.
על העיקר הזה אנו עומדים וממנו לא נזוז. שכל מי שיתמסר במשך 2 שנים לשירות החברה החדשה, הרי הוא רשאי להיות חבר בה, בלי הבדל לאום או דת. רק אז תהיה ציון לציון.
My good friend, Sir Miki Zohar, the mayor of Binyamin, Israel Gantz. Shalom everyone. Before I begin, I want to thank my dear friends from the Besheva Group CEO Dudu Saada and his deputy Dudi Finkler for this opportunity to speak. I'm deeply grateful for your partnership and your commitment to strengthening Israeli society. Now, let me tell you why I've come here today. I've come from Israel with encouraging news. We will win. Yes, we face immense challenges from external threats to internal divisions. This past year and a half has tasted us like never before, but despite it all, we will win. And do you know why? Because Israel has the best, and I mean absolute best volunteers on the face of the earth. This is not wishful thinking. These are not empty words. As the CEO of the Israeli Volunteer Association, Israel's largest and most experienced volunteer organization, I'm telling you firsthand, volunteers are the key to the Israel's future. Since 1971, we have placed over 200,000 young Israeli and international volunteers in national service. They come from every corner of society, Jews and Arabs, religious and secular, Israeli-born and diaspora Jews, youth with special needs, and young people from challenging backgrounds. And together, they serve with unmatched passion, discipline, and heart. Our volunteers are everywhere. They are in hospitals, schools, security agencies, fire departments, social services, government offices, even in Israel's elite security units. They are teaching, saving lives, protecting our people, and holding the fabric of society together. They are not waiting for the future. They are building it. In a time when much of the world only see Israel through headlines and conflict, we see something deeper, something stronger, a rising generation that believes in responsibility, community, and the destiny of the Jewish people. That's what drives them. That's what drives us. The mission of the Israeli Volunteer Association is simple: to channel the energy of our youth into national stress. And in a country where every hand, every heart, every young person counts, this mission has never been more important. So I ask you, join us. Be part of this story. Support our volunteers. Stand with the young people who are standing for Israel day in and day out. Because in the end, they are the reason that we not only survive, but flourish. So, again, we will win. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you very much.
Miki Zohar is the Minister of Culture and Sports. He is a leader promoting the culture of dialogue and connection between all the parts of Israeli society and all parts of Jewish people worldwide. We now welcome Minister Zohar for a conversation with ILTV's executive editor, Maayan Hoffman.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
Minister Zohar, just today the IDF decided to expand its operations in the Gaza Strip while our hostages remain. Do you believe that something is going to be different today? You're a longtime minister of this government. Why are we continuing this war, and can we win?
We need to bring all of our 58 hostages back. This is the main mission, and we're going to do it. And of course, we cannot allow that Hamas will continue controlling Gaza. This is something that we cannot allow, because we cannot be in a position that Hamas point his weapon towards Israel against our citizens. So we decided to annex land. We decided to keep the land until they will bring back all of our hostages.
I'm going to move forward and we're going to...
I want to answer you. Okay. You want to hear my answer? Yes. Okay. First of all, we brought back 196 hostages. Just a second. Let me finish. You should respect me and let me finish. First of all, we brought back 196 hostages. And we will never give up of our 58 hostages. And this is what we want to do right now. Believe me, that after the death of Mahmoud Sinwar and after the decision of our government to annex land and to stay there until they will bring back our hostages, we have a clear chance to get them back, and you should know that.
We're going to have
We
to
will.
ask you to stop.
We will. Believe me, we will bring them home.
Thank you. Thank you for being willing to answer the question.
It's okay. It's okay.
So, just now, President Trump returned from the Gulf states where he was meeting with Saudi Arabia and Syria, and he's calling on the regional partners to join the Abraham Accords. But of course, a prerequisite to joining the Abraham Accords for Saudi Arabia is the formation of a Palestinian state, or at least a pathway to one. The Knesset has voted very strongly against this. Do you believe that there might be a shift that you would be willing to accept a Palestinian state? Why or why not in exchange for regional normalization?
First of all, I want to say we trust President Trump. We trust him and we support him, and we are sure that he will be supportive toward Israel. President Trump needs to take care of America. And he's doing that right now when he were in the Middle East. And it's very fine with us that he's taking care of the United States. But at the same time, I know that President Trump will never forget Israel. He will continue to support our country, and he will continue to help our country. So trust me, he won't allow Iran have a nuclear weapon, and also Israel won't allow Iran have nuclear weapon. We want that they will dismantle all of their facilities, and this is something that we insist on. Hopefully, it will happen that they will dismantle all of their facilities, and this is something that we insist on. Hopefully, it will happen by the top.
And enact sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. And enact sovereignty over Judea and Samaria is the time now.
Yes, I am. I believe so. And I am sure. Yes, you can clap about it, for sure. And we really hope so. It will happen soon. Because all of the land of Israel belongs to us. It doesn't belong to anyone. It's our country. It's our land. And about... Excuse me? Why do you think we want to sacrifice the hostages?
No.
Do you really believe what you are saying? No, miss. No, miss, you are wrong. We want all of our hostages back, and we mean to. And this is what we're trying to do. But trust me, when you are saying what you're saying, you help Hamas. Because Hamas now is stronger. Because you say to him, the government is going to give up. So don't do that. Support us, and we will bring together all of our hostages back.
Now, Minister Zohar, we are running out of time, and there is something very exciting that has gone on just in the last couple of days. You, as Minister of Culture and Sports, our own Yuval Rafael came in second in the Eurovision. We must mention it. So what do you want to say to Yuval in conclusion and to the people of Israel at such an exciting time?
This is amazing. This is amazing for Israel. We finished second, but the public loves our song. So I don't say don't trust the judges. But anyway, I think that we were deserved to be first, but we're okay with the second spot, and it's wonderful. We are a great country. We continue to grow and prospect and to be happy, and we will never stop dancing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A new day will rise. At the forefront of Israel's war in the battlefield of courts and banks, we are honored to now hear from attorney Nitzana Darshan-Leitner, president of Shurat Adin, who will be joined by journalist Tal Heinrich. Bevakasha.
All right, please be seated if you're still taking some photos. Nitzana.
Hi.
Great to have you here. So Shurat Adin, it's a civil rights organization in the real sense of the word civil rights, because nowadays we're used to, civil rights, human rights being euphemism for anti-Israel. But you've done some tremendously important work in terms of countering campaigns that seek to delegitimize the state of Israel. And you've been doing it on the legal side. What have you been focused on since October 7th? If you can give us some specific examples.
Shorat Adin is a non-for-profit organization that takes Israel's enemies to court. We bring lawsuits against terror organizations, state-sponsored terrorism, banks that provide financial services to terror organizations, social media that incite to terrorism, those who call to delegitimize the state of Israel, BDS, lawfare, war crimes allegation against IDF soldiers. So you can imagine that after October 7th, our work just simply doubled. And we found ourselves fighting everybody who's funding Hamas in order to choke off the flow of their money. Our idea is that money is the oxygen for everything, including terrorism, and the only way to dismantle Hamas, the only way to prevent Hamas from reviving again after the IDF will dismantle it and will destroy its ammunition, because Hamas remains as an idea. They will find a way to crawl back to Gaza and to build themselves up again. The only way is to destroy their financial infrastructure. And therefore, we've been suing the Palestinian Authority that funds Hamas, the Qatari charity foundations that gives hundreds of millions of dollars a year to Hamas, those who serve as platform, Binance, cryptocurrency companies. And we also sued those who are aligned with Hamas, the Red Cross, for abandoning the hostages.
What is the case that you've been pushing against the Red Cross, for example? Has their reputation been shattered somewhat?
Look, the Red Cross is the only organization in the world that has the authority to go into armed conflicts and to help the prisoners from both sides, because we know very well what militaries are doing to the prisoners in both sides. And the Red Cross has been doing this all these years from his establishment, except when it comes to Israel. Since at the beginning of the war, the Red Cross refused to go and visit her hostages. Prime Minister Netanyahu met with them, handed them a box of medicine, urged them to go and give it to the hostages, but the head of the Red Cross said, "I'm not doing it," and wished Netanyahu good luck. So we brought a lawsuit against the Red Cross for failing to do their job.
That's tremendously important. And I think when it comes to UNRWA, another agency, alleged agency, I should say, that hasn't been doing what it was initially established for, I think in that respect, Israel has somewhat managed to shatter the global reputation of UNRWA, because even in the eyes of media and public eye globally, there have been some questions floating about it. Right. By many parts, thanks to rhetoric coming from leaders, from hostage families, and so forth. But what does the litigation, the legal effort against UNRWA looks like?
So UNRWA, we know it's a UN organization that betrayed Israel and alliance with Hamas all these years. But in the massacre, we realized that UNRWA participated, took part in the massacre, kidnapped Israelis, and during the war, UNRWA kept missiles and launchers and rockets in every facility, kindergarten, schools, medical clinic. So we brought a lawsuit against UNRWA. And guess what? UNRWA believed that they have immunity, because UNRWA is a UN organization, and the UN, as we all know,
they have
has
the two
immunity.
letters.
But just 2 weeks ago, the Department of Justice under Trump came to court and filed a statement of interest saying that UNRWA is not a UN organization and it does not enjoy immunity.
That's fantastic. One big area of concern, obviously, is the incitement taking place on college and university campuses. It's being portrayed very much as a battle between freedom of speech and religious, ethnic-based discrimination. Is it really so? And what kind of legal action are you taking in this regard?
It's very hard to find anti-Semitism in the campuses because all these organizations enjoy freedom of speech. However, there is a line that this organization crossed, and this is aiding and abetting terrorism. When students for justice in Palestine calling from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. They know exactly where the river is and what is the sea. And their goal is really to change and exchange a Jewish state with a Palestinian one. They share the same goals of Hamas, and they use the same tactics of Hamas: intimidation, terrorism. And therefore, they are providing services to a designated terror organization, which is a violation of the Anti-Terrorism Act in the United States, and they should be found accountable for the damage that Hamas occurred and caused the victims of October 7. And this is how we filed a major lawsuit, a mega lawsuit against Students for Justice in Palestine in the court in Florida.
Now, briefly, speaking of accountability, the ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, the one who sought the arrest warrant against Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Gallant, I believe you all saw the bombshell report of the Wall Street Journal that he he sexually abused, allegedly, a woman, and he asked her to drop charges against him because of Palestine. How come, I mean, it always baffles me that these institutions, international institutions, still have some kind of prestige in the global public eye. What are we doing against it?
What do you do? Listen, it's not a secret. After October 7th, the international community betrayed Israel. It begins with the Red Cross and UNRWA and the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice and the UN and the Human Rights Organization of the UN. Everybody is siding with Hamas. But we, in Shorat Adin, as a non-for-profit organization which is not part of the Israeli government but represent the Israeli cause, must take action. And this is what we're doing, including in the International Criminal Court. We file work on complaints against the head of Hamas and the Palestinian Authority because they are the real war criminals. It's not Benjamin Netanyahu, it's not Defense Minister Gallant, it's the heads of Hamas that came on October 7th and killed and mutilated and beheaded and burned babies alive and raped, and therefore they should be indicted for war crimes. And our job in Shorat Adin is to defend not only the Israeli officials, but also the soldiers who are facing now arrest warrants in countries around the world that claim to universal jurisdiction. Our job in Shorat Adin, we launch a war room. We have lawyers, volunteers from all over the world to protect and defend the IDF soldiers if, God forbid, they get arrested in these universal jurisdiction courts.
Nitana, thank you so much for this very important work.
Thank you very much.
Legal warriors on behalf of Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now, for a special dialogue about vision, development, and hope between 9/11 and October 7th, Israel Gantz, governor of Binyamin and chairman of the Yesha Council, will speak with Larry Silverstein, visionary developer and philanthropist.
Are we ready?
Can we just lower those lights? Because I can't see anything.
They can see us. So, Mr. Silverstein, I'm so thankful that you came here, and I want to share with our audience that a few months ago you became my hero, my legend, and I want to explain why. In October 9th, I arrived the first time to Kfar Aza. I saw the destruction. I smelled the fire, the smoke, and I saw the tragedy that was there. And I was reminded what you told me. You just bought the twins here in New York. You bought the twins, and you thought you can make a vocation. You can retire with your amazing wife that came with you here. And after 3 weeks, everything collapsed. You arrived, you survived by miracle, but you arrived, and you saw before your eyes the buildings that you just purchased collapsed. You lost the life of thousands of your tenants, your employees, and you made a decision to rebuild this building. Can you share with us what guided you? How can you do that? How can we wake up, stand up from the destruction?
Governor Gans, thank you. Thinking back to 9/11 is not the easiest thing because it's still tied with enormous emotion. We took title to the World Trade Center 6 weeks before 9/11. And on that day, my wife looked at me as I was getting dressed to go down to the Trade Center. I had an appointment at Windows on the World with one of the tenants in the building. And she looked at me and she said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "Sweetheart, I'm going down. I have an appointment with a tenant at the World Trade Center." She said, "You cannot go." And I said, "Why can't I go?" And she said, "Well, I made an appointment for you with the dermatologist." She said, "You have light-colored hair, fair skin. You have to go to the dermatologist all the time." So I said, "Sweetheart, I'll go next month." She said, "No, you didn't go last month. You didn't go the month before. You must go today." So she started getting upset. She started getting angry. Now, at that time, we were married only 45 years. So when I saw my wife getting upset and getting angry, I said, "Please, don't get angry. Don't get upset." The words are, "Yes, dear, I'll do anything you want, but don't get upset." So she saved my life. Because if I had gone, I wouldn't be here today. So then we were married only 45 years. Today, we're at 68 years. Soon it's going to be 69. In any event, 9/11 happened. We lost almost 3,000 people. I lost 4 employees. We would have lost 2 of our 3 children because 2 of them were working for my company. And had the planes not hit at 9:15, but 9 o'clock instead, my children would have been gone. So many thousands of other people would have lost their lives as well. The tragedy of 9/11, the 3,000 lives that were lost, is something we'll never forget. But what I couldn't forget was the fact that the World Trade Center became the locomotive for the enormous amount of business activity that it generated in Lower Manhattan. There were thousands of companies working downtown, millions of people there. Huge dependency upon the Twin Towers and the business activity that it brought. It occurred to me shortly after 9/11 that if we didn't rebuild it, Lower Manhattan would have become a ghost town, because as it was, thousands of tenants moved out of the area because the area was uninhabitable. The stench was terrible from the fire and so forth. Thousands of residents moved uptown, and the feeling that you got was, with the last one out, please turn off the lights. So I remember 2 days after 9/11, I got a call at 7 o'clock in the morning from the governor, Governor Pataki. And he said, "What do you think we ought to do?" And I said, "Governor, I think we ought to rebuild the Trade Center, and I think we ought to do it as quickly as possible. Because we need to get those buildings back. We need to get business activity back again. We need to get people living here again. And the only way it's going to happen is if we rebuild." So it didn't take long before I really began to focus on what had to be done. As it turns out, the last building that collapsed on 9/11 was the building at 7 World Trade Center that I had built many years ago. Because it was the last building to come down, no lives were lost in it. There was an opportunity to get everybody out of the building before it collapsed. So I looked at that building and the determination I made was that would be the first building to go back up. The last one to come down, but the first to go up. And so we hired architects. We went about the program of getting it rebuilt. And if you look at the building today, that building was finished in 06, 9/11, 06, 5 years later. Everyone said when I started rebuilding the building, waste of time. He'll never get it built. He'll never get it financed. No one will ever occupy it again. Naysayer after naysayer after naysayer said, never happen, never, 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 never. So after a while, my wife said to me, sweetheart, why are all these people saying never? And I said, I learned something, and that is they let people, a lot of people like to give advice. They don't know what they're giving advice about. If they listen to their own words, they may think differently. They may not say all these negative things. But what I learned that I had to do was to block out the negative voices, listen to my own determination. And I said, honey bunch, we're going to rebuild this trade center, and we're going to do a first-class job on it. She said, how long do you think it'll take? I said, we should finish it in 10 years. I said, but I have to ask you a question. I said, I can't do this alone, right? I can only do this if you are 100% with me. I said, I promised you many times that when we finally got the gold ring, if we finally got the trade center, I said we had enough of everything. Everybody's taken care of, the kids are taken care of, so forth. So I said, you wanted to build another boat yacht, we could do that. If you want to sail around the world, we could do that. I said, but now we have this trade center problem. I said, so I can't do this alone. So you have to tell me, what do you want me to do? If you want me to stop, build another boat yacht and so forth, we could do that. Or if you want to rebuild the trade center, we could do that. Tell me what you want me to do. She looks at me and she said, you know, you're not going to be happy doing anything else with your life, so let's get on with rebuilding the trade center. Just like that. Terrific partner, the best partner I could ever ask for.
Thank you. You know, in the last year, I had to inform more than 55 families. This is the last loved one. You told me that you went by yourself to inform families. You stay connected with them with years, but at the same time, you continue to build, to push forward. How could you make that together with the pain, with the families, but at the same time to build with a lot of hope? You raised your head. How could you do that?
It was extremely difficult. After 9/11, the families of who lost their loved ones came to me and said, our loved one, my husband, was lost on 9/11. The intense heat was so great that his body was literally oxidized. He totally disappeared. He said, there's no remains. His remains are down there someplace, but we don't know where. When you have no remains, you can't have a burial. If you can't have a burial, you can't have closure. She said, so please understand, you can't build anywhere down there. because his body is someplace in that area. So I said to her, I said, you know, I can understand your loss, but I can't fully appreciate the depths of it because it didn't happen to me, it happened to you. So I feel for you. I feel for your loss. It's a tragic loss. But you know, at the end of the day, we have to do what's good for New York because we're all New Yorkers. And somehow we have to figure out what's good for New York. And ultimately, the best thing for New Yorkers is to rebuild the Trade Center because without it, we're going to have desolation down here. She said, I can understand that, provided you don't build any place down here. So it was a huge emotional problem that went on for many, many months. End of day, the conclusion was to move forward and rebuild the Trade Center. And that's what we're in the process of doing. We've been doing it now for 23 years. Lots of problems, lots of issues. But the determination was, if we get it built, if we build the best buildings we can possibly build, if we build the safest buildings that could never again be affected like the Twin Towers were built on 9/11, then things will be good again. So it took tremendous determination and courage, but the key was, it's almost done. We're almost there.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. And we have, I told you, you are my hero, but not only you. You and your wife, if you can join us, we have a word for you. Because you are the guy that didn't give up for terror, didn't give up for destruction. You rebuilt and continue building. And even today, work every single day so hard. I hope in your age I will be at least like you. But we want to thank you. So please, Mrs. Silverstein, please join us here. Can you join us? Yoni.
Wait, you want me to stand up?
Yeah. You and your wife. Wait, we have to wait for your wife. No, wait. חכה לאשתו. Mr. Silverstein, I want to describe what you hand. We prepared the State of Israel, replica of the State of Israel. I don't know if you know, but Mr. Silverstein and the Silverstein Foundation helped so much for the State of Israel, and we want to thank them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. Yeah, for sure.
Number one, thank you for what you've just given me. I appreciate it. And my wife, my sweetheart of 68 years, she appreciates it too. People ask me, what's the most important decision I can make in my life? Particularly young people. And I tell them the most important decision they can make in their entire life is to marry the right spouse. Because the wrong one ends up in divorce and a disaster. The right one means you do everything in your lives together. There isn't anything you can't accomplish because you do it together. You talk to each other. You never argue, you discuss. You never talk about anything serious before going to bed at night, because going to bed, to love each other, to hug each other, so not talking about anything serious. The day, the morning, the afternoon, fine for serious discussion, but not at night before going to sleep, right? So the other thing is, there are two words that make a huge difference. The two words are yes, dear, For some reason, I find I'm always saying yes, dear, to her. I'm waiting for the reciprocity. I haven't found it yet, but I'm still hoping. In any event, I just want to tell you, Israel has been an extremely important part of our lives. At the request of Yitzhak Shamir, a prime minister before most of you were born, he asked me to come to Israel because the Russian Olim were coming in at a huge rate, and housing was desperately needed for them. So he came to me and he said, Mr. Silverstein, you're a builder in New York. Please help us build the housing we need in Israel. So I will tell you, at that time, Ariel Sharon was the Minister of Housing. This is after he invaded Lebanon and so forth with the armed forces, with the IDF. And with him, we arranged to build 250,000 houses in Israel. To get this done, I had to fly back and forth from New York to Israel. And we found ourselves on the verge of the first Iraqi war. And I remember going to Israel. War had been declared by the United States. And we got to the hotel, the Hilton Hotel, and the first thing they did was to give us gas masks. And they said, you have 2 minutes. When you hear an air raid alarm, the first thing you must do is gather your personal belongings, go to the safe floor, the 8th floor, and sit there and wait till the issues pass.
Okay.
So I remember going to sleep, had my personal belongings close by, and all of a sudden I hear, So I said, must be an alarm, must be an air raid. So I gather all my personal belongings, I take my gas mask with me, go to the stairwell, and I go downstairs to the 8th floor. I sit there, wait for a minute, 2 minutes, nothing happened. I pick up the telephone, and I said, is there an air raid on? She said, sir, that's an alarm, that's a car alarm. So I said to myself, okay, enough of this. Went back to my room, decided to go to sleep in hell with all the air raids. Next thing I know, I hear, then I knew there was an air raid. So I take all my personal belongings, get in the gas mask, run to the stairway, and I see people running up the stairs. A couple going down, but everybody seemed to be going up. I said, where are you guys going? They said, we're press, we're going to the roof. So I thought about this for a minute, and I said, thank God my wife isn't here. Instead of going down to the safe floor, I went up with the press. I watched something that was absolutely amazing. I never saw this before in my life. To intercept the Scud missiles that were coming over Israel. The Patriot missiles were installed in the park next to the Tel Aviv Hilton. And they went up, those things.
It's just become our routine these days,
and
right?
They
missiles.
And it was the most extraordinary experience.
Larry, we're going to have to end. We have dignitaries coming. Your story reminds us how missiles are not new to us, and we're experiencing this on a daily basis. Larry, thank you very much. We have to continue with our program.
God bless you.
Thank you very much. And now, a leader in higher education and technological excellence, Mayan Hoffman will now speak with Professor Eduard Yakubov, President of Holon Institute of Technology, HIT.
Welcome to HIT, Holon Institute of Technology, a modern academic institute with dynamic study programs, working with and for industry to professionally qualify students during their degree studies while promoting and serving Israeli society. HIT was founded in the 1960s and has become one of Israel's leading innovative institutions, offering tens of bachelor's and master's degree programs with or without thesis. HIT's cutting-edge researchers and lecturers receive prestigious competitive research grants from both national and international agencies, with achievements that scale the topmost heights of international and Israeli academia. HIT's faculty members play leading roles in industry, positioning them at the forefront of technological advances, which they then bring to the academy. Projects carried out over the course of the school year with top companies and organizations provide meaningful real-time experience, allowing HIT graduates to embark on a promising career and mainstream into the real world of work, equipped with a toolbox of knowledge and experience. HIT's advances in applied research in areas like business and health, all while working to improve the society in which we live, makes it one of the 10 leading academic institutions in Israel. Accessibility to all sectors of Israeli society is the hallmark of HIT and stands out among other academic institutions. To do this, a comprehensive framework for personalized academic and financial support is provided for each student who requires it. On HIT's bustling green campus, among its buildings and cafeterias, stand 3 new dormitory buildings serving 500 students from Israel and abroad who get to experience rich campus life together with academic studies of the highest quality. HIT students are involved in the community through courses and volunteer programs encouraging social action. This is the story of HIT, an unparalleled academic institution showcasing innovation and entrepreneurship, developing and fostering connections with numerous academic institutions in Europe, Asian nations, America, and Africa, developing applied research projects which employ breakthrough technologies, dynamically and intrinsically linked to industry, and achieving social enhancement for all, making our graduates Israel's industry leaders and social influencers. A multidisciplinary academic institution of excellence, training the future generations of a thriving global society. HIT's vision foresees tomorrow. Our graduates go on to design it. HIT, the Academy of Industry.
Professor, have the academic goals or curriculum at the Holon Institute of Technology changed during the course of the war?
Yes, of course. But first of all, I want to thank the organizers, to Dudi and all team for very important and very well-organized conference. Yes, surely we changed our curriculum because we are in the serve of Israeli industry, Israeli defense and security systems. We added new courses according to the needs of the army, transparent antenna, cybersecurity, lasers, many other different approaches in data science. This is very, very important for us. But the main thing that we did, we adapted our approach, educational approach, to the needs of our industry and society. We emphasized practical approach, problem-oriented courses. We encourage projects for industry and with industry. Several of our students came from the army, being in Gaza, and asked us, maybe you will adapt your program, update your program in adding the courses on optimization in, for example, in military operation research. We said, yes, we do this and we will continue to do this.
Now, tell me a little bit about then how HIT has managed to collaborate during the war with the major defense industries, companies like Rafael or Elbit.
Yes.
Were you able to carry this through?
Yes, you see, Our institute was established after 6 Days War, and the first graduates of the industry were the founders of the Department of Electronics in Israel aircraft industry, as well in ELTA. Now, about 3,000 our graduates are working in the military and the security and defense industry, like Rafael, Elbit, El Isra, Israel aircraft industry, and more and more and more. This is very important that our students bring success to our defense systems. About 40% of our students were in Gaza, and they continue to serve our very, very nice country in Gaza. So our obligation is to give them to strengthen our very, very nice country, Israel.
Now, we all hope that, of course, the war will end and that we will see not only regional peace, but, of course, peace for the state of Israel. But unfortunately, we know that we have had more than one war in the country. Can you give us some specific examples about how you're going to be able to prepare for the future challenges that Israel might see?
Okay, you see, we suggest quite new programs. For example, master program in English for international community in AI and robotics. The second why, our very, very nice, quite new, innovative program in study of climate and sustainability. Two of these programs are master programs for international students because we are sure that our connection with our countries is very, very important for us and for the state of Israel. We suggested quite new approach that combines two different worlds, the world of medicine with the world of technology. For example, 3 years ago, we started with quite new pioneering program in digital technologies for medicine. Now we are working on establishing the new faculty of medical technologies. Among programs, we will start the program in medical imaging with technology, in technological labs. This is very important to see the future because our obligation to the country is to strengthening Israel, strengthening the academy, strengthening the industry and defense systems. This is our mission and our vision.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sure that due to the wonderful work that you're doing at the university, we will be a safer, stronger, and more secure Israel.
Thank you thank you very much for all of us. And we together should be every time together. Am Israel Chai.
And now for a prize. We're pleased to invite Diana and Simcha El-Shayev to receive the award. To present the award, I'm honored to invite Professor Edward Yakovov, President of HIT, who is with us here, and Mr. Shmuel Goldberg, CEO of the Institute.
רגע, תן לו להיות בו. מעולה. דודו רוצה מכולם. לא, עוד הצידה. שיראו את שמי, לא רואים את שמי, זה לא טוב. קדימה, תתיישרו. בדיוק. תן להם עכשיו לבד, דודו אחד. תן להם עכשיו לבד. לא.
Avichai. And now, please welcome Avichai Kahana, Director General of the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, Aliyah Uklita, for a conversation with journalist Tal Heinrich.
Hi, Avichai. Welcome to New York.
Good evening.
So, since October 7th, we've seen a big wave of Jews and non-Jews alike coming to Israel to be part of the national effort and volunteer. But what about Aliyah? Are people moving to Israel despite the challenges involved and the difficult logistics?
Great question. So guess how many Olim came to Israel since October 7th? I help you. 50,000 olim came to Israel. 50,000.
Wow.
It's more than an average year.
Amazing.
It's
It's unbelievable.
amazing. It's a miracle.
It's incredible. And what is the state doing to help them in their Aliyah process?
So first of all, when Minister of Aliyah and Integration, Ofir Sofer, came to the office, he started a new policy that strengthens the construction of encouraging Aliyah from Western countries. We were after a big wave of Olim from Russia and Ukraine due to the war over there, and we made a lot of effort to encourage Aliyah from US, from Canada, from France, from Britain. And the situation in October 7th was brought us to something that we didn't expected. We saw a big wave of people that are opening Aliyah files from North America, from France, at the beginning. And even in the first week after October 7th, we saw many Olim that come to Israel to enlist to the IDF, physicians. We have a big project with our friends in Nefesh B'Nefesh and with the Jewish agency to bring, and the Ministry of Health, to bring doctors to Israel. So we see more and more Olim that are coming. In 2024, we doubled the number of the Olim that came from England. After years that we had almost 300 Olim from Britain, we had more than 700 Olim
But
in
Israel,
2024.
as the country, is taking active action to encourage Aliyah? Is that what you're saying? Or it's just the Olim are coming and then you're helping them?
The Israeli government had 4 decisions that the Minister of Aliyah, Ofir Sofer, called Af al Pichen, after the ships that came in 1947. And even now in the world it's Af al Pichen. And we have big reforms. A big reform in housing, in subsidizing housing in Israel. Today, Olim that comes to Israel after decades that there were no change in the sum of money that the state of Israel gave you. If you'll come to Haifa and to the northern of Israel and to Ashdod or to the southern of Israel or to Judea and Samaria, you'll get 2,000 shekels each month for 2 years. We opened more than 27 new programs in the academia that helps you to come to Israel to study at your first year with your own language and then to study in the Ulpan. We have a lot of reforms, but if I may, the big reforms that we have, or maybe the ones that I'm very proud of, is we had a big reform with the service that we provide to Olim. Today, when you'll come to our offices or in the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, you'll get a manager that will help you with all the Israeli bureaucracy, and this is something very, very big that we're doing today.
That sounds incredible. That's on the integration part. So it's much easier to be an Ole today than, let's say, decades ago.
I hope
what
so.
our parents and grandparents have been going through. Thank you so much for sharing this information. It's very uplifting to know that despite, the war and everything, people are still moving to Israel, and you guys at the office are making it so much easier for them to absorb and be part of the Israeli society and landscape. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite to the stage Itai Ganek, CEO of the Ministry of Heritage.
Itai, we will have the conversation in Hebrew, בעברית, נכון? למשרד המורשת שאתה עומד בראשו, יש עבודה קריטית בכל הקשור כמובן להנצחה של השביעי באוקטובר והזוועות, אבל אני הבנתי שהיה לכם גם חלק מאוד מאוד קריטי סביב השביעי באוקטובר עצמו, כלומר, בתחילת המלחמה. דבר איתנו קצת על זה קודם כל.
כן, אז משרד המורשת אסף בעצם מיד אחרי השביעי באוקטובר, נכנס לתמונה, ואסף את כל הפריטים, את כל החפצים, אסף את המכוניות, 1,400 מכוניות, מס הכנסה רצה לגרות את הרכבים, משרד המורשת לקח את כל הרכבים בגלל שמכוניות, יש שם מעל 1,000,000 מבקרים בשנה האחרונה, כל יום כמה אלפים, ובעצם את כל הסיפורים, דרך הספרייה הלאומית, דרך רשות העתיקות, פוטוגיאומטריה של כל הבתים, פשוט תיעדנו את כל הסיפורים ואת כל הפריטים, כי יש פה משהו היסטורי שצריך שישמר לדורות הבאים ושהסיפור יסופר.
אז איך מוודאים שלא רק שהסיפור יסופר, אלא שהוא גם יסופר באופן נכון, אופן מדויק, וגם שיגע בכמה שיותר אנשים, כמה שיותר קהלים, ימשוך?
אז עברה החלטת ממשלה לפני מעל חצי שנה, של הקצאה של 165 מיליון שקלים, בשביל להתחיל ולספר את הסיפור, ובעצם מה שאנחנו עושים עכשיו זה תכנון, בכל ה-25 מקומות שהיו חדירים, עם כל הקיבוצים, ועדות היגוי, מתכננים, ומתחילים לתכנן את מרחב המורשת בעוטף. גם הקיבוצים, גם סדרות, גם כל המסביב. המטרה היא בעצם להקים מרחב מורשת שיספר פה את סיפורי הגבורה לדורות הבאים.
So briefly, I'll just translate. The Israel's Heritage Ministry has put a lot of work right after the October 7th Hamas invasion of Israel to collect all the evidence and even the cars from the Nova Music Festival, the ones that were burnt, and bring everything together so that the story of October 7th will be able to be perpetuated and told. And now they're working on 25 different locations across the country, if it's the communities or the party area and so forth, to make sure that the story will continue to be told and be told accurately, and also attract audiences from Israel, from abroad, that will come to see what exactly happened and how. בוא נדבר על איך מחליטים באמת במה להתמקד, כי יש כל כך הרבה סיפורים, והאספקט הזה של זיכרון והנצחה, זה סטורי טלינג כל כך ספציפי, מאיפה מתחילים?
כל מתחילים בעבודה של איסוף ותיעוד, זה מה שעשינו בעצם בשנה וחצי האחרונות, בעצם אספנו ותיעדנו את הכל, ועוד לא סיימנו. אנחנו עובדים עם ספרייה הלאומית עכשיו, אבל יצאנו בכל קורא ל6,000 סרטונים שתעדו ויספרו את הסיפורים, כי חשוב לנו שזה יהיה גם כמה שיותר טרי. אז השלב הראשון זה האיסוף והתיעוד, השלב השני שהתחלנו אותו כבר, זה השלב של התכנון, מתכננים פרוגרמה של מרחב מורשת, זה ההתמחות של המשרד, זה מה שהמשרד עושה, בונה אתרי מורשת, והשלב השלישי זה ייקח זמן, זה לא יהיה ביום אחד, פה ב-9/11 לקח להם 5 שנים רק עד שהם התחילו, היינו איתם בכנס משותף בסיור, לקח להם 5 שנים רק עד שהם התחילו לעבוד על זה, ופה אנחנו התחלנו כבר יום אחרי, ואחרי שנשלם את השלב של התכנון, נתחיל לבנות את מרחב המורשת, זה תהליך שיקח שנים, אבל זה סיפור שחייבים לספר אותו, סיפור של גבורה, של עוצמות, של הרבה כאב, אבל גם של המון גבורה, של עם ישראל שקם, ובעזרת השם גם מנצח ניצחון גדול.
So there are many aspects of October 7th, obviously the atrocities, but also the bravery that was on full display, and the Heritage Ministry of Israel is working to put everything together in a way that the memory of all these stories will continue to live on. And what was the number that you said? 165 מיליון?
כן, אבל זה לא יספיק. זה הסכום הראשוני, זה לא יספיק. זה צריך 100 מיליונים.
Has put forth to perpetuate the story around October 7th and the bravery of the soldiers is 165 million shekel, but it's not enough, he just said, and they're working on still collecting and documenting all the video evidence and the physical evidence that was very much unfortunately prevalent on this day, and to bring everything together to make sure that the story will continue to be told. דבר נוסף, קודם כל, איפה אתה רואה את העוטף בעוד, את האזור הזה בעוד 10 שנים, מהפרספקטיבה שלכם, מה אתה יכול לדמיין?
אנחנו רואים בעצם מקום, שכבר היום זה דבר מדהים, ממקום שלא היה מתויר בכלל, יש שם, כמו שאמרתי לך, אלפי אנשים, יש גם סיורים שאנחנו עושים למכינות קדם צבאיות ולציבור החרדי. אנחנו רואים שציבור שחרדי, שמגיע לעוטף, זה מחבר אותו יותר לארץ, וזה גם, אתה רואה אנשים שבאים לעוטף, רוצים אחרי זה גם להתגייס לצה"ל, שבאים לסיור, כן, חד משמעית, בדקנו את זה. ואני רואה את המרחב מורשת בעוד עשור, אני רואה אתרי מורשת בכל המקומות, שאנשים באים, חווים את החוויה, מבינים מה היה, ורואים איך עם ישראל מתוך המשבר קם וצומח.
So there's I don't want to call it a branch of tourism around October 7th, but all these communities surrounding the Gaza Strip are some sort of an attraction to Israelis, Jews, non-Jews, Orthodox communities who come to see exactly what took place there, and it connects them further to the land, and many want to enlist, to recruit to the IDF as consequence of their tour of these tragic locations. תודה רבה, בינתיים.
תודה.
תודה רבה, כל הכבוד על העשייה.
Thank you very much. Now let's talk about Aliyah and the journey home, and also what is being done in that same spirit of Aliyah and the journey home. I'm honored to invite to the stage Tony Gilbert and Rabbi Yoshua Fass, founders of Nefesh B'Nefesh, and another chair, please.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah, and we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Shalom, Tony, Rabbi Fass.
How are you?
How many years already?
2002 July was our first flight.
Wow. I can't forget those days.
Yeah.
And you know what? In the beginning, I was sobbing. We all were crying. But what's amazing is that we continue, right? Every time it's inspiring. And we're talking today about this ruach, this spirit. And when did you guys understand that this spirit of Aliyah is something that is amazing when it comes to bringing the people home, bringing our brothers and sisters home? But there's so much more to do with exactly this same spirit, and you define it now as the 4 pillars of Nefesh B'Nefesh.
Right. I think every single time, we still, after 22 years, every single time a plane lands and a door opens, it's majestic, it's miraculous, whether or not it's a 9-year-old girl, a 19-year-old person going to the army, or a 90-year-old retiree. Every single fulfillment of kibbutz galuyot, of the ingathering of Jews, is still a pinch-me kind of moment for us. And I think around 10 years ago, we realized that the spirit and the professionalism and the ideological drive that each Oleh brings is not just a fulfillment of their own personal dreams, but it can be a catalyst of real growth for Israel. And it can build either communities or industries. And that spirit is something that needs to be leveraged.
Right. It's also contagious. Like sometimes the Israelis who say, Ma, lama sitem et ze? Why did you do it? And it's like contagious, that spirit.
They always ask that question, but they are always very, very encouraging and thankful and happy that the person makes Aliyah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a, after that 10-year period, we see that, and even before that, it's not just those people are making Aliyah, but their parents come after them, and their sisters and brothers follow them also. So then you have a big wellspring of just great people moving to Israel.
So practically speaking, how does it look? How does this new, you're saying it's 10 years, but how does this system look? 4 pillars of this ruach, of the spirit of Aliyah.
So we've pivoted or evolved or grew to a point that Nefesh has become a solution peddler to some national issues. So there's Aliyah facilitation, which is our core value, which is in our partnership with the Jewish Agency and Misrad Aliyah V'Kita. You just heard from Avichai Kahana a few minutes ago. We also have a pillar of national service. We have a signed contract with the IDF that we're responsible for all lone soldiers. That's around 3,300 lone soldiers at any one time in the Army from over 70 countries. And we have programs for Beno Shirut Bodedot, lone national service, young women. A third column is national development, of helping either build a periphery and also bring physicians from around the world. And the last is to inspire the next generation, and that is education, a Zionist education initiative. And those four pillars are organizations in their own right, with huge staff and its own budget and their own metrics of success.
Now, when the ministry is called Aliyah Uklita, immigration and absorption, integration, and you're also about that as well. It's not about just bringing them home. We're talking about 85,000 North American Olim to integrate into Israeli society. It's about that. We can't just bring them to the passport, section of the airport.
No. So here's the bottom line, because as a businessman, it's very simple. Success breeds success. If the first people are happy, they'll continue to bring other people. So it's not just about getting on the plane. It's way before that. It's all the pre-Aliyah, and then once they land, it's the post-Aliyah. How do they go to the right schools? How do they get the right jobs? How do we get them to the right places for their families to live? So that's what we do.
Now, we talked about what's happening following the war, and what some see as surprising, but, as we understand what's going on, it's not really surprising, the fact that when things are tough and there's a challenge, people want to be together as a family and want to make Aliyah. So you presented the statistics of people being interested in Aliyah. A year and a half after the war, what can you tell us about how this is coming into fruition?
We're seeing it now being actualized. We'll know better in the next few months. But I think after October 7th, it concretized this very visceral connection of diaspora Jewry to Israel. There's no longer this gray area. And that is expressed in many different ways. And for those who are sitting on the fence for years about Aliyah, we've seen them really commit to make that move.
Sure, there's also a shortage of doctors in Israel. We hear about it for years. But we see around the world, physicians and PAs are moving their entire families and coming to Israel to help. That's unity, that's spirit, that's something you don't see anywhere.
Is it become easier also to say it out clear and not be politically correct? I mean, we had a meeting with one of the communities here, and we said, are we allowed to talk about Aliyah in your community? And they said, yeah, talk about Aliyah. Is that changed?
It's not 100%. A dirty word anymore.
Exactly.
Not a dirty word.
Yeah, we used to be
very careful.
We used to be very careful, and certain communities were very sensitive about that word, which is crazy. But nowadays, it's part of the Jewish map and an option for many families.
And in terms of what you're seeing, what your vision is in terms of Aliyah, more and more Olim, living in communities, living in different communities, or there's no ideal in terms of that periphery, of course, you're focused.
North, the south, Yerushalayim, Tel Aviv, wherever they feel comfortable and where we can help them, they'll go.
Just one last word. You mentioned the lone soldiers, very special, very challenging, but you see how much it affects them, right? If it's a Yom Sidurim, taking care of what they need, accompanying them.
I'll give you an example. Just trying to identify what a soldier might need, or the families of soldiers. During the war, after October 7th, we launched this project called Operation Hug. And we flew over 1,300 moms and dads from over 30 countries just to give an embrace to their soldier in combat, their son or daughter who was in combat. And that, for the parent, it gave them strength. For their son or daughter in active combat, it re-inspired them, and it reduced some of the stress. These are just different elements of how we can care for the lone soldier.
Can you imagine a young daughter, a young son, leaving the family behind, deciding to make Aliyah, and because they're, say, 18, 19, 20, they joined the army. At that point, we say, wait a second, we're helping you. You're a lone soldier, you're a Chayil Boded, we're going to help you all the way through your army service and beyond.
Amazing and inspiring from the
Thank you so much, Yoni.
through what we talked about today. Rabbi Yoshua Fass, Tony Gilbert, founders of Nefesh B'Nefesh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, with deep appreciation for a company that has carried the spirit of Israel across the skies and across generations, we present a special Jerusalem prize to El Al, Israel's national airline. Let's call upon to the stage Michal Gressler of El Al, Michal Raz. Michal Raz, join us as well. Okay, hello. Michal, a few words, please.
Hello, everybody. I want to thank Besheva and Dudi and Dudu for recognizing and awarding El Al for our tireless efforts to keep Israel open for Israelis and Jews. We wore the air bridge to Israel since October 7th. We've flown soldiers, we've flown reservists, we gave away tickets worth $8 million. We helped carry hostages and their families to their diplomatic missions. And basically we made sure that every Israeli will be able to get back home safe. It's an obligation, but honestly, it's a huge privilege for us. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get the show on the road. With a legacy of diplomacy and now at the helm of Israel's life-saving services, please welcome former Ambassador Gilad Erdan, President of Magen David Adom.
Every time I come here, I recall everything that happened that minute, and it was very, very sad. I lost my daughter at the soccer field. This is my daughter with all her friends. 12 stars who fell on July 27th when the field was hit by a missile. When I entered, this is the first place I came to. I saw my daughter lying on the grass here, not breathing, lifeless. I stood beside her, then fell to the ground and asked her forgiveness for not being able to help her. I had friends here beside me. I asked them to bring blankets to cover the child, and then we heard screams. I said, I need to take a deep breath. There are still children screaming on the soccer field, needing help, and for me, MDA is in the blood. The first ones I reached were dead, unrecognizable. I left them and found a severely wounded child with massive bleeding from his leg. I applied a tourniquet and stopped the bleeding. Soon, all the MDA medical teams arrived, and then I stayed by my daughter's side until they took her from the field. My family took it very hard, because I would always tell them, nothing will happen to us. This is my wife, Inaya.
When I look at the children, I see that there are 12 children missing. I look every morning and cry about the situation we've reached. They just want to play.
We believe in reincarnation. We believe in fate. That this is what God wrote for us. This is our fate. But our fate didn't let us continue this dream.
Former Ambassador Gilad Erdan, did you miss New York?
A little bit.
Well, the city sure missed
Israel is our home, and I hope all of the people here would one day, God willing, join us
Amen,
in Israel.
amen.
This is our only homeland.
So after having spent 4 years at the United Nations and concurrently as ambassador to the United States in 2021, you now serve as the global ambassador for Magen David Adom, a very different organization than the United Nations. Share with us, if you can, some of your most important takeaways from your work at the UN first.
Oh, wow. My main takeaway from the UN, so let's make it very short because I want to get to Magen David Adom. My main takeaway from my term at the UN is that the UN today not only lost its way, it has become a weapon in the hands of rogue states and dictators, and it must be completely defunded and dismantled and replaced by a new organization that will be called the League of Democracies. And I'll explain briefly why. The UN, you know, it was founded in the aftermath of the Holocaust, and it was meant to prevent atrocities and defend human rights. But it had a completely different political makeup. It started with 51 member states. Throughout the years, the political makeup has changed dramatically. Now it has 193 countries. People are not aware of the fact that 1/3 of them are Muslim countries. More than half are non-democracies. So what's the outcome? Total moral distortion. Israel receives every year 70% of the UN's condemnation. Iran is getting elected to lead a social forum on the Human Rights Council together with Somalia and Cuba. Lebanon was selected to be the president of the International Court of Justice. And I have so many examples. But the most troubling thing is that who pays for this crazy institution? We are, all of us, the democratic world. The United States is still the biggest funder of the UN, $19 billion every year out of $74 billion. So now it's the time, I conclude, that when we have now President Trump, and he already pulled out of the Human Rights Council and from the World Health Organization, WHO, and he's defunded again UNRWA, this is the time to convince him, to convince DOGE, the organization that he established to save money, kick out the UN outside of New York, erode their legitimacy, and defund the UN completely. The time has come.
So you've done tremendous work during your time at the United Nations, also throughout the war. You and your team, you managed to change the news cycle, do something very rare during the war with the session.
With your help also.
Thank you. An incredible session that focused, really brought to light the sexual assault against women that took place on October 7th. And after all of this work, you decided to become a global ambassador for Magen David Adom.
Global president.
Global president, I should say, right. Talk to us about this role, and why did you take this decision?
You know, it was an easy decision because after 4 years fighting for Israel in an organization of pure evil, I felt that I want to continue my battle, my fight for Israel, but do it for an organization that represents pure good. And what can be better than saving lives? But it's not only about an organization that Magen David Adom is an organization of pure good. It's about the fact that today Magen David Adom is more important for the future of the Jewish state than ever. And I learned it firsthand as Minister of Homeland Security, because today the strategy of our enemies is not only to weaponize international organizations in order to tie our hands and prevent us from defeating our enemies, is who do they want to attack? They understand that they cannot defeat the IDF on the conventional battlefield. They aim to terrorize the home front, the civilians, the communities. That's why they, were equipped with GoPro cameras on October 7th, and they posted their atrocities online because they want to terrorize our civilian citizens and drive us away in fear from our homeland. And when you understand their strategy, you also understand that the most important thing now is to strengthen the home front, the first responders. And it's not a coincidence that, sadly, it was tragic. Dozens of Magen David Adom paramedics and teams and volunteers paid the ultimate price. They were killed while they were treating people and saving their lives. So many people were inspired by the story of our paramedic Amit Man, who continued to save lives until her last breath. We found her body still with her gloves on. And I told her story from the stage of the United Nations. So today, I truly believe that Magen David Adom represents the backbone of Israel's resilience, national resilience. It's really the fabric of our resilience, and I'm so privileged and honored to lead Magen David Adom in this crucial time and era.
I just want really briefly to, Yoni, I know you're here, I know you're on about the time, but, this past week has been so
We have only 2 more questions.
So, no, just,
sit down,
we'll do
sit
one
down.
more, just one. No, he won't. Just something, full of uncertainty. President Trump wants to visit Gulf nations, the Emirates, Saudi, Qatar, and he wants to emerge as a deal maker, making lots of business headlines, but also as a peacemaker in the region. And we all follow his efforts and the administration's efforts in that respect. And I know that some media reports sort of try to highlight daylight or the fact that Washington and Jerusalem not necessarily see eye to eye in terms of priorities these days. I'm not sure if it's right, but you as a former ambassador to the United Nations, what can you tell us in that respect to some people in this audience who might be worried of where things are heading?
So let me combine 2 answers because I have to say one more thing about Magen David Adom. Magen David Adom today is among the best life-saving organizations in the world. But for Israel, it's not enough. For Israel, we must have the best rescue organization, the best emergency medical organization on earth. And we are heading there. And you should know that we did it with your help. For so many years, American Jews supported Magen David Adom. We are not funded by the government, and today we are equipped with, the most advanced and technological blood bank in the world, fortified, underground, can function under barrage of rockets. We have an AI dispatch center that can respond to thousands of calls at the same time simultaneously, but it's not enough. We will be the #1 life-saving organization with your help. So I would like to thank everyone here who helped Magen David Adom throughout the years. And regarding President Trump, which is very important to understand. Look, for many years I believed that leaders have to be bold and sincere. I was bold and sincere when it comes to speaking the truth at the UN. And we have to continue telling the truth even when we are talking with our closest allies. And definitely, President Trump is one of the most best friends, supporters, allies that Israel ever had. We owe him a lot, and we are grateful for him. But we cannot ignore that he is the President of the United States, and sometimes when you are looking for economic achievements, gains, it might be at the expense of Israel. And exactly as he is taking care and defending American interests, we have to defend our own interests. So I want to maybe to call him from this stage, because I think he's making two grave mistakes today. Number one, this is not the time to sign a deal with Iran. This is the time for military action. This is the time to strike Iran when they are at their weakest point ever. You know, a deal with Iran doesn't worth the paper that it will be signed on, because they will either lie to him or wait until the next president. So don't kick the can down the road again. Let's make sure that this regime will be replaced. And if he orders to strike Iran, he will make history, because it will secure the future of the Middle East. And number two, well, I really don't know how to say it, but
just go for it.
I would like to tell President Trump, please don't take Air Force One, don't accept a plane from the people who funded the perpetrators of October 7th, the Qatari supporters of terrorism. Who cannot understand that this plane, I mean, the leader of the free democratic world is going to travel around the globe on a plane that was founded by terror supporters? I cannot accept it. I hope he will think about it thoroughly. And I believe that my conclusion, I think it's all of us, should be our conclusion after October 7th, that we cannot rely on anyone else other than ourselves. We have to be self-sufficient. We have to make sure that we have all the means to fight for our survival. And one of those means is also Jewish unity, because when Israelis and Jews are united, we can move mountains. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Am Yisrael Chai. I call upon the team of the Jerusalem Conference for the Jerusalem Award for Magen David Adom Mada. Thank you very much. We now welcome a friend and colleague, Omer Lachmanovich, editor-in-chief of Israel Hayom. We're in a conversation with journalist Tal Einrich.
Hello, Omer.
Hello, how are you doing?
So, in its early years, Israel Hayom, a newspaper, it was slammed by the center-left in Israel for being allegedly a right-wing newspaper, supportive of Prime Minister Netanyahu, to the extent that there was a legislative attempt in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, to ban it. But in recent years, I think we can say that the same newspaper has been slammed by the right wing in Israel. How come? How can you explain, and where does the editorial line pass?
Well, first of all, thank you, Dudi and Dudu, for the hospitality and for the partnership. Well, I've been in Israel since the beginning, since 2007, since the establishment, and Israel Hayom established as an alternative for the existing media. Was at that time there wasn't any platform for right-wing and conservative voices, and I think Israel Hayom changed it And ironically, those media entity who championed the freedom of speech tried to prevent Israel Hayom distribution by law. Happily, this law wasn't approved in the Knesset, of course. And over the years, I think Israel Hayom matured and developed and expand the variety of topics and opinions, but still remain the core of values that he has. And Israel Hayom has 5 principles. I call it the Constitution of Israel Hayom. The State of Israel doesn't have a constitution, but Israel Hayom have. And the 5th principle is remember that we are Israelis. So I think we are remembering every day that we are Israelis, and we are cover the reality in Israel through the point of view of Israeli interest. They used to call us Bibiton. So I think that Israel Hayom is the most objective and fair media entity related to Netanyahu, because Haaretz and Yediot Achronot and maybe all of the mainstream channels and TV will find good reason to attack Netanyahu every day about anything, and Channel 14 will find a good reason to defend Netanyahu every day. And Israel Hayom is relating to Netanyahu through his acts. For example, today the government approved 4 Nahal settlements in the border of Israel to the strengths of Israeli security. This is a good thing. We will have positive coverage about it. I hope there will be another 22 towns in Judah and Samaria approved in the near future. So this is a positive coverage of us. But if Netanyahu is dragging his legs in the war in Gaza, so we will have a critique about him. So we are not in Netanyahu pocket. We're not in Gantz or Bennett pocket. We're not in Ben-Gvir pocket. We are in the pocket of the state of Israel and the Jewish people.
So the October 7th attack has changed the discussion in Israel over media, its responsibility, its purpose, especially during war. It's also the first time that, Israel has been going through a war, and there's a right-wing news channel, Channel 14, the first time, first war for that, the Fox News of Israel, if you will. Talk to us about the challenges that your newspaper has been facing since the outbreak of the October 7th war, not only in terms of the competition against other media outlets, but also social media. I know the Telegram, for example, has become a super popular tool for real-time updates and everything that pertains to the war.
Yeah, there is no doubt that they used to call it the first Telegram war, the war in Gaza, but I think it's the second Telegram war, because the first one was the war between Russia and Ukraine. But I think during the war and after a few months, we faced a shift that people understood that the Telegram, they have a lot of fake news in Telegram, but also the Telegram profiles of Israeli that covers the war in Gaza are relating on an Arabic sources, especially Palestinian sources, especially Hamas sources in Gaza. So I don't think that Israeli audience should count on it. So we've been faced a shift and going back to the legacy media, because we are checking fact, we are a reliable source, and we have a national accountability and responsibility.
Now, another extensive public discussion in Israel is about the relationship between state authorities and journalists and the media. I'm talking about government, military, judicial officials, and the very delicate differences between leaks, public interest, and whistleblowing. How would you characterize this relationship now in the public eye? Because from my perspective, I know that Israeli audiences, readers, TV viewers just like American ones, by the way, are no longer naive about these connections.
Yeah, there is no doubt that media shouldn't be the player in this field, but there is no doubt that all the authorities and also the public see the media as a player.
Skin in the game.
Yeah, it's still in the game, and I'm proud to say that maybe the event that took place and was like extreme point that during the Qatargate there were several journalists that police and Shabak ordered to investigation and have a testimony, including one of us, one of our journalists. And I'm proud to say that Israel Hayom, in that day, published an editorial column on the front page, and the headline was freedom of press is under attack. And I think we should care not to be a player in this game, but cover it fairly and balanced.
Very often, unfortunately, during this war, we see media outlets, foreign media outlets rather, quoting Israeli reports, Israeli outlets about developments in the war. And in many cases, these are not headlines that are in favor of Israel and its actions, its cause in this war. And in fact, sometimes our worst enemies and critics are quoting us to ourselves as a tactic of attacking Israel. One part of this is the fact that Israeli media in English is, you don't have a wide range of available sources. And I know that Israel Hayom has been stepping in, or gradually increasing and stepping into this territory that was very much controlled or very much, popular. I know by Haaretz, they sort of took over this field. Many foreign journalists, that's their go-to website for alleged Hebrew news, but in English.
For sure, we need more patriotic, conservative, right-wing voices from Israel in English media. This is necessary for the Israeli audience in Israel and also for the Jewish in the diaspora. And Israel Hayom has been invested a lot of resources in our English website and also in our English newsletter. We invite you, of course, to register, but this is a call for all our colleagues in the media to have more platforms in English to serve our goals for the security of Israel abroad.
All right, Omer Lachmanovich, thank you so much for this. Editor-in-Chief of Israel Hayom.
Chemdat Academic College. Green and lively campus. Education and teaching studies in an approach that empowers the resilience of our students, striving for the fulfillment of personal potential. Meaningful education and teaching studies begin at Chemdat Academic College.
We thank our sponsors. For more than a year and a half, we have been accompanying the parents of brave Israeli soldier, sometimes defined as a lone soldier, we'll talk about that, Omer Nutra, who was abducted to Gaza and declared fallen months later. I'm now honored to invite to the stage the brave parents of this brave soldier, Orna and Ronen Nutra. Thank you so much. Hold on to the microphones.
Thank you.
First of all, tell us about this day. Did you have the koch to join the march, the parades?
Yes, absolutely. It was amazing. There was so much energy within the marchers and the crowd, and we were marching with other hostage families and released hostages, which was such, so emotional. Remember last year marching here and marching for them, and having them march here with us is true miracle, mamash nes. And Be'ezrat Hashem, we need to make sure that the rest are here with us as soon as possible.
And I saw the people from the sides of the streets. They were with you. They were embracing.
Absolutely.
Also shouting out, "Bring them home."
Yeah.
Now all of them.
But Yoni, also I want to mention Omer, our son, is a New Yorker. He was born here. He grew up here. He marched with us in this parade every single year.
Wow.
So for us, it's really bittersweet. I said what I said, but it's very painful.
Wow. Now, we mentioned that Omer, as you said, a New Yorker, a lone soldier, we call it. I don't know if he felt lone. But tell us, Ronen, about this decision to make Aliyah, to join the army.
Yes, so first, thank you very much for having us. Omer was a lone soldier, but was never lonely. He's such a friendly young kid that gravitates to having fun with other kids. And he was always a very social young man, very athletic. In his school, he became the captain of the volleyball and the basketball teams. We were lucky to send him to a Jewish education. He grew up on Long Island and studied 12 years with Salomon Schechter, which became our home. He had a deep connection to his Jewish roots. Both of us are Holocaust survivor families. Our grandfathers and fathers survived the war. And he grew up with this notion that Israel is extremely important for the Jewish people. And anywhere he went in school, he always represented Israel. He had a very deep Israeli love and connection. And when he finished school, even though he was accepted to college like any other American kid, we decided together that it's good for him to do a gap year in Israel. But he wanted to do it the Israeli ways, so he joined the Mechina Kdam Tzva'it, a program for Israeli kids just the year before they joined the army. Usually pretty lucrative. And he was accepted to Galil Elyon in Kibbutz Kfar Anasi, and over there he really flourished. He loved the kids. He loved the atmosphere. He loved the program.
And although it was your education, were there feelings like, no, maybe not, stay around with us? It's hard.
Yes, it is hard, but at that point, after you raise your kid with such a love and a passion for Israel and for the people and for the land, the only thing you can do is send them off with love, with a heavy heart, and tell him, that we supported him, and he, Omer always took things even, further.
Wow.
In this step, he became an officer. And he extended his service. And on October 7th, he was positioned with his team. He was an officer and platoon commander. And he was positioned in a post called the White House, really close to the border with Gaza. They were probably the first ones to rush to the border when the attack started.
He fought back.
He did. And unfortunately, they were ambushed, and their tank was hit by an RPG and other explosives and put on fire. For those of you who are familiar with this famous tank that's burning on the border, that's their tank.
Wow.
And they were probably the first ones taken into Gaza. Their driver was killed on the spot. And and 3 team members were taken into Gaza, and they're still there. Nimrod Cohen, a live hostage in Gaza. And about Omer, we didn't have any information. For 420 days, the IDF considered Omer to be a mystery. Hamas showed videos of the team members taken out of the tank. It was not clear what Omer's condition was in those videos. Mm-hmm. And after 421 days, they informed us that they received new intelligence and they believe that he was killed on that day.
You actually sat Shiva.
We without a body, we, based on our rabbi's recommendation, decided to sit Shiva, because he told us whether you sit Shiva or not, many people are going to pay their respects and come and share their condolences.
We split the Shiva between Israel and here. Governor Hochul decided to respect Omer as a first responder. The flag was put on half-staff, and thousands and thousands of people came to pay their respects, both here and in Israel.
The embrace was amazing.
Once we moved to Israel in the middle of the Shiva, a lot of people came as well. Very heartwarming, but we knew it when this crisis happened on October 7. We knew that as American Israelis, we have a special role, and that we had to communicate as early as possible to the U.S. government that there are American hostages involved in this terrible crisis.
So really, what could you tell us about, as Americans, as Israeli Americans, the connection with the U.S. administration, what you're hoping for now? We saw very harsh statements at the beginning from the president. We don't know exactly what's happening now. Maybe you know more, as you've met Witkoff, you've met Adam Bowler.
I'm happy to say that both administrations really opened the door wide for us, and we had friends and people in the government as well as in Congress that really hold us and embraced us. One of them is here, Mike Lawler. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Really amazing support. And of course, very different administrations. Once President Trump was elected, we knew there will be a change. We were not sure where is it going to go, but we were pressing the Biden administration to start passing the torch as early as possible so there's no delay. And what we've seen is Steve Witkoff and his team started to work with Brett McGurk and Jack Sullivan really early in the game, and really on Inauguration Day, the first out of the 33 hostages started to come out. Unfortunately, we still have 58, and we saw last week Idan Alexander coming out, and we are so thankful for President Trump and his leadership in insisting that this Israeli young man that actually served with Omer, both of them lone soldiers, one from New Jersey, one from New York, both of them serving on the same post. This young soldier is back with their family, and we are very, very thankful for that.
Wow. Orna, I'd like to end briefly, because we have others who are coming to the stage. What are the positive things that you learned about our nation throughout this more than a year and a half?
Well, I remember, first of all, in our local community, there's been amazing support. Onen shared before, thousands came to pay us Shiva. And these people were supportive of us all along. Our local community is amazing. There's a regular march, Run for Their Lives, every week for the hostages. There are 200 and some groups all over the world that do that, which is pretty amazing, and the amount of prayers and mitzvot and things that are doing,
number of challah you did.
Challah, yes. But not only that, I mean, people are really going out of their way in our support. I think the first time we landed in Israel, we initially, when Nen said, we understood that we have a role here in the United States, and we really only landed in Israel 2 months into the war. After being here, when Congress was out of session and Thanksgiving, we said, okay, now we can go to Israel. And when we landed in Israel, the outpouring of support and volunteering and in to help and assist the hostage families in this really, really trying time is just unbelievable. And in our family, in my family, my sister-in-law and my brother took upon themselves to create unity events in Hostage Square every week.
On Tuesday.
Yes, on Tuesdays, that are all about singing and prayer and unity to bring back the hostages, and an outlet for the hostage families to share their plight and to connect the different parts of Israeli society, because we all understand that we need everyone together in this to bring them back.
Onen, Orna, we join your prayers, all of our prayers, for the return of all of our hostages now. Thank you very, very much.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now, a symbol of strength and survival, Aviva and Keith Segal, captivity survivors, brave people. Please join us. Hold on to your microphones, please. Aviva, microphone. Keith, Aviva, thank you so much, first of all, for joining us. We were just at the Israel Parade, Central Park. A year ago, I was here talking to Aviva since I've met Aviva in Washington and Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Did you know how much she was fighting for you?
First of all, thank you very much for having us with you today. It's special for me to be here. It's special for us to be here. I had a few amazing opportunities to see Aviva when I was in captivity, but I had no idea to the extent that Aviva and my family and the people of Israel were fighting to get me and to get all of us back. It was amazing too, and I'm still learning about things that I didn't know about when I was in captivity. So truly amazing, and very, very proud of the strength of my family and the people of Israel.
So inspiring.
And all of you as well, I must add.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. You have been so supportive all along from October the 7th until today. And we really, really are grateful to all of you for all of you have done. Thank you.
Aviva, I saw a reporter trying to take you back to October 7th. That may be difficult, but there's a moment that I wanted, if you could take us back to, the hug between you two. You were hoping that the next day you'll be freed. What do you remember, first of all, from the moment you part, the moment that you were freed and Keith stayed inside captivity?
Well, I was told that I was going. Thank you for being here for us. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it so much. I didn't believe them when they said that you're going to Israel, because they lied to us all the time. So I only understood that I'm going to Israel when I met the first soldier, and then understood that I'm free.
Even when you were being maneuvered, being moved from place to place, you were afraid that it was part of some sort of game?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then when we met the soldiers, I burst into tears. I cried like a baby. They tried to comfort me, and I was just crying because of the whole day that I didn't know where they're going to take me. I wasn't with Keith for the last 24 hours, and I didn't know what they're going to do to me, if they're going to kill me or what they're going to do to me. So I was really, really scared. And I met the soldiers, and then I started thinking about Shai, my son, that I was sure that he was killed on the 7th. And I remember trying to figure out, how am I going to manage to see my 3 girls without my son? And I said to the girl, the social worker that was with us, that I think I'm going to faint. And seeing my 3 daughters without my son, and she said that I won't faint, she'll hold me. And then she came up to me after a while and she told me, your son is alive. And I was full of emotions, and I was just so happy that Shai is alive. I didn't think about at that time about nothing, just about Shai. I didn't even think about myself coming out, just that my son is alive. And then when I arrived to Israel, it was one of the happiest moments. And I remember saying to myself, be happy. Be happy for your kids because you're home for them and you're their mom. But I was very, very worried about Keith. And the Hamas terrorists said that Keith is going to come home maybe tomorrow or the day after. I tried to believe that, but it just didn't happen. So I fought for Keith for 1.5 years, and then Keith came. And I remember waiting for him and waiting in the room with lots of people, waiting for him to get out of Gaza just to see what he looked like. And then I could see him, that he was there, standing. I could see that he was pale. I could see that he was very thin. But when I did meet Keith, I want to just share with you that I was shocked. Keith had lost more than 30 kilos. He looked like a skeleton. He looked sad, and he didn't look like Keith. So we were both in a shock. Keith was in a shock. I was in a kind of a shock too. But I want to say that it's a miracle. I still have to pinch myself to say Keith's here and he's alive. But I do know how special it was for me, and I want for Gali and Zivi from Kraza, the twins, and for Alon Oil, that I just heard him playing on the piano. His parents let me listen to him play the piano, and it was so moving and so touching. And he seems like such a sensitive person. And for Matan, Angus, that is still there, and all the hostages that are there suffering, I know what it's like being in Gaza. And I wanted so badly for them to come back.
So, about that suffering, Keith, I don't want to, as a journalist, I'm supposed to ask you what exactly happened. What is, go into the nitty-gritty. But let me ask you, what is important for you that we all understand about what is happening there? What happened to you?
It's very important for me that you all understand what the hostages are going through. I was held in captivity for 484 days, and I think one of the most difficult challenges was not knowing when or even if I was going to be released. I was thinking about my family and how they're suffering. I was quite sure they were suffering much more than I was. I think about the hostages that remain in Gaza. There's still 58 of them there. 4 of them I know personally. I spent time in captivity with them. And the feeling of getting my freedom and being back home and them staying behind in the horrible conditions that they're being held in the immediate danger that they're in every day, the abuse of all kinds that they're experiencing, I just want you to please do whatever you can do to help us all together, all of us together, to get all of the 58 hostages back as soon as possible.
Amen. As a family, what is your mission to get back to life? Your mission now is, of course, about the hostages. We see it, it's very clear. Are you thinking about the day when you'll be focused on getting back to normal, getting back to life?
I think after 484 days in Gaza, what helped me there a lot was just focusing on getting through the moment. Not even the day, but just the moment, focusing on the good things that I had amongst this horrible situation that I was in. It's very hard for me to look beyond the day. We are totally committed and engaged to do whatever we can do Aviva and I and our family after experiencing it firsthand, and that's what we're focused on for now. I look forward to the joyous day when all of the hostages have been released back to their families, and then I can start to think about what I will be doing in my life.
Do you have also messages, or do you meet also sometimes the bereaved families, the soldiers who were out there trying to do whatever they can also to find you, to help you?
Yes, I just want to say that Idan Alexander has just come back, and their family were the happiest family in earth. But I want to say that all the Jews all over the world were the happiest, because it just, if you save one person, you save a whole world. And I want to say that everybody needs to come back. The 58 need to come back. The families that haven't buried their loved ones, I think it's just one of the worst things just to tell them even to wait, because they need to get them back and have a closure and feel like it's true. I know that some of them don't even believe, because, you know, it's very difficult to believe. Mm-hmm. So we need that for them too.
Do you, Keith, have a message to also the bereaved families of the IDF soldiers who have been part of this war for a year and a half?
My message is that I hug you all. I am extremely grateful for your loved ones that passed away, that were killed while trying to get us out and while getting the hostages out and also defending the state of Israel. And I am very, very grateful and appreciative to all of the fallen Israeli soldiers. And I really, really hug and send my support and my love to all of the families that have lost their loved ones.
Is there anything else you'd like to share before we end?
I would like to. Yesterday we were walking in the park, and somebody came up to me and said that he's going back to Israel, that he's been called to go back to the army, and he's been in the army for more than months, but he needs to go back. And then I saw a tear in his eyes, and I hugged him, and we both cried. And while I was hugging him, I thought about his parents, how worried they're going to be when he's going to be in Gaza. And these are kids. He's young. I would give him maybe 22 years old. And I'm very worried about what's happening now in Israel. I'm against wars. Keith is against wars. Keith and I came out with a deal, and only by taking a deal, we need them all back. We need them so badly. Israel, most of the people, I think that at least 99% of the people, when they see me, they cry and they sad of what Keith and I went through, and that there still are 58 hostages. I just don't understand us as humans leaving them there and waiting until be at the right time. The right time was yesterday, a year ago, a long time ago. And I just want to add that if there is anybody that's injured or anybody that needs help, us as Jews are the first ones to help them.
In the whole world. Help people around the world.
There's Magen David Adom, there's Mada, there's Ichud V'Atzala. There's so many people that want to go there and just help people that they need help. And now we've got the hostages that are suffering. I was underneath the ground with Keith, and Keith and I touched death because there was no oxygen for us.
You felt it.
I touched death. So they're suffering, and us as Jews need to do everything we can to get them all out. And that's what Keith and I are doing. And I can't see myself going back to life and just forgetting about what's happening. I cannot allow myself with Gali and Zivi, they deep into my heart, and Anon Oil and Matan and all the hostages, and we need to bring them back now.
Aviva, Keith, thank you so much for joining us. We love you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One, two. Okay. Mentioned as someone who has been there for Jews, for Israel, from the halls of American democracy and unwavering support for Israel, please welcome United States Congressman Michael Lawler. Wow, right? You just heard the testimonies of people who were in there in captivity. Today you marched also with them. We met you in the march, the parade. First of all, a few words about that. Parading, it was a celebration, it was prayer, it was a call, it was a cry, it was unity, it was a lot of things together. How does that all combine?
Well, I think first to hear Keith and Aviva speak, and of course Ronan and Orna, who for me have become like family. It is these past 19 months, we have in many respects lived this journey with them. But you see, obviously, on the one hand, the joy of Keith and Aviva both being released from captivity, and on the other hand, the sorrow and the anguish as we wait for Omer to be released and brought home so that he can be properly buried and that there can be a level of closure. But the reality of this is that over these past 19 months, this has been a grueling experience for so many, especially the families who have had to endure this. And throughout this time, I've met with every single one of the hostage families. And the fact that there are still 58 hostages being held is outrageous.
Does the world understand it? Because it seems that the world doesn't.
Sadly, I don't think so. Frankly. I think, frankly, a lot of people here in America don't fully understand it. They don't understand the fact that Americans were being held in captivity and that we still have 4 being held. Obviously, Don Alexander being released was a joyous moment. And Addie and Yale have been on this journey with Ronan and Orna for 19 months. And we had just met just a few weeks ago in Washington once again. And, I and a number of my colleagues led a letter to the president asking him to once again exert pressure to get the hostages released. And so seeing Idan come home is really obviously warms our heart. But there are still 4
exactly.
Americans, and so I don't think people understand it.
And that's one of the questions that we're trying to understand in Israel. Is there a shift of the policy or the attitude of the president from the days when he said everyone has to be out by 12 o'clock or hell will break loose to today, where we're not hearing those kind of statements? Are you worried? Does it concern you?
No, I think the president has really forced a lot of what we have seen in terms of the release of hostages. To be honest, I don't know that would have happened on the path that we were going down. And so I think the way the president has approached this has resulted in a lot of positive movement, but there's still a lot more to do. And obviously we're dealing with a lot of challenges, specifically with Iran and the illicit oil trade with China and Iran, the funding of terror proxies, the funding of their nuclear program, ending their nuclear ambitions is paramount. So there are a lot of moving pieces, but for me, what has remained and what I've been steadfast on is making sure that all of the hostages are released and the deceased hostages are brought home to their families. That we cannot lose sight of that, of the importance of that. It is horrific and barbaric to think that anyone would use a deceased person as a bargaining chip, as leverage. But that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with...
Welcome to Israel's enemies.
It's the reality in the Middle East.
Now regarding the Middle East, how do you see the visit, Trump's visit to the region, and the fact that he did not come to visit Israel? Some in Israel seeing that as an issue of attitude. Maybe he's fed up with Israel, or maybe that's exactly the game he needs to play at this point.
Look, if we want peace and stability in the Middle East, it requires our Arab partners normalizing relations with Israel. It requires our Arab partners to recognize Israel's right to exist and the right of the Jewish people to practice their faith without fear of persecution. And so having stronger relationships with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, is paramount. I think there are real challenges and questions pertaining to Qatar. But the reality is that we have to bring our Arab partners along if we are going to get to a place where there can be true and lasting peace and shared prosperity in the Middle East. And so I think the president's trip was successful. I think it has helped forge a lot of positive motion forward. But there is still a lot of work to do.
Now, you mentioned, just like, by the way, you mentioned Qatar. Do you have a demand even from the president regarding this gift from Qatar, regarding the negotiations with Qatar?
Well, this is something for me from the very beginning with respect to Qatar and Egypt, is that more could have and should have and can be done to exert pressure on them when it comes to the negotiations with the hostages. And I think the Biden administration did not do enough on that front. I think President Trump has made progress, but again, we still have 58 hostages that are being held. And the effort, as it pertains to Qatar, is that Qatar needs to put maximum pressure on Hamas to come to an agreement. And so I think the president is making progress, but there's still a lot of work to do. I'm going to the Middle East this week. I will be going to Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. And this will be one of the priorities for me, is how we get a final agreement to get the 58 remaining hostages.
You know, one of the concepts behind the Abraham Accords, that was how it was presented, is the fact that there's no concessions from Israel regarding land, regarding, areas in Israel, Judea and Samaria. What will happen, or a Palestinian state? What would happen if the Saudis would say, we'd love to, get them into normalization with Israel, but the price, a Palestinian state, and people in Israel will feel a Palestinian state as a result of October 7th?
Look, I think the reality is, for there to even be a consideration of a two-state solution, so many things would have to happen on the front end, starting with the normalization of relations between Arab states and Israel, and specifically Saudi Arabia. A two-state solution is the end of the equation, not the beginning of it. And I think the reality is, given the dynamics that we have seen, given Iran's funding of terrorism, their continued pursuit of a nuclear weapon, the terror proxies in the region,
Palestinian Authority who pays
the PA
families.
that pays Palestinians to kill Jews. This cannot continue. And so all of that would have to be addressed before you can even get to the discussion of a two-state solution. And from my vantage point, since October 7th, if you look at what has happened and the decimation of Hamas and Hezbollah, the collapse of Assad in Syria, despite everything that has happened, we are in a place, frankly, where there is actually potentially an opportunity for real change in the region. And a weakened Iran, a contained Iran, is paramount to really ending the threats and bringing about peace and stability in the region. So there is still a lot of work ahead of us. And as chair of the Middle East and North Africa subcommittee, these are things I think about daily and what we need to be doing as a United States government to help facilitate and bring about real change.
U.S. Congressman Michael Lawler, thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for your activity.
IDF Widows and Orphans organization is the sole organization recognized by the State of Israel to represent and offer support to the widows and the children of the IDF fallen soldiers, also the security forces such as Mossad, Shin Bet, and police.
לא קל לגדול בתור תום צה"ל. בסוף זה מקום שמחזיק אותי. אני לא יודעת מה הייתי עושה בלי עוצמה.
כל אחד כאילו עוזר לשני לצאת מהטראומה שהוא חווה.
לצידך in Hebrew it's by your side. And this is exactly what it is. Everything you need to get the high quality of care. I got 3 midwives. I wasn't alone. To know that the organization is with me give me relief.
אתם צמחתם מתוך הקושי. למדתם לגדול מתוך הכאב. ואתם לכן לא רק מתבגרים, אתם גם מתגברים. וכל אחת ואחד מכם גיבור וגיבורה בזכות עצמם. ואני ממש, ממש גאה בכם.
ארגון אלמנות ויתומי צה"ל נותן לי את התחושה שאני לא לבד. שיש מישהו פה שדואג, שמחבק, שמפנק, שמתעניין, שבא ואומר לך, אנחנו איתך בזה. זו תחושה שנותנת הרבה מאוד כוח.
It's some kind of family, of community.
וזה מעודד לדעת שיש את המעטפת הזאת, ואם יקרה משהו, אם נצטרך משהו, יש לנו למי לפנות.
אני מרגישה כמו משפחה איתם. אני מרגישה הכי חופשי לשתף, להציף, לדבר. זה מחנה משותף, ששם אתה יכול לפרוק.
ואני מאוד שמחה שהכרתי את ארגון אלמנות ויתומי צה"ל. כל התמיכה והעזרה, זה לא מובן מאליו. באמת כל פעם שאנחנו מגיעות לאירועים של ארגון אלמנות ויתומי צה"ל, קודם כל באמת יש בזה שנייה לנשום אוויר. באמצע הטירוף של החיים והכאב היומיומי. האירועים האלה זה באמת הפלטפורמה שמאפשרת לנו לפגוש אחת את השנייה, שאני חושבת שזה הדבר שהוא בעיקר מעל הכל. כאילו פה אנחנו באמת יכולות להיפגש, יכולות לדבר, יכולות לחוות את הדבר הזה ביחד.
אני חושבת שהחיבור הזה של השכול הוא מאוד מאוד חשוב. יש משהו נורא קל בחברות הזאת, שפשוט מאפשר ונותן את המקום בנחת, ברוגע, בתוך כל הצער הזה. מבחינתי זה עוגן מאוד מאוד חזק.
זה מלאכים שעובדים ימים כלילות בשביל ליצור מעטפת לי, לילדים שלי, וכמובן לכל המשפחות שלצערי נפלו באסון הזה.
big challenge, the painful price. I now invite to the stage Max August of the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization for a conversation with journalist Tal Einrich.
Max, thank you so much for coming here. I know you're on the line between Israel, New York. Today you came from Philly. IDF-WO is the only organization providing for the support of IDF widows and veterans that is recognized by the State of Israel as an official organization that does that. So, first of all, just give us some perspective. How many orphans and widows do you provide assistance to?
Great. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. This in many ways feels like a homecoming. I actually had my bar mitzvah here many, many years ago. I didn't go to Jewish school growing up, but my parents went to a conservative synagogue, and they didn't let me have my bar mitzvah there because I didn't go to their Hebrew school program. So I was able to do my bar mitzvah here, and it worked out great because the last few years I've become more observant, and now I can say I'm very proud to have had an Orthodox bar mitzvah. So it's
That's the way to go.
it's great to be back at Fifth Avenue Synagogue.
Put it in perspective for us, yes, the number.
Yeah, so to answer your question, and these numbers are heartbreaking to recite, but since October 7th, there are over 320 new widows of fallen soldiers. 39 of those widows were pregnant when they were widowed, and there are over 670 children of fallen soldiers. 250 were under 5 years old. The numbers are absolutely heartbreaking. Part of what makes these numbers so dramatic in this war is the reliance on Miluim soldiers, on reserve duty soldiers, means that the average age of fallen soldiers in this war is actually 29 years old, which is much, much older than previous wars.
And this is why we have so many orphans.
Exactly, yeah.
I know you have a very interesting story of how you personally become involved with the organization. So how did it happen?
Yeah, to keep a very long story short, as I said, I grew up in New York City. I went to Harvard undergrad, studied economics and government. I never thought I would be living in Israel, very involved in Jewish philanthropy. But one thing led to the next. When I was an undergrad, got very involved and passionate about Israel, spent a summer in Tel Aviv, then returned for a semester at Tel Aviv University. And through that, got bit by the Zionist bug, also started a religious journey, became Shomer Shabbat 5 or 6 years ago now, and moved to Israel 3 years ago to open the Israel office for a private equity firm called General Atlantic. And with God's help, we've now invested over $1 billion into 11 Israeli companies. But as it relates to the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization, after October 7th, 50 of my friends were called up for reserve duty, and myself, along with, I'm sure many of you, were running around trying to figure out what we could do to help and make a difference. And for me, that calling really came a couple months after the war started. I attended a funeral of a fallen soldier named Mark Kananovich, Zichrono Livracha. I went to his funeral in Herzliya. I remember, just like yesterday, he left behind his wife and 4 young children, and his 9-year-old son got up and said Kaddish, and his 6-year-old daughter got up and said, "I miss you already, Abba." And it just broke me, shattered everything inside of me. And one of my friends introduced me to the IDF Widows and Orphans Organization, which has been around since 1991, 35 years. The only organization that's officially recognized by the Israeli government, that has a direct partnership with the Ministry of Defense, and on and on and on. And I ended up getting involved right after the funeral, and a few weeks later joined the board. And since then, I've been spending multiple hours a day for the last year and a couple months.
That's an incredible story, and thank you for everything that you're personally doing and the organization. Talk to us about the unprecedented needs that have emerged as consequence of this war, and how are you attending to these needs? Maybe highlight a particular story that really touched you.
Yeah, so to keep it simple, the organization basically does 3 things. The first is financial support, so helping with scholarships, health grants, medical stipends, etc. The second bucket is all different kinds of programs and community building. So we run 4 camps a year for hundreds of orphans. We run healing retreats. We have a program specifically for pregnant widows, which we can maybe talk about. And the third pillar is government advocacy. So we're the official representative organization, which means that we advocate to the Israeli government better policies to help the families of fallen soldiers. And one program that we started in this war that I'm quite passionate about is a program called Bonim Atid, which means building futures. And simply, what this program, the goal of this program is to help empower widows and orphans, not just by giving them support, but really by giving them the tools to rebuild their lives and careers. So we partnered with a boot camp company in Tel Aviv, and we've been offering a range of different courses, everything from a 1-month finance 101 class to a 6-month 250-hour data analyst class, and helping people, again, rebuild their own careers, not just by giving handouts, by really giving them the ability to support their own lives. 2 months ago, we hosted the first ever IDF Orphan Tech Day at Google as part of this program. So we brought close to 100 children of fallen soldiers for an event at Google, giving them the opportunity to network, meet people, learn more about high tech. And one story that to me is really a sign of success for this program is we have a 3-month AI course. And we've had close to 100 participants go through the AI program. And about a month ago, I received a message that one of the participants got her first job in high tech after finishing this course. And she's 58 years old, and this is her first job in high tech. And I asked the team to tell me what year it was that she lost her father in combat. And they said her father was killed in the 6-Day War. So I did the back of the napkin math, and that means she was 1 year old when her father was killed. So now, 57 years later, we're helping this incredible hero, daughter of a hero, get her first job and break in high tech. So that's a big part of where the organization's going, is not just supporting them with community and with financial support, but really by giving them the ability to rebuild their own careers and lives.
Talk to me about the sense of community that the organization provides, because we know that for many hostage families, community, the collective memory, the collective experience is something that kept them together, kept them going. And not only hostage families, Nova survivors, for example. So what kind of umbrella do you guys provide in terms of your activities?
Community is a huge part of what we do. As I mentioned, one of our central programs is our camps for orphans. So we run 4 camps a year. Each camp is between 300 and 400 orphans. I've attended one of our camps a few months ago over Hanukkah. And the whole camp is orphans themselves. So rather than helping subsidize orphans to go to any old camp, the camp is all orphans, which means they have a ton of community value and benefit. Many of the counselors themselves are also orphans. And so something as simple as, drop off or pick up, the fact that most of, if not all, the children have lost a father or a mother or both. From what I've learned speaking to many of the orphans and children and widows, something as simple as that is a tremendous value to having this community, and a lot of the people speak about the importance of building these friendships with people who've been through what they've been through and can relate. We also, as I mentioned, started a new program called לצידך, which you saw a little bit in the video, which is for pregnant widows. As I mentioned, tragically, we have 39 pregnant widows from this war. Again, horrifying numbers. And this program is a big part of it is about community. So we run many events to bring this specific group of widows together.
And if people want to help, go to the website.
Yes, you can learn more on our website. And I'll just add by sharing a brief word of Torah, which is, as many of you know in this room, it's directly written in the Torah in Parshas Mishpatim, the importance of supporting widows and orphans. And there's many, many important needs. So I'm not here to make a pitch for the organization. I'm just here to say that to me, this is an incredibly important cause and need to support the families of our fallen soldiers who have given and paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Thank you for everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you very much. Yossi Ershkovitz, zichrono livracha, Hashem yimkom damo, was an educator, a musician, a loving father, a loving husband, and a brave IDF soldier who joined the war despite his age of 45, which could have led him out of service. I call upon his wife Hadas. We will sit to speak about Yossi and his legacy. We will now see and hear, first of all, one of Yossi's last recorded messages.
ולסיום אני רוצה לבקש בקשה. הולכת לתקופה לא קלה. ואני מבקש בבקשה מכל אחד פה. דבר ראשון והכי חשוב לי אישית, אני מבקש בקשה אישית פה. לא להגיד לשון הרע על עם ישראל, שום דבר. אל תגידו מילה רעה, לא לחזור על מה שהיה לפני. כלום, אין שמאלני, אין ימני, אין חרדי, אין כלום. יש יהודים. החמאסניקים הנאצים לא עניין אותם. במה בחרת, במה אתה חושב. וזה חשבון הנפש שצריך כל הזמן לשים לנו בראש. לא להגיד לשון הרע. תהיו חזקים, ובעזרת השם אנחנו נתראה בקרוב, אחרי ניצחון מאוד מאוד גדול וישועה מאוד מאוד גדולה. אוהב מאוד את כולם. כולכם, מתגעגע. שבת שלום, שבת שלום.
Adas, thank you very much for being with us. First of all, a few words about this video. I think we saw it a few hours after we heard that Yossi was killed. And of course, right away was like, wow. Behind the scenes of this video, this cry for us to not talk Lashon Hara, to not go back to what we call the talk and the style and the attitude of the October 6th.
Yeah, so this video is very special for us. This is a message that Yossi sent to his student a week after the war started. And just to imagine that Yossi was on Gaza border, knowing that he's gonna go inside Gaza in a few days, and think about his student and the fact that he was able to make this video and send it to them, and very fast it went viral, and he gave so much koach to so many people all over the world. And I think that Yossi was very special, and he had the ability, even when he was in the heart of the crisis, to think education and to know how to go from tragedy into growth and healing.
Another one of the messages that he sent wasn't a message, it was calling his father. It was what he felt when he was there, seeing the results of October 7th, which basically pushed him, and all of us, but pushed him into this war, understanding what happened, understanding that the situation has to change. Tell us a bit about that.
So Yossi was very connected to the Jewish history. From the very beginning, it was very clear to Yossi that he's going to go to the war and he's going to join his friends. Although he was 44 and he has 5 kids and he was a principal of a school, he knew that this is his life mission now, and he decided that no matter what, he has to go and help our brother on Gaza border and try to save the hostages. And I remember that Yossi told me on October 7th, listen, I think about our grandparents and how they survived the Holocaust, and they dreamt to establish our country, and I need to fight also for them.
Remember, he felt that it was like another Holocaust, right?
He felt that we are in a historical time, and I could feel that he was like, his face could tell that he knew that something very big and very bad is going to happen very early in the morning.
Wow. Now, you're here also as a guest of the SAR Academy, because you were here for how many years?
4 years.
4 years, involved in education, involved in connection with Jewish diaspora, the Jews of New York. Tell us about that, how he looked at that mission.
So, after a few years that Yossi was a teacher in Israel, we decided to go on shlichut to SAR. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity, because we become part of SAR community, and this community become our family. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to know the diaspora out of Israel and to know Jews out of Israel. We didn't have the chance before to get know them. And even in the funeral, I remember that I said that I'm very grateful for these 4 years that was life-changing for us. And it was 4 years, but felt like 10 years, and it was a big part of our life.
By the way, it's important for people to understand. We're talking here about an educator with big messages and long, shiurim. He was a very funny guy.
He was
a very funny
the
friend,
funniest guy.
Father,
Yeah.
husband.
Yeah, he was the funniest. Yossi could be very strict and very tough, but on the same hand, to be very funny and to know how to give hug to his student and how to be there for them. And yeah, he was so special. I don't know so many people that can have so many.
Combine so many values,
yeah.
many. And he left many messages. Does it help you as a family to cope? What can you tell us about the family? You're a mother trying to pick everyone up, trying to get back to some sort of life track.
Yeah, so Yossi, it's unbelievable what he managed to do in 44 years. And he started so many projects in so many fields. And he had so many dreams that he wanted to fulfill and he couldn't. And I feel that we all got the responsibility to continue his legacy. Yeah, we have a lot to do here.
Right, and now one of the things that you're involved in now, so many ways to commemorate, even the song that we'll hear, and so many projects, and you're trying to focus now on the legacy and really continuing his way. He will continue being an educator, basically, through what you're trying to do now, right?
Right. So we have so much to do, and Yossi has birthday on Shavuot, Erev Shavuot, and this coming Shavuot, we will honor Yossi memory, and we'll continue his legacy and start some projects. And Yossi did so many good things in the world, and I wish we all can take something, even one small piece from Yossi, and make sure that his light spread out all over the world. And we need each one of us to take this responsibility for Yossi. As we said, do good, be Yossi.
Exactly, do good, be Yossi. Adas, you seem to be on a mission, and you're here, and you're speaking, and you were speaking so much throughout the week. But I believe there's moments where you're just, where's Yossi?
It's every few minutes I feel that feeling. Yossi was part of New York and part of America for me, and especially.
I think I met you guys at the march.
Yeah, and the parade.
Many years ago.
Today I marched with SCR and with Yossi's flag, and I couldn't believe. Yossi, first of all, before everything, was the best father. He was the best husband, and we miss him so much. And we're trying to find a way to live with Yossi without him, but knowing that Yossi with us here. And we try to do whatever we think that Yossi wanted us to do. And it's hard work because Yossi did so much.
He left many missions.
Yeah, הוא נהרג על קידוש השם, but הוא באמת חי, הוא קידש את החיים. And he did so much, yeah.
Now, some may not be familiar here in America. There's a bereaved family, but the family is bigger now. The family is the friends, the comrades, the people from the army, right? Do you feel that?
Yeah, we have amazing support in Israel. We have the best family that I could ask. And we have friends, we have our community. We live in a very special community in Gush Etzion that integrated special needs in the community. 50 families, and they all wanted and trying to be there for us. Yeah, but we're missing Yossi, and yeah, it's so sad.
We
so
salute,
hard.
we embrace, we're with you, we're with your family, whatever we can, with your family, the family of the fallen soldiers, and we'll end with the song that Yossi basically thought of together with one of the officers there in Gaza. That's what he had to think about, right? To put together a song, he had time in his neshama to do that.
Yeah, so this is Yossi, to go inside Gaza with bombs and darkness, and to be able to think about Gam ki elech begei tzel mavet lo irara, to be able to the tune came to his mind, and for 2 weeks he sang it to himself. And I feel that actually Yossi was between the first soldier to get inside Gaza from the north side. And I feel that Yossi was afraid, and Yossi wants Hashem to be with him and to give him koach. And I think that this song is kind of Ani Ma'amin, how he survived and how I got this song in the Shiva call from Golan Vach. And I invited you to listen to this song and take it with you and sing it and send it to your family. I think that this is an amazing and unbelievable song.
Another way to continue him. Adas, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי,
גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי.
אך טוב החסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית השם לאורך ימים. אך טוב החסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית השם לאורך גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי, גם כי אלך בגיא צל מוות. לא יראה, כי אתה עימדי. אך טוב החסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית השם לאורך ימים. אך טוב
Thank you very much, Hadass. Thank you very much, everyone, for this important session. We're in the world of media. We're in the world of telling a story. These kind of stories, stories that strengthen. 1.8 million minutes and counting. I now call upon Nachum Segal, the most famous voice in Jewish media, Jewish events, more than 40 years of Jewish broadcasting. I call upon the team of the Jerusalem Conference to award the Jerusalem Prize to Nachum, and Nachum will share with us a few thoughts, insights. 40 years. That's a big shkoyach. Ladies and gentlemen, Nachum Segal.
Thank you very much, Yoni. It's been, ever since this conference was first introduced, was first just an idea, I've had the opportunity to meet the people in charge of B'Sheva, and we have formed quite a relationship. With that in mind, I want to thank Dudu, and I want to thank Dudi Finkler, and I want to thank, of course, Yoni. Where's Yoni? Yoni Kempinski. Yoni is one of those people who the moment I met him, we felt like we know each other for 40 years. And I cherish our relationship and our friendship, and I thank you. You know, one of the things that's happened over the last 40 years is that many have complained, I think both about Arutz Sheva and what I do here in the United States. People have complained that our extreme positions require equal time. And as my good friend, the late Rush Limbaugh, used to say, we are equal time. Meaning that so much, the majority of the media loves to trash Israel, loves to paint things in a negative light, that when it comes, I'll say unabashedly, to people like myself and the folks at Arutz Sheva and B'Sheva, that's equal time. That's presenting everything the way it's supposed to be presented. And in this era of fake news, there's nothing more important than emet. There's nothing more important than truth. And in this case, in this unique friendship and association that I have with B'Sheva, I want to say that both of us concentrate on emet. Aleph, Eretz Yisrael, Mem, Medinat Yisrael, and Taf, Torat Yisrael. And we present the emet, we present the emes the way it's supposed to be presented. My wife Stacy is here. Always a pleasure to share any type of accolade and award with her. Thank you so much for being here, my darling. To everybody at B'Sheva and to those who came out to support Israel today, all I can say is Kol HaKavod and Am Yisrael Chai. Toda Rabah.
And another glimpse into the power of media. Now, we invite ILTV's Mayan Hoffman for a conversation with Troy Miller, president of the National Religious Broadcasters.
Troy, thanks so much for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me.
For sure. Now, Troy, speaking about truth, you have been leading a coalition of Christian leaders, media leaders, to be able to change the language around Judea and Samaria so that we will no longer call it the West Bank. Why is this so important to you, and how successful is the campaign?
So it's important to us because we know with any conflict, the narrative really drives that conflict. It drives the discussions that we have. And so, you know, as I've traveled in Israel and traveled around churches, you know, there's this, I call it mythical land, this mythical land that was created nearly 40 years ago called the West Bank. And it's really portrayed in mainstream media as this kind of, there was at one time this Palestinian utopia, you know, within the land of Israel, and that's really not true. So we started a year ago in 2024 to reshape the narrative of this whole discussion, and we passed a resolution, and we worked with over 1,700 Christian media organizations to discontinue the use of West Bank and to start to call it what it is, Judea and Samaria. And that led us into another piece, which we created a style guide for Christian media that contains a whole bunch of terms that are really wrongly used in the media today. And it's really helped reshape the conversation across the Christian church and Christian media here in America.
Now, this year, though, you took it another step further and you actually signed a new petition, which is to enact sovereignty, to be able to allow the Jews to have sovereignty over the areas of the Judea and Samaria. You're pushing for that. It's an interesting time, though, because President Trump is also pushing for normalization with Saudi Arabia, which might contradict. So how do you grapple with these two things?
Well, look, there's politics on one side and there's U.S. policy that happens, and then there's the church. And the church in America, look, I think that we may have more Christian Zionists in America than we do Jewish Zionists. Okay, so the church is working very hard, and the church is a big influence on that politics. So we know there's this normalization that the president would like to do with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, with some other folks, but we want to make sure that the narrative, again, doesn't get lost in all of this, and that Judea and Samaria is the land that God, the creator of the universe, promised to the Jewish people. And I tell people when I speak at churches all the time, first thing I do is I say, go to the back of your Christian Bible, go to the back of that Bible, pull up a map of Joshua's conquest, and look at that land. That's the land that God gave to the Jewish people. We can't revoke that. The U.S. government can't revoke that. And certainly the Arabs and the Palestinians can't revoke that. And we want to make sure the church stands firm behind that, because that will drive U.S. policy.
Now, Troy, you speak very eloquently. But the reality is that a lot of Christians are not actually speaking up, though they do believe the way you do. How do you convince more Christian allies to be vocal about these issues?
Well, a couple of things. First, there are a lot of churches that are speaking up, and more churches every day. We've had several events throughout since October 11th, October 7th. I came to Israel just 2 months after that. We did in 2024, and now in 2025, we've had several Pray for Israel Sundays. We've had over 1,000 churches that have been involved with that. And we have media ministries today that are speaking up. Last week, we were on Capitol Hill with over 300, a mixture between Christian pastors, leaders, and rabbis, all on Capitol Hill to advocate for Israel's right to exist. And so I think we just have to keep pushing the pressure on these pastors across the country and these media outlets, quite honestly, to be courageous. To just simply be courageous and stand up for the rights of Israel to exist.
Wonderful. Now, final question, Troy. How do you envision the future of Jewish-Christian relations, especially in the new era with an ambassador like Mike Huckabee in the land? What do you see as the next steps for us moving forward?
Well, look, I think since the horrible tragedy on October 7th, I think one thing has happened that I've seen. I've been to Israel 4 times now. I'm going next week. I'll be there for the Jerusalem prayer breakfast. Again, I think we've seen a tighter relation between the Christian church and the Jewish people, not only in Israel, but here in the U.S. as well. I think we've seen a lot of barriers come down. I've met with a number of Orthodox rabbis, Orthodox organizations, and we're just seeing a lot of cooperation that's happening. So I think we have a bright future. I think we have a strong future. I think the future for Israel support, again, in the U.S. really sets with the church, with the evangelical church. And I'm here to tell you that that support right now is strong, and we're going to keep working to make it stronger every day.
Troy Miller, President of the National Religious Broadcasters, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now, defending truth and our shared values, please welcome Kenneth Abramowitz, founder of SaveTheWest.com. Shalom, Kenneth.
Shalom.
Save the West. You know, thinking of that term now, I think about Trump's visit to the Middle East, and no one knows really where that's going, and Iran. Save the West is an emergency, a mission already, right?
Well, it's been an emergency for 3,800 years, but the most recent emergency is that our enemies are on the ascendancy. And so we can't stay neutral, we can't stay passive, we can't play defense like we usually play. We have to go after our enemies.
So what is the game, if we're talking about the game that we're playing, what is the game that President Trump is playing at this point?
Well, President Trump is trying to find himself a policy. He knows there's something wrong between America and Iran and Ukraine and Russia, obviously, and China and Taiwan. So he's trying to address all of those three issues simultaneously, and he's using a variety of carrots and sticks. But when you're dealing with what I call death cults, you don't need many carrots. You need a lot of sticks. And he has a wish to use carrots to convince people to become friends with each other and be rational and normal. But in the Middle East, no one's rational and normal except for Israel. And so he has to make a trade-off between those carrots and sticks. Right now, he's focused on carrots.
But some may say he's continuing the Abraham Accords. That was only carrots. Economic carrots. What's the difference at this point? Why is this point everyone, getting all concerned?
Well, what everyone's worried about is that Iran is working on nuclear weapons every day.
Mm-hmm.
They've been working on it for 40 years. But the feeling is they're getting closer and closer. And so any day they could announce that they have 5 nuclear weapons on 5 ballistic missile systems, and one's pointed at Israel, one in Europe, and one in America, and 2 are spares. And we can find ourselves in a big, big mess very quickly. So President Trump hasn't internalized the fact that delaying a response with Iran puts America at existential risk every day that we negotiate with the death cult.
You don't buy in the story that he's creating this dialogue so he'll be able to strike with all the legitimization he can get?
Yes, one day, I go back and forth. One day I say, yes, he's doing this all for show, to show that America is generous and magnanimous, and put all the blame on Iran. And then on the next day I say, is he serious about negotiating with the death cult and expect to have an agreement and expect them to honor an agreement? So I go back and forth, but I don't want to underestimate President Trump. I hope he knows what he's doing, and I'll bet that he knows what he's doing. I just would wish that he uses more sticks and fewer carrots.
Now, in terms of Qatar, how do you look at this whole facade with the plane?
Well, in the Middle East, there's, as I say, there's 2 elephants in the room.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Qatari elephant and the Iranian elephant. They're different elephants, but they're both death cults. So Qatar's running the Sunni Muslim Brotherhood death cult, and Iran's running the Shiite death cult. And they're a little different, but they want to basically take over the Middle East and then take over Europe, take over America, kill all the Christians, Jews, and Hindus and take over the world. By the way, this war has been going on for 1,400 years, so it's not like this is a new revelation. But it's time for the Christian world to save itself. Christians have been losing to the death cults for 1,400 years.
Right. You tend to say, look at our history. You're talking about that a lot. And remind us how much we're supposed to just look at our history to understand how we should be acting.
Well, someone famous said, maybe someone in the audience knows, the further you go back into the past, the easier it is to forecast the future. So I try to learn about the past, and the war's been going on for 1,400 years since Muhammad and his followers made the decision to kill everybody. And they took over 75% of the Christian world at that time. It's now time for Christians to stand up for themselves. Now, by the way, Jews were stuck in the same mentality of ignorance until October 7th, and until we jarringly had to come to grips with the fact that there's two death cults and you have to do something. You can't just sit back and hope they go away.
Because that's exactly the misconception, right? Giving them Qatari money or allowing them to go in and work. But there is logic to that. You know, you're looking at a small town of Arabs, of Palestinians, so to speak, and you say if they have employment, if they have what to do, it may, reduce the terror. There is some sort of logic to that.
Well, one of the things I say to myself and to leaders is you have to spend half of your time thinking like a Westerner and half of your time thinking like a death cult. And so that you understand how evil behaves. And what happens is many people are so good, they have difficulty understanding how people can be so evil.
Now, in terms of what we're seeing in America, Trump, he won. He's in the White House. But you're also concerned in terms of the way people are looking at these threats.
Well, the way I look at life is we're in World War III. It's inescapable. And basically, what I call the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues, the communists, the Islamists, and the globalists have declared war on civilization. And so we're in World War III. By the way, these Reds, Greens, and Blues are all dictatorships, and they're all criminal organizations. And they all are hate God and hate the rule of law, and I call them pagans. Or if you want, you can call them Amalekites. So although I call it World War III, you could say it's really World War I. We're in biblical times, unofficially in biblical times, and we're fighting the pagans. And what's going on now is a war between pagans versus Hashem. And I think it's time for the forces of good to stand up and protect themselves.
But who are the forces of good? Because some of the left will say, we are good, we are pure, we are talking only about peace. Right will say, we are the good because we're talking about being victorious. Every side defines themselves as the good.
Okay, so I'll define good for you. Good, using an American term, is someone who believes in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 100% of the population. I call that good. The forces of evil, or the pagans, or the Reds, the Greens, and the Blues, whatever you want to call them, or the communists, Islamists, and globalists, believe in life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for 10% of the people. In other words, me, my family, my friends, but not everybody else. That's how I define good versus evil. You could also say it's we the people versus they the elites, is another way to think of it as.
And do you think in terms of the United States, in terms of the attitude, the policies, something is changing now that Trump is in the White House? Or the same, the same rifts and the same ideas and the same problematic ideas, in your opinion, exist? Or will there be a change? Are we in the beginning of a change?
Yes, we're
eye-openers.
Yes, we're in the midst of a huge change, and because we, the people, took control of America on November 5th. So that's important. We had been run by pagans. I hate to say this, but for 4 years we were run by a pagan administration. But now we're run by we the people, so we have a good administration. Our job collectively is to make them better.
Yeah, but I have to ask you a question, because some would say we were 4 years run by we the other people. Why can't you say that?
Yeah, we the other people, the criminals. America basically for 4 years, I hate to say this, was run by a criminal organization, and run by elites who are managing it in their own criminal image. And finally, the American people got fed up. There's an old expression from the movie Network. We became as mad as hell and we couldn't take it anymore. And that's what happened. We, the people, rose up peacefully on November 5th and took over the country.
So when you're seeing this, you're optimistic?
I'm very optimistic. It's just that within the Trump administration, there's three groups of people. There's, let's just say it's equal. The 1/3 are America First, which we voted for. 1/3 is America Alone, which we didn't vote for. And 1/3 is Friends of Trump, which we didn't vote for. So we only voted for about 1/3 of his staff.
And you're afraid that you're seeing things that are
Right. So
problematic?
I'm seeing things that are problematic from the America Alone people that we didn't vote for and the Friends of Trump that we didn't vote for, and it confuses Trump.
There were mixed emotions as we saw. I mean, I wouldn't say mixed emotions. Everyone is happy to see Idan Alexander home. But the fact that it's as if the president is taking care of his people, which is also something that's natural and okay, and some are afraid that maybe he'll just say, okay, now you got to take care of this. How do you look at that issue with the hostages?
Well, let's go back to carrots and sticks. If President Trump used more sticks than carrots when he was visiting with Qatar, he could have, should have, if he had called me, would have, said to the emir, I want all the hostages back in 2 days. I mean 2 days. You're financing Hamas, and I want them back in 2 days, or I'm taking over Qatar. I'm going to be living in the palace. It's full of marble. I think it's really pretty. I always wanted to live here. And you have 2 days to think about it, have a nice day, and I don't want your airplane either. Bye-bye. So, but he didn't. Because there's so many conflicting pressures on a president.
So you mentioned pressures. Do you feel that there may be the right pressures to, yes, push him towards those kind of statements and attitude?
Look,
or that's wishful thinking.
President Trump always says, I hate endless wars. We've been in an endless war with Islamists for 1,400 years. They promised to kill all Jews, all Christians, all Hindus. End the war. Don't just say, oh, I hate endless wars. There is a way to end an endless war, and that is to win. And so just as Israel is now determined to win, unfortunately the hard way of going through October 7th, it's time for America to internalize that October 7th was an attack on America. It wasn't just an attack on Israel. It was an attack on America and Western civilization. And Americans have to behave like Israelis are now behaving and say, go back to my expression, I'm as mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore.
No. Finally, this is the day of Celebrate Israel Parade. Did you march this time?
I was going to march, but then you had this wonderful conference, so I signed up to march with ZOA, but I abandoned
Just a few words about the positive energies of this march, the positive energies of during these days of war, understanding that we need to celebrate.
Oh, I love the Israel Day Parade. I've been involved in it for 25 years. Almost every year I marched in it. I used to live in New York until it was taken over by the communists about 5 years ago. So I don't like living in communist countries anymore. But I love the parade. It's full of energy, and it's very inspiring.
Okay, Kenneth Abramovich, founder of SaveTheWest.com, Saving the West.
And everyone should sign up for my website, SaveTheWest.com. I write an article every 2 weeks. You'll get the article and sign up.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now we open a critical and timely panel, Anti-Semitism, online, on campus, and on the streets. Okay? To open this important discussion, I call upon Gadi Gronich, CEO and Chief of Staff to the President of the Conference of European Rabbis.
Good evening and Erev Tov. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Dudu, Sada, and Davidi that invited me to be here for the first time. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm probably the first European here, if I'm not mistaken, from all the numbers of guests who came here today from Israel and the US. So it's a special honor even to be like the first European here. When we speak about anti-Semitism, I don't think that I need to explain what is happening outside, on the street, in the campus, in the politics. I think we need to start to speak about solutions and not to share again our experience that we have, in this case, in Europe. Because the experience that we feel and we have since October 7 are probably for us the worst ever in the last at least 50 years in Europe. It's starting with mothers are afraid to send the children on the street with a Magen David. Mothers afraid to send the children to the schools. We have in front of every Jewish community institution police. If I speak about the police, I just want to give a short example. In one of my meetings with the head of the police of the state of Bavaria, he asked me, what could I do for you? I told him nothing. You cannot do nothing for us. He told me, how could it be? I told him, even if you bring another more 10 cars, police cars in front of the synagogue, people will not come because they're afraid to come. So I think we need to a little bit to change our mind. Where are we going with this? Because till now, again, I'm speaking about Europe, we're in the understanding that it's not our job to fight against anti-Semitism. It's the responsibility of the country where we live, of the authorities where we live. And the time is probably coming to change where we need to take the lead and to be part of the fight against anti-Semitism. And we have the power to do this. I just want to tell you for people who maybe don't know the history of the Jews in Europe, it's only, for example, in Germany, we have Jewish life for more than 1,700 years. We are theirs for generations. We are a very important part, an active part of the society, of the politics, of the economic, and in the media. So we have the power to take this in our hand and to make a change. Beside of that, so this is one statement that I wanted to give here. The second thought and idea that I want to share with you, maybe it could be that people don't like what I'm not going to say now. There's a very famous slogan, we remember, that it's calling, especially on the Holocaust days, the Jewish Holocaust Remember Days, the non-Jewish Holocaust Remember Days. It became a slogan with empty words. We need to change this. We need to influence our neighbors, as I usually call it, the non-Jewish world. We need to explain them that it's not about remember, it's about acting and now, because it's already 1 minute too late. I just want to share you, I know the time is running, they are now in the last 1.5, 2 years, let's say since October 8, around 180,000 Israelis who moved from Israel to Europe. On the other side, if Aliyah, we have less than 10,000. So this is also something that we, as the organization of the Conference of European Rabbis, are taking under our responsibility. And the last thing that I would like to say, I would like to use this opportunity to give a very clear call to the state of Israel, to the government in Israel, that they need to speak with us. Europe is, from whatever good reason or other idea, is not on the agenda of the state of Israel, of the government of Israel. They don't exchange with us, they don't speak with us, and this needs to be changed. So again, thank you very much to giving the possibility to be here today. I was here all day. It was very interesting, very inspiring. And I hope that together, and this I believe is the most important word here, together we can make a change. Thank you.
Toda rabah. Thank you very much, Gadi. The panel now continues with ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman, speaking with Eli Kohanim, former U.S. Deputy Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism, and Gabe Groisman, former mayor of Bal Harbor and a fighter against anti-Semitism, against lies, against hate.
So I want to start with this new legislation. Donald Trump has proposed a number of policies for combating anti-Semitism on college campuses. Eli, do you see these as strong and effective measures? And when organizations like ADL and AJC are pushing back, do you believe that those concerns are justified?
First of all, it's great to be with everyone. Thank you for having me here. Mayan, you're talking about the Trump administration's approach to combating anti-Semitism, and it's something that I wrote about in Newsweek back in 2021, where I argued that the United States needs an anti-Semitism czar or commissioner, but also that it was time for us to take a whole-of-government approach to combating anti-Semitism, bringing together all the powers of federal agencies. And that's exactly what we're seeing the Trump administration do right now. So it's the approach that brings together everything from the Department of Education, cutting funds from the colleges, which has been very powerful, and I really believe if there's any progress we're seeing, it's because money talks. And then we've got the Department of Justice that are looking at the student visas and this zero tolerance policy for anyone who's expressing any kind of pro-terror activities or movement in the United States. And then the Department of State comes in, and they're the ones who actually issue student visas, the green card status. Believe it or not, Health and Human Services, HHS Undersecretary Bobby Kennedy is also involved in the federal grant making to the colleges and universities. So what we are seeing is the Trump administration taking incredibly powerful steps, everything that every American Jew should want to see happening, so that we can finally bring an end to this pro-Hamas movement, which has washed over our campuses and our city streets, unfortunately, in places like here in New York. And I'm just going to say real quick, Mayan, we have seen some pushback against this from Jewish organizations, legacy organizations like the ADL and AJC, who seem concerned about issues like, if there's due process for some of the students that are here, again, on foreign visas. And, look, I was debating Bill Kristol at the AJC just a couple of weeks ago, and the notion that was shared with me was, well, what if this increases anti-Semitism? And all I can say is, where have you been the last 18 months? We're at the point where Jewish students are being physically assaulted, where swastikas are being painted on Jewish fraternity houses, where Jews are literally hiding their identities, and these organizations are worried that if the Trump administration takes steps to combat anti-Semitism, it might somehow cause more anti-Semitism. I mean, you know what? To quote the great president himself, some of these people need to have their heads checked. So, thank you. Yes.
So I want to move over to you, Gabe, and be able to ask you this. More broadly, the Jewish organizations have been investing billions and billions of dollars over the last decades, really, in order to fight anti-Semitism, but we see that it is where it is today, which is spiking uncontrollably. What needs to change in the Jewish world in order to partner with these new policies and ensure that anti-Semitism declines?
Yeah, so first of all, the concept of ending anti-Semitism is nonsensical. Okay? We've never ended anti-Semitism before, end Jew hatred, all these things are very nice. They're very, we should strive towards a day of a beautiful place, kumbaya for the rest of the world, right? But they've hated us in every generation, in every place that our families have been to. You could trace my family from Russia, my other family from Turkey and Morocco, in Latin America, here to the United States. It's the same thing over and over. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't fight it, because fighting is surviving, and that's what we do. say a word on what Eli was saying at the end. Lots of people always push back on, why are you fighting anti-Semitism so hard? It might cause more anti-Semitism. Screw you. We're going to fight back against anti-Semitism. These are the Jews of today. Okay? After 1948, what makes Jews is totally different. What makes up the Jews? We're now loud and proud. We helped form this country, this place is full of freedom of expression and religious liberties. That's what we're doing here. And when it comes to Jewish organizations, Jewish organizations that are run by boards that are far left-wing boards that are afraid to take on the real fights, that don't have strong Jewish identities, they need to be totally revamped. Or just we should get rid of them. We're talking about abolishing things. We can get rid of some of them. And you could talk about looking at where there are strong Jewish communities and what can we learn from them, right? In South Florida, where I live, so I'm a little bit biased, you look at strong, proud, Zionist, religious Jewish communities, and we don't have all the nonsense that you're seeing all over the country because we don't put up with it. And the last thing I'll say is, when you look at the literature from anti-Semites, and you should all do that so you can learn what our enemies are saying, they look at leaders where Jews take leadership positions in different organizations and governments all over the world. But then they make a really faulty assumption that's the basis for their anti-Semitism, which is that we all coordinate and then we take over the world. That's where they're wrong. We don't coordinate at all. But guess what? We should. And if we ever got our egos in check and all sat at a table together and could work together towards things, we won't end anti-Semitism, but we'll be at a much better place.
Thank you for that. Sully, I want to turn back to you because when you served as the Deputy Special Envoy for combating anti-Semitism, your focus was actually on the Middle East, and you looked a lot at Iran. Now, Iran is very interesting because the Jewish community of Iran, it seems to be that they live relatively safe lives and they seem to be integrated. And yet, on the other hand, you could have said that Iran is the largest state sponsor not only of terror but of anti-Semitism. Which one is it? What is going on in Iran, and what do we need to do about it?
Well, so first of all, to look at the Trump policy in the first term on Middle East and anti-Semitism emanating from that region, the approach that we took was understanding that we actually had good partners in the region. And so when we first came into the administration, we could not have predicted, but by the end of the administration, we were signing and brokering, the president and his senior team, brokering the Abraham Accords peace deals. And I was very honored to be a part of that warm peace team. And what that meant was that we actually had partners now in the Arab world, like the United Arab Emirates, that had already completely reformed their curricula. And so we had a model now of talking with other Arab countries of how to stem the anti-Semitism in their societies, very much pinned to the notion of the acceptance of the sovereignty of a Jewish state in the Middle East. And then regarding Iran, which we did designate as the #1 state sponsor of anti-Semitism in the world, it's I think the notion that because there's a Jewish community in Iran, that means there's no problem. This is just a complete falsehood. I was born in Iran myself. We escaped in '79 because of the anti-Semitism of the regime. And I would tell you that in the State Department, we had a strategic plan that I helped write. And in the strategic plan, we designated communities that we felt were completely, held hostage, let's put it, by the governments that ran those countries. And Iran is one of those. We looked at Yemen at that time, it was a very small number, but they existed. Turkey is another example. So there are countries in the world that have Jewish communities that we believe the entire Jewish community could be at risk, and the Trump administration certainly tracks those communities very carefully.
And we are unfortunately going to run out of time. So, Gabe, I want to ask you one last question, bringing it back home. The young Jewish students on the college campuses have been undergoing a tremendous wave of anti-Semitism before October 7th, but certainly since. If you could give one piece of advice to those Jewish students, what would it be? How do they stand strong in face of anti-Semitism?
The best response to anti-Semitism is overwhelming success. When we're talking about success, it means building a Jewish home, having Jewish children, doing good in the world, being connected. First, you think of your home, being connected to Israel, being connected to a religion, right? Making sure that we're out there, because there's when you're in an inflection point from between 18 and 21 in your life where your brain is actually finally finishing to form, but your personality is starting to form and who you're going to be for the rest of your life. This is your moment. You can't wait till after college to stand up. Now's the time to do it. You need to be focused on what you're trying to accomplish. We're not in an era right now where you can just go to college and drink beer and do nothing. I have a daughter going into the army this summer, and then college after that. But having the same talk with her, right? The focus is to build a Jewish home, to have a lot of children, to be overwhelmingly successful in the community, in business, and continuing pushing forward. And that's what it means to be a light unto the nations.
Well, both of you, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is now my great honor to invite to the stage a man whose voice and vision have stirred hearts and minds around the world, in Israel and America, Mr. David Shapiro. David is the co-creator, alongside his son Ben, of the powerful and unforgettable musical We Will Rise. This work is more than a production. It is a testament to the strength of Jewish identity, the endurance of our people, and the fierce light of truth that continues to shine even through the darkest chapters of history. From the ashes of the Holocaust to the harrowing events of October 7th, We Will Rise tells our story, not as victims, but as people who endure, who love, who fight for justice, and who rise again and again. Ben Shapiro, his son, a brave warrior on the battlefield of words and media, and David, with his deep well of creativity and conviction, have brought to life a message that echoes across generations. Am Yisrael Chai, the Jewish people live. In recognition of this extraordinary contribution to Jewish resilience and continuity, is my distinct privilege to present the Jerusalem Award to David Shapiro. I invite the team of the Jerusalem Conference and Ifat Ovadia Lusky, chairwoman of Kakal, to present this prize. David, thank you very much for joining us. Yes, David, a few words, please.
First of all, I want to thank Arut Sheva, because when Ben was growing up, that was our source of news for Israel, and they did such a good job that he married an Israeli girl. So that was wonderful. We wrote the story really as a labor of love. It started out very briefly. It started out as just a story of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and we wrote this big epic musical, and then October 7th happened, and we revised it. So now it opens on October 7th. It flashes back to Warsaw Ghetto for the entire story, and in the end, we come back to October 7th. And we wanted to just send the world a message that we're not going anywhere. And it's a triumphant musical through all the tragedy. And we played it for 2 months in Israel in the fall. And now there's a producer who wants to make a movie out of it and bring it to the United States. So God willing, everyone here will see it. But the most important thing is just the message of unity for the Jewish people, and a message to the rest of the world to leave us alone so we can do our job.
Wow. Ifat Lusky Ovadia, please join us also for a few words of blessing as our conference is coming to an end.
Thank you. Just want to thank to Besheva, and I'm sorry about my voice. Yes, I just arrived from Israel this morning, and I lost my voice. But I'm the chairwoman of KKL-JNF, Keren Kayemet Israel, and I'm proud to be the head of such an hope organization like Keren Kayemet. And we are keep and continue building Israel and rebuilding the South and the North. And we keep support the Israeli agriculture, and also to keep educate our kids all over the world, in Israel and abroad, for Ahavat Israel and Ahavat Haaretz, and doing Zionism. So thank you so much for your support, and thank you, Dudu, for your invitation. Thank you so much.
Toda rabah. I now call upon Emily, ILTV. Let's understand what that's all about. ILTV.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying with us until the end. I know there's still a lot of really great speakers to hear from before we close this important conference. But I want to speak to you a little bit today about the role of media in reporting, in particular after October 7th. It's not easy to speak truth in a world where they're weaponizing the lies that we're seeing about Israel. It's not easy to speak about justice in a time when journalism itself has been hijacked by propaganda. And it's certainly not easy to speak about Israel, our people, our pain, our right to survive in a media and social media landscape that too often acts not as a watchdog of power, as the media's role should be, but as a mouthpiece for terrorism. But precisely because the truth is more needed than ever, we as journalists do it anyway, because the truth does still matter. And at ILTV, we've made it our mission to tell Israel's story to the world because too many others won't. Because, in fact, they've abandoned their journalistic responsibility entirely. Since October 7th, the world has been flooded with misinformation, disinformation, deliberate campaigns of deception meant to obscure the horrors of what Hamas did while vilifying Israel for the very crime of existing. One of the most striking examples is, of course, the Al-Ahli hospital bombing. Within hours, nearly every major outlet, from the New York Times to The Guardian to Reuters, ran with the Hamas-supplied claim that Israel had attacked a hospital and killed 500 civilians. No verification, no evidence, just narrative. Only days later, it was confirmed that the explosion was actually caused by an errant Islamic Jihad rocket intended to be fired at the state of Israel. And in fact, 500 hadn't died. Between 40 to 50 had died when it hit the parking lot of a hospital. But the blood libel, had already spread globally. These narratives, they weren't just born on the battlefield. They were seeded and nurtured by powerful actors, state-run propaganda from the Islamic regime in Iran and Qatar. They're filtered through platforms like the Qatari state-run media, Al Jazeera, and spread like wildfire through social media. What we're witnessing is not just a war on Israel, it's a war on the truth itself. Too much of the international press has echoed Hamas talking points word for word, repeating unverified casualty statistics from Hamas's health ministry, using loaded terms like genocide with no evidence, while barely mentioning the fact that we still have 58 hostages in Hamas hands. This isn't journalism. It's a perversion of everything that journalism is supposed to stand for. At ILTV, we're choosing another path. When the world was saturated with anti-Israel bias, we chose to tell the truth clearly, consistently, and without apology. We were among the first English-language media outlets permitted to enter Gaza with the IDF. We were at the scene of the horrific October 7th attacks, reporting on the truth, telling the stories of victims on the ground before the day was even over. Our team has been on the ground under rocket fire in the Golan Heights, in Judea and Samaria, and throughout the country as the IDF carries out critical counter-terror operations. While the international media fails to provide context to the complexities of what's happening in Israel, we report the full picture to audiences of millions in times of joy, such as broadcasting the return of our hostages, and in times of sorrow. As a result, we've seen something extraordinary. Our YouTube monthly views skyrocketed 879% since 2023 to 6.3 million. It proves just how desperately accurate, clear English language reporting is needed. On social media, we now reach millions of views every month. Our content is broadcast across 11 channels, and we're soon to be launching a 24/7 channel with regular updates about what's happening on the ground in Israel. But it's not just the numbers, it's the impact. We've brought in some of the biggest names in journalism, military, diplomacy, and human rights, not for sound bites, but to explain the truth about Hamas, about the Islamic regime in Iran, and about Qatar, and most importantly, why this fight matters to everyone. Because Israel's fight is your fight too in the United States and in Europe. We've been so effective, so clear, and so consistent on exposing, for example, the Islamic regime in Iran, that ILTV itself has been targeted at times in cyber attacks because of our activity. And that's because when truth is spoken loudly enough, it becomes a threat to tyranny, and that's what journalism, or good journalism, should do. But let me be absolutely clear. This battle isn't confined to the Middle East. It's a byproduct of the disinformation war. What we now see erupting in our universities, our communities, our streets. It's manufactured outrage over Israel's right to self-defense that has led to real-world violence. Jewish students barricaded inside Columbia University's library while anti-Semitic mobs chant for Intifada revolution. Synagogues firebombed in Sydney, Australia, defaced in Montreal, Toronto, and Los Angeles. At UCLA, students wearing IDF shirts were dragged by their hair and beaten while campus police stood down. At Cooper Union here in New York, Jewish students had locked themselves in a library while pro-Hamas rioters banged on the glass outside. And in Germany and other European countries, we've seen Holocaust memorials repeatedly defaced. This is not spontaneous grassroots activism. It is the product of a media ecosystem empowered and poisoned by lies, where the aggressor is framed as the victim, and the victim is blamed for fighting back. And I want to speak just for a moment on something very personal, because the toll that this war has taken on journalists on the ground has been very, very high and very painful as an Israeli. For me, the moment that broke me wasn't even when a missile landed on my block in Tel Aviv, leveling an entire building. It was when I was anchoring live with horror the twisted hostage release ceremony of Eli Sharabi, when Hamas forced him to stand on stage and say that he was looking forward to seeing his wife and daughters upon returning to Israel, when we already knew that Hamas had murdered his wife and daughters on October 7th. That moment was pure psychological torture. I remember crying for most of the day, despite the joy that we felt at seeing the return of some of our hostages come home, because the world and the media didn't seem to care about how savage the cruelty of Hamas was. They didn't care about the depravity. They didn't even care about the basic humanity of a man knowingly speaking about reuniting with his family that had already been murdered. No one involved, not even the Red Cross, had the moral courage to say, we won't participate in this. At ILTV, we refused to air, like most of the Israeli media, the forced speeches of these tortured hostages. But much of the international media and social media platforms stayed completely silent after these events. That was the day that I really lost faith in the international press. But that doesn't mean that we walk away. It means that we step up. Because if we don't tell the truth, no one will. That's why when the media framed this entire conflict as Israel versus the Palestinian people, with headlines from CNN, BBC, even the AP, we brought in legal experts, military analysts, and humanitarian voices to show how Israel is targeting terrorists in Gaza, not civilians. We published footage of leaflets dropped, warning issues, humanitarian aid trucks that were being coordinated, all while Hamas is using its own people as human shields. When the media accused Israel of blocking that humanitarian aid, we showed the truth that Israel was facilitating daily deliveries of humanitarian aid. When media outlets platformed October 7th deniers, we stood tall and we told the truth about what was happening on the ground. And when this war was presented, most importantly, as Israel's war alone, what we still see today in much of the media, we reminded the world this isn't a war about land, it's about civilization. The Islamic regime in Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, Islamic Jihad, they are seeking to dismantle Western civilization. With their drones, their missiles, their bombs, they may not have reached Paris or New York yet, but their propaganda certainly has. Their cyber attacks, subversion, and political influence are already here. As Churchill once warned of the Nazi threat before it crossed the channel, the storm is coming, but the deluge has already begun. So too now the physical bombs may not be falling on Europe or on the United States, and I hope they never do. But the moral collapse is underway, and October 7th was just the beginning. At ILTV, we're not just fighting for truth, we're fighting for the world's memory before it's erased. We don't just report the news, we're defending it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emily. I now call upon Israel Gantz, governor of Binyamin and chairman of Yesha Council, and his team to present the prize, the Binyamin Award, to Coach Bruce Pearl.
מוציא לחם מן הארץ. Amen.
Welcome, Bruce. So Bruce is not only one of the best coach here in the United States of America and a real winner, but he came to Israel and he came to Judea and Samaria and he insists by support the state of Israel and say very clear, like, I don't know if you know, but they sing Am Yisrael Chai after the play, after the game, and in Israel he insists to support us, support Judea and Samaria. Thank you so much, Bruce. Thank you.
We're making it lower. Hello. I have had the privilege of spending some time with Coach Pearl, Bruce, with people yelling at us from the sides, Coach, Coach, Bruce, go Auburn, Tigers. He has been tireless in his support of Israel, and he has visited us in Judea and Samaria and Jerusalem, and now in New York, marching together. The Binyamin Award for the Friend of Israel is hereby presented to Coach Bruce Pearl for wholeheartedly and courageously standing up for the state of Israel, and specifically the Jewish people in their honor of need, in the face of rising hatred and anti-Semitism. His steadfast advocacy and moral clarity have fortified the ability of Israel and its supporters to defend against false narratives and have strengthened the bond between Israel and the United States. He promoted significant public awareness of the plight of the Jewish people, spoke out for hostages, and highlighted injustices facing Israel, fostering a sense of unity among members of one nation, whose heart is joined to the covenant of the Jewish people, the eternal nation, in the heart of the land of Israel.
Thank you, Governor. None of us do what we're doing here today for awards, so I'm just a Jewish American basketball coach that loves his country very much and is grateful for the opportunities that this country has provided me. I'm a Jewish basketball coach in Auburn, Alabama. Don't tell me this isn't the greatest country in the world. I would give my life for my country. I also love my ancestral Jewish homeland, and I would give my life for Israel, as everybody in this room would. I'll accept the award, thank you, but when you hear about the soldiers, the young men and women that are at the beginning of their lives, I'm towards the end of my life. I'm a grandfather. I've accomplished a great deal. There are young people over there that don't have an opportunity to have families or see their kids grow up and get bar mitzvahed and have families. And it's tragic. But here's some things that have to happen. Israel has to win this war against Islamic terrorism. They have to win the war in Gaza, and they have to remove Hamas and destroy Hamas. Surrender or be destroyed. Hamas must release the hostages. They must release the hostages now. Surrender or be destroyed. The reason why the hostages are have been released is because the IDF is putting so much pressure on them, taking out all their leaders, okay, and winning this war. But Israel must be provided the time to finish and defeat their enemy. Otherwise, this doesn't stop. And it must stop. It's been going on for 80 years. I'm a basketball coach. It's simple. I know people think that it's about politics. It has nothing to do with politics. It has survival of the Jewish people, for survival of the state of Israel. And we are fighting for our survival right now. This is life and death. Like Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, period. Just period. No enrichment of uranium, no centrifuges. Not negotiable. Not negotiable. And we know we cannot trust Iran and their leadership. I feel for their people, but that's their leadership. There cannot be a two-state solution. There are 22 Arab states. There is one Jewish state. There does not need to be another state. Look, they tried, we tried. Growing up, when I grew up, all I heard was land for peace, and we'll do whatever we can. We'll give this up. And in 2005, you know what? We pulled 10,000 Jews out of Gaza, and families that were living there, that were invested there. And we said, you know what? We're going to give land of peace a try. And it failed. It absolutely failed. They had a Palestinian state in Gaza, and they turned it into a terrorist state against Israel. We cannot make that same mistake again. I love visiting Israel, but there's no place that I love visiting more than the hills of Samaria and Judea. No place I want to be. I'm a settler. If Aliyah ever happens for Coach Bruce Pearl, it'll happen in Judea and Samaria. I want to be a settler. I used to worry about the word settler. I used to worry because everybody in this country used that in such a bad connotation. You know what? We're settlers. We're resettlers. We're back in the homeland that God promised us. We're living there now, and we're not going anywhere. We're not leaving. Listen, I believe that peace through prosperity, I pray, can happen. I believe and I pray that it can happen. The state of Israel is an amazing democracy, an amazing melting pot. I'm very proud that Jews and Druze and Christians and Israeli Arabs can be living in Israel and living together in an amazing way. We've got to solve the challenges of Judea and Samaria. But in order to solve those challenges, the state of Israel must first take leadership. How can we be asking the United States of America or Congress to support sovereignty when Israel isn't willing to stand up and support sovereignty and claim sovereignty over our homeland of Judea and Samaria? We need Israeli leadership to step up and do that, and we'll support them. We will support them. I need to read my Bible more. I need to go to synagogue more. I need to keep Shabbat more. I need to wrap tefillin more. But I read enough to know that when Jacob was dying, he asked Joseph, he placed his hand under his leg. He said, take me back to where my family is buried. Take me back to where my father is buried. That is Hebron. There is nothing disputed about whose land that is. And for as long as I'm alive, and as long as I'm able to do the advocacy work, I will do everything I can to fight that the Jewish people are always able to be in Hebron, in Shiloh, in Shechem, in Ariel, in the most beautiful parts of our Jewish homeland. The hostages got to come home. I have one more point. I forgot it because I'm 65, and you can see I don't have notes and I don't have a speech. I'm just opening up my heart. I pray for President Trump. I pray for the leadership around him. I ask God to give him the wisdom to understand that right now, perhaps right now, there can be some prosperity and there can be some improved relations. But I pray that the decisions that are made now and the balance of power that is being shifted is not going to be a problem for our people in the future. All right? I just pray for him. But I think, and I'm hopeful that the leadership of the United States of America right now, along with the leadership of the State of Israel, can get all those things done. And at the end of the day, God's got us. At the end of the day, Hashem has got us. He's got this whole thing. This whole thing's planned up. Am Yisrael Chai. God bless America.
Thank you so much, Coach Bruce Pearl. And now, Eliana Bassentine, International Desk Director of the Binyamin Regional Council, please take the stage.
Is this on? Good evening, everyone. I'm Eliana. I live in Eli. And Baruch Hashem, I have 8 children. And every morning when I wake up and I daven Shachrit, I look down at ancient Shiloh and I look towards Yerushalayim. And when I'm looking at Shiloh, I look at the hilltops of Shiloh. And I know that there's a mother that every morning she davens Shachrit and she is praying for her son to return home. Her son, Avinatan, that has been held as a hostage in Gaza since October 7th. Ditsa was supposed to be sitting here with me today. We began a journey, a special journey together, because I asked myself, what can I do for this woman? What can I do for this mother? What can I do to bring Avinatan home? And I invited her on a journey with us to the United States. And she said, I'd like to come. I'd like to come with you, with Yisrael, with Ruthie, with your team. And I'm going to bring my son, Chaimitz. And she came, and Baruch Hashem, we went to daven at the Rebbe, and we began our journey. But unfortunately, Ditsa fell ill, and she's actually at the airport on the way home. And I'd like to invite Chaimitz up to the stage, the brother of Avinatan, to talk a little bit about this journey here to the United States of America.
נחתנו עכשיו הרגע ב-JFK, ניו יורק. הגענו, משלחת עם המועצה, יחד עם דיצה וחיימיץ אור. אנחנו מלחמה לחטופים, להחזיר אותם הביתה, אנחנו מלחמה להכריע את האויב. זה רגעים של עליות וירידות, של המון תקווה והמון תפילה, יחד עם רגעים קשים. ביחד, לחבר את עם ישראל, לחבר את הממשל, לעשות הכל כדי להחזיר את אבינתן, להחזיר את כל החטופים ולהכריע את האויב עד תום.
זה היה מרגש לראות כל הדרך. אנשים שמחוברים ומזדהים ובאים לחזק ואומרים מילה טובה. נתן לנו כוח להמשיך הלאה, ובעזרת השם אנחנו מקווים לחזור באמצע המסע הזה, שיקפיצו אותי הביתה, שאבינתן מחכה לי, רק הביתה וחזור, ובשמחה גדולה, בעזרת השם. בעזרת השם.
Chaimitz, thank you for joining us here tonight.
Thank you, Eliana.
I know this is your first trip to the United States, and we're on a journey here together. I just wanted to ask how you feel so far about this trip.
So, first of all, I'm very excited to be here and to talk here. It's not something I usually do, especially not in English. And since the beginning of the journey, when we started to meet the people and the people start meeting us, it's the most incredible thing that I felt. It's excitement from all of the Jews, though they aren't Jews, that just blessing us with so much empathy and exciting, and all they can think about is what we can do and how can we help bring Avinatan home. And it's each one of the people that I meet here. And it's one of the important things that make us keep going, and we don't take it for granted. So the most exciting thing for me, it's just the people, each one of them, and the way that I can see that this is so important for them.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for joining us. Your mother and I connected. We didn't know each other at all. I really just wanted to call her up and talk to her, and I did. And we connected through prayer, through Shiloh. And I want to show you all about the beginning of this journey. It began in Shiloh.
רבות בכל רחבי הארץ, בערים.
Ever since October 7th, I was called into Miluim. I know I have a neighbor, that she's going through something that I can't even imagine, and I don't know how to reach out to you. I don't know what to say.
Well, it must have passed somehow because I feel as though I've known you for all my life.
Tell me about him. Tell me what he's like, what he does in life. I can see that this is where he grew up. He grew up in Shiloh, in a house full of light, with so much love and beauty.
Children here, you know, they grow openly, so they're very much outdoor children, always very tanned, walking around the hills with his friends, loves dancing. He's very, very tall, so it also gives him leverage. Authentic. I'm sure it does help him now. This corner is my sacred corner.
This is your corner.
Every morning, that's where I stand, just over the tabernacle, where Hannah prayed to Hashem to have a child. That's on my right. But I face southward, which is towards Gaza, where Avinatan is being held. And that's where I say my Tehillim and I pray. And every morning I stand here and I talk to Avinatan. I close my eyes and I call him and I say, Avinush, this is Ima. I'm here, I'm talking to you, I'm with you. Listen to me, answer me. And we communicate every day.
You're praying for your son. Hannah stood here 3,500 years ago, and for 19 years, she prayed for a child. And we're all part of that. And you're sending your prayer as a mother to your son, but all of Am Yisrael is blessed from that prayer because we're all part of it, because we're all here together. But what else do you feel that you need or would like from people, from Am Yisrael?
When I talked with returning hostages, I heard more than once that they felt guarded when they were there. They were surrounded by light. They felt it. And I know, I'm certain that that comes from all your prayers.
Standing here at the place of the Mishkan, this is where Hannah stood 3,500 years ago. I believe that if we pray hard enough and strong enough for all of our hostages and to win this war, that's our way of continuing Hannah.
and to hear your prayer, your sincere prayer right here, that is the way we have to pray. That is the way Hannah prayed.
I know that we're connected, and that's why I do my best to be strong, not to fall into sadness or despair or anger or hatred, because we're connected. That's what will flow to him, and I want to strengthen him, not to weaken him.
We connected through prayer, and I want to share a story with you. You grew up in Shiloh. You had the zchut to grow up in Shiloh. I grew up in San Francisco. You grew up in the Kedusha and the holiness. It's something that the kids of Shiloh, it's something special. You have a special light. And when I was coming, I was running. We were late to the conference, and I'm walking down the street, and I hear somebody yell my name, Eliana, Eliana, and they're waving at me. And they said, "You're from Shiloh. You don't remember me?" And I look at them, and she said, "We prayed for a child. This is the baby." And she shows me the baby right now, right here, walking down the street. And that's the strength of Shiloh. What was it like growing up in Shiloh? How does this give you koach to go through what you're going through?
So first of all, I agree. This is a so special place. You can feel it. You can see it. You can see it on the people that grew up there. You can see it on my mom. That's so connection to this place. Growing up over there, it was great. It was all of the people that grew up over there, even though today we are, there is a lot of different people, we are still stick together. And of course, it's giving me strength. The connection that Mom talked about, that she knows that Avinatan feel her, and she knows that all of the hostages feel us. It's something that I really believe in, and we really can feel it too. When I have a bad day, I know that I need to be strong for Avinatan, for the other hostages, and you really can feel it, and you can feel it when you have belief, when you find a way to be powerful. It's going all the way to Gaza, to him and to the other hostages. And it's not just for me. It's from each one of you that pray, that thinking about the hostages, that going with the skit or with other things that remind us the hostages. I can feel it as a family member, and I'm sure that he can feel it, and it's giving us strength to keep going and giving him strength.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you for joining us. And when I said to your mom that we're going on this journey, one of the places we're going to stop is Washington, D.C. But I said I feel that there's something that's even stronger than that, that everyone in this room can do. And Ditsa and I and the family have a request from every single person in this room. We have the power to bring Avinatan and all of the hostages home. We can speak directly to God. The first person who did that was Hannah in Shiloh. And we ask of you, and Ditsa asks of you, to think about the hostages, to learn about them, to hear about them, to imagine them alive. Avinatan or, my father gave us light. There's light at the end of that horrible tunnel. And we, all the Jews in the world, can stand together and can pray. So we're going to ask all of you to please stand up. Israel. And we're all going to recite Tehillim with kavana that will open the heavens, because right now we can make a change. We can make a difference. We, as the people of Israel, of the children of Israel, can release all of the hostages. We can beg to Hashem. So please, let's all concentrate on this prayer.
שיר המעלות ממעמקים קראתיך אדוני, אדוני שמע בקולי, תהיינה אוזניך קשובות לקול תחנוני, אם עוונות תשמוריה, אדוני מי יעמוד, כי עמך סליחה למען תברא. קיוויתי אדוני כי יבטא נפשי ולדברו אוכלתי, נפשי לאדוני משומרים לבוקר שומרים לבוקר. יחל ישראל לאדוני כי עם אדוני החסד וארבעים הפדות, והוא יפדה את ישראל מכל עוונותיו. בעזרת השם שיחזרו כל החטופים והשבויים והנעדרים במהרה לרפואת הפצועים, שהקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור על חיילינו, בעזרת השם נכריע את האויב במהרה.
Abba, thank you very much. To close this important, significant, and meaningful conference, I now like to invite to the stage Yaakov Chaguel, Chairman of the World Zionist Organization.
מתי זמן שחרית? מי יודע? ערב טוב לכולם. אני אדבר בקצרה ובעברית. אני רוצה להודות לקבוצת בשבע וליושב ראש שלה, חברי הטוב דודו סעדה. יישר כוח על העשייה שלכם. חברים, אנחנו ב7 באוקטובר הופתענו כולנו על מתקפה שלא קרתה רק במדינת ישראל, אלא מתקפה על העולם היהודי כולו. אני לא בא לספר דברים רעים בערב הזה, ההפך, אני רוצה להיות קצת אופטימי. ונתנו לי את הזכות להיות האחרון, אני מבין. אז אני רוצה שנצא מפה עם טעם טוב הביתה. עם ישראל הוא עם מדהים, וכולנו נמצאים במשמרת של כולנו. יש פה ראש מועצה, ויש פה יושבת ראש קרן קיימת לישראל, ויש פה אנשים טובים, איש איש ברמתו הוא. כולנו מחויבים, וזו המשמרת שלנו, לנצח של עם ישראל. הנצח של עם ישראל זה לא מובן מאליו. זה בידיים של כולנו. ואני אומר את זה בצורה ברורה. יש לנו חובה לסבים והסבתות שלנו שהתמודדו עם קשיים יותר גדולים משלנו, ולא הייתה להם מדינה ולא היה להם צבא. ויש לנו מחויבות לנכדים ולילדים שלנו, כי אנחנו נמצאים בחוליה הזאת של השרשרת של העם המדהים הזה שלנו, של עם ישראל שהוא עם הנצח, אבל נצח זה לא מובן מאליו. אנחנו חייבים להשקיע בזה. אחד, לחזק, כמו שאמרת יקירי, את הזהות היהודית של כולנו. בואו נחזק את הזהות. בואו נראה איך אנחנו מחזקים את הקשר שלנו לעם ישראל, את הקשר שלנו למדינת ישראל. אחד. שתיים, בואו נראה איך אנחנו מתאחדים לעם אחד. אחדות, אחדות ועוד פעם אחדות. אחדות זה לאו דווקא אחידות. מותר לחשוב אחרת. מותר לחלוק אחד על השני, אבל צריך לזכור, אם חפצי חיים אנחנו רק ביחד. אין פתרון אחר. ואני אומר לכם חברים, שאם אנחנו נחזק את הזהות היהודית מצד אחד, ואם אנחנו נדע להתאחד כעם, עם הנצח הוא לא קלישאה. עם הנצח לדורי דורות. שכולנו ביחד נעשה את זה. אני רוצה לאחל לכולנו שנמשיך לעשות טוב למען עם ישראל, למען מדינת ישראל, למען הילדים והנכדים שלנו, וגם לזכור את הסבים והסבתות שלנו. שיהיה לכולם רק טוב. תודה רבה.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the Jerusalem Conference in New York. May this gathering inspire action, remembrance, and unity. Let's all rise for Hatikva, the anthem of the State of Israel.